No politic here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation, surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a hump day, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. I got a haircut. I got a cut. I know many of you. Why is it that on the camera it shows that it's like yellow and green, but on my, when I look at it here, it just shows it's green? That's weird. Anyway, it's hump day, ladies and gentlemen. They fucked your shit up, King. Stop cutting your hair, please. I think it's really funny that like 34-year-old man consistently gets the exact same haircut for years and years and years. And then every single time I do get it, there's like a bunch of children in my chat being like, I don't like the way you got a haircut. It's like, okay, well, you're not my mom and I'm not a child, okay? Let's be real. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It's obviously hump day. It's Wednesday, 7/23/2023. And it's July 23rd, or 2025. Did I say 2023? I wish it was 2023. It's 2025, which is, of course, 2 days out from my 31st birthday. But yeah, I'm alive, and this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. I'm still 33 years old as of this moment, but I'm about to be 34. Yeah, all I got for you as far as personal news is I ended the broadcast last night. I got a haircut, and why is your beard ginger? It's always been that way. I have a tendency to turn red sometimes, so I get freckles. And I'm officially entering my mid-30s, like 34. It means like I'm about to be mid-30s. But in any case, yeah, this is it. This is what's happening. Did you do your interview with Kyrie Irving? No. No, I did not. But I got a haircut. Then I took Kaya to the park. There was a bunch of fans there, low key. I played like shit though. I played some basketball. Took Kaya to the park. Kaya got to hang out with her friends at the park because my trainer was also there. and his dogs were also there. And she ran around. I played a full court game. We got destroyed. And then I played a bunch of like 2v2s and I got destroyed again. And the reason for why is because I had eaten a lot of chicken beforehand. And when I actually eat a bunch of chicken, or when I don't work out fasted, which is what I'm used to, I have some issues. I was getting destroyed. I mean, I also didn't really have like the best teammates, but it is what it is. Yeah. The chicken debuff, it happened. It's all good though. Got some good cardio out of it. This morning I woke up, went to the gym, feel like absolute utter dog. Feel like absolute utter dog shit. It's still good to do some movement. It's still good to actually get some work out of the way, but I'm incredibly weak. I'm incredibly fat. I have pain all over my body. I am 238 pounds. Like when I got back from Vegas, I looked at the scale and it shot all the way up to like 244 or something, which was crazy. So not only did I gain weight, but I also didn't actually put on muscle in the process, which is why I have to cut. I'm on a severe deficit currently. Fasted for like almost 48 hours after. Fasted for almost 48 hours, and now I'm on a severe restricted deficit where I'm not even getting enough protein, which is the reason why my recovery is not great. And if you don't eat enough protein, you put yourself at risk of injury as well. So you're gonna get stone locked for sure today? Probably not. Tulsi is live right now on Fox News. Conspiracy maxing? Sure, we'll take a look at that. What's the deficit for a 245 6'4" man? For a normal 245 6'4" man, a deficit would probably be anywhere from like 3,000 calories to 3,200 calories, something like that. But for me, my deficit is like incredibly severe. I'm not even gonna talk about it. It sounds like a horrible diet approach. No, I have to do it. I had to restart my lock-in diet. Because my dad's been here, gained too much fucking weight. I've just been munching. I've been eating like crazy. But my metabolism is incredibly slow, which is why I have to have a severe deficit. Anyway, we just got to reorient the system, lock in, get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. You already know what it is, you know? But yeah, here's a pic of you at the protest. Oh, nice. Looking good. This looks chill. Hell yeah. Let's go. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, I'm weak. I'm fat. I feel like shit, but we're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix all of it. Okay? Don't you worry about a thing, baby. I'm gonna fix all of that. You're eating at 3K calories and that's a deficit? That's crazy. No, I'm not. My deficit is, in order for me to sit at a comfortable deficit, I have to eat 2,000 calories a day. But right now I'm even eating less than that, like 1,500 calories a day currently. But it's all good. We just need to shock the system a little bit, you know, kick it into high gear. Oh my God, Oliver. Okay, I'm gonna fucking play the goddamn Chinese Wukong copy. Okay, holy shit, you're crazy. You just keep spamming it in the chat. You're like Megaphonics, but for the From Software clones. I got it, man. I got it. Yes. I will test this game out. I came to learn, not to thirst, Lamau. Okay. Random as hell. Have you heard about the stuff going on with V Shoujo? I haven't really paid close attention to what's going on with V Shoujo, but I think they just like are scammers, right? They scammed Iron Mouse. Anyway, that's it. That's it. That's all I got. Let's blast off. Let's do it. We got so much to cover today. Low effort blast off meme. V Shoujo donated to the wrong IDF. Maybe they embezzled 500K in charity donations. That's pretty ruthless. Seems pretty bad. That's not good. That's not good at all. They scammed the good IDF. Yeah, if they scammed the bad IDF, that'd be fine. They didn't pay a bunch of streamers, some since September of last year too. Okay, well, I'll take a look at it for sure when the time comes. I feel like that's an important event. Is important enough news for sure. You should cover it. It was on your docket. What are your birthday plans? Just a chill dinner. That's it. They committed charity fraud for 500K and have withheld pay for employees for months. Yeah, New York Times wrote a not a genocide article. I know. New York Times does more genocide denial as Israel continues starving Gaza. Congress takes early recess to not cover Epstein. The chart at the White House right now. What is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna cover that as well. Trump begs GOP to talk about Obama instead of Epstein Connect. MAGA still mad. Ukraine x Russia. Columbia caves to Trump plus Israel. There's so much. Oh my God, there's so much. Colombia is so cowardly. Oh. All right, let's do it. Is Tulsi Gabbard dropping the Obama bullshit to take the heat off the Trump and Epstein shit? Yes. Normally, I wouldn't say like, oh, people have the capacity to pay attention to multiple things at the same time. And this is not a, like, I'm not one to entertain that this is a simple distraction narratives, okay? This is quite literally and deliberately a distraction. This is perhaps the biggest, like, please pay attention to this and nothing else. Do not ask about Jeffrey Epstein. Ask questions about this instead. Like, it's the most overt version of actively trying to get people off your tail. Actively trying to get people off your tail to make them focus on. Wait, the New York Times wrote about Brett Cooper and they misquoted me. Brett Cooper is spreading conservatism one celebrity drama at a time. But even stars on the left have shown respect for Ms. Cooper's approach. While Hassan Piker, progressive streamer, is accused of copying his own internet-y cadence, he has complimented her decent job of covering apolitical topics with sometimes subtle, sometimes not so subtle right-wing tilt. That's not a misquote. That's correct. Mr. Piker has a massive audience too, with nearly 3 million followers on Twitch. Brett Cooper's popping off spectacular in ways that I can never even imagine for myself. Mr. Piker 33 said this year on channel she's cooking. 20 years ago, hosting a cable show might have been a dream for someone like Cooper or Mr. Piker. Today, with traditional television in decline, more on-air talent is going independent. Ms. Cooper's already started her own shingle, having departed the Daily Wire to start the Brett Cooper Show on YouTube in January. No, that was an honest assessment, and I stand by it. Okay, but it does sound like you're a fan. I mean, I will sometimes offer real analysis from a media perspective, It's like when I say, it's like when I talk about Alex Jones. Like I say, Alex Jones in his peak was a profoundly entertaining figure. You know, I that doesn't mean that he's like a force of good. He's not a force of good, right? But he is still very much an entertaining figure. Okay, more quotes. Apparently my criticism of the Nelk Boys podcast has made its way to Haaretz. Let's take a look. Modern day Hitler. Netanyahu slammed by the right for a podcast appearance full of whoppers. Netanyahu's appearance on the Nelk Boys far right podcast and their softball questions of the PM amid mass starvation in Gaza caused outrage among leftists and the MAGA-loving manosphere alike. This is from Ben Samuels, writing from Washington for Haaretz. Netanyahu's appearance, full send podcast, who previously visited Israel in 2023, indicated an awareness of the MAGA media landscape and the so-called manosphere of podcasters, streamers, and YouTubers that helped Trump make significant inroads ahead of the 2024 election. During the episode, Netanyahu repeated his well-established praise for Trump and attacked New York mayoral candidate Zohar Mamdani in more explicit terms than he has before. Netanyahu also spent valuable time during a highly anticipated interview espousing his preference for Burger King over McDonald's. Immediately following the episode's publication, the manosphere exploded with condemnation over their failure to critically question Netanyahu, as well as their decision to platform the prime minister. On YouTube, the episode received more than 3 times the number of dislikes to likes, with right-wing content creator Sneeko, an avowed critic of Israel, circulating a clip of the host saying, "We are so not qualified to do this. That's what's interesting about this. We should just not be doing this." When you're right, you're right. Maybe stick to sports betting. Promoting alcohol and gambling, says Nico, who has previously faced bans from YouTube and Twitch comments deemed anti-Semitic. Nick Fuentes, prominent white nationalist and popular live streamer, joined in attacking the Nelk Boys with a trivial questioning of Netanyahu. You're talking about fucking Whoppers? Fuentes said on his podcast, friend of Burger King's signature burger, that Netanyahu expressed his love for. You're genociding 2 million people. The host, meanwhile, explicitly acknowledged the backlash while live streaming later in the day. It's a good point. Someone said having Netanyahu on is like having modern-day Hitler on, which honestly, it's a good point. We're here to fucking learn. Be honest. Porgar said. The Nelk Boys then invited some of the critics on their stream directly to address the controversy, including both Sneeko and Fuentes. He's going to come on your show and try to get all the young conservative frat guys back in the pocket of Israel. They see you as PR for Israel doing damage control for Netanyahu, Fuentes said to the nodding host. It seems pretty unpopular and transparent that Netanyahu took the interview for that purpose. Sneeko then told the Nelk Boys that Netanyahu was worse than Hitler. Oh, damn, they linked my actual fucking clip. They linked my Haaretz linked my actual. This is like a jailable offense, dude, in Israel. I feel like linking a terrorist broadcaster like myself and her YouTube page. Forgard and Steinberg, however, did not only explicitly address the Netanyahu episode with critics on the right, they convened with Hassan Piker, the left-wing Twitch streamer who has found himself at odds with the Jewish establishment organizations over his vociferous criticism of the Gaza war. Would you interview Adolf Hitler during the Holocaust if you had the opportunity? Probably not, right? We had less information on the Holocaust while it was happening than we do on this modern iteration of a genocide because we get to see it in real time, Piker told him on their Kick stream. Just because we have someone on doesn't necessarily mean a W for the guest, they told Piker. Our viewers are fucking smart. I'm well equipped to have a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu. I can turn around and tell him that the World Food Program has said there's no evidence to suggest Hamas is stealing hate. You don't have that follow-up in that situation, Piker said. Jewish left-wing podcaster Adam Friedland, the Jewish left-wing podcaster Adam Friedland, millennial Jon Stewart, also joined and said, "You say it's just a podcast, but you don't realize there's a gravity there, and powerful people want your access, to your platform." Cool Adam, the millennial Bill Maher. Powerful people want access to your platform and have a fucking agenda. The Palestinians were dispossessed. Everywhere they go, they get killed. And if we can't see ourselves in that, it's a shanda, Friedland added, using the Yiddish term for shame to reject Steinberg's invocation of his own Judaism during the podcast. Damn, this is like pretty fucking solid assessment. Shouts out to Haaretz once again, the only Israeli outlet that has given me decent takes. Instead of roundly condemning me as a fucking vicious anti-Semite like Times of Israel did, putting me up there next to people like fucking Sneeko and Nick Fuentes. When the host tried defending it by insisting they disagree with Netanyahu, Friedland retorted, "You collaborated with him." Piker, meanwhile, called Netanyahu infinitely worse than Hamas while insisting the Israeli military's conduct is a million times worse than anything Hamas could have ever done. A recent Pew survey published in April found that the 53% of Americans now hold an unfavorable opinion on Israel, an 11-point increase from March 2022. The Nelk Boys, meanwhile, said they will give the other side the opportunity to respond to Netanyahu in their next episode without specifying who it'll be. That's just the way we roll, bro. Someone has to do it. What a refreshing change of pace to see a news outlet actually fucking just, you know, cover the things that I did say, rather than adding on additional unnecessary qualifiers, making it seem as though I have said things that I haven't said, or acting as though I have some sort of cynical underlying purpose. We live now in an unprecedented time where if someone is anti-Semitic, they don't need to shelter the world from their anti-Semitism. They can just openly say that they're anti-Semitic. And it's really interesting to me that my critics still try to hold on to this old hat method of being like, actually Hasan is anti-Semitic, I promise. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? It's like when someone tries to tell me I'm transphobic. You know, when someone on the right, or even someone who's like an apolitical centrist, who's not exactly fond of trans people, will be like, Hasan's transphobic. I'm like, bitch, what do you mean? If I was transphobic, I'd be getting clout off of that. Like, is literally, it's clouded. It's the popular position, especially on the internet, to be transphobic. And honestly, it's increasingly becoming the popular position to be anti-Semitic too. I'm still thinking about my cousin responding to my pic in 2021 saying, you know, he's anti-Semitic, right? If he knew you were Jewish, he wouldn't be so nice. Yeah, I would have beaten your ass, Megaphonics, when you came up to me if I knew you were Jewish. It just doesn't make any sense. It just truly does not make any sense whatsoever when these guys will be like, this guy is anti-Semitic, he's just hiding it. It's like, why would I do that? If it's something that I believed, especially in this day and age, look at fucking Nick Fuentes, look at Sneeko, look at Myron Gaines. These guys all have these guys are literally growing their platforms by being openly anti-Semitic, okay? Yeah, Dan Bilzerian, Candace Owens. It just doesn't make any sense when they say these like stupid things. But it is what it is. Yeah, you got motherfuckers on Jubilee being out and about open Nazis, you know? People saying that they're like openly fascist. It's crazy to me. Anyway, Chud Grouper and Holocaust Rape Grouper also too blowing up off of anti-Semitism. Yeah, people nowadays, people will go on a larger platform and declare to the world openly that they are just a straightforward fascist. Okay, and in that process, if they suffer any repercussions whatsoever, they can just turn around and literally farm donos off of that from other fascists, like that one fat fascist who went on the Mehdi Hasan thing and was like, oh, I'm a fascist, ha ha, do you have a problem with that? And then he claimed to get fired, which apparently is also a lie. Turns out he had already been laid off months prior, apparently, and he'll just be like, oh no, I got fired from my job for being a fascist. Can you please give me money? And then he can make 30 grand off that. And it's like, it's just, that's the time and place that we're in now. That's the meta. Like there was that one woman who called the black child the N-word, and then straight up made like hundreds of thousands of dollars off that. There was that. You know, there's that other guy who was yelled at by Dave Portnoy. You know, there was the other guy who got yelled at by Dave Portnoy because he had like his buddies went and got the his buddies went and got like bought a thing at one of Dave Portnoy's bars just to like kill all Jews or something, like the bar thing that they did. And then that dude also raised $100,000. It's just crazy. It's just completely crazy. You can just farm that now. That's just being a bad person literally pays at this point. Like, not even a joke. And speaking of bad people and being a bad person, getting paid to be a bad person, let's take a look at the White House. Caroline Leavitt is currently doing a press conference, briefing the members of the media, July 23rd, 2025.
With interviewing Miss Maxwell.
A lot of the people are asking questions about how Congress went into recess a day early because they didn't want to put up a Jeffrey Epstein vote, and what that really is about. What's going on? Why Trump is just running away from this Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has tried numerous different ways of throwing like a smoke grenade or a flashbang in this direction to get the trail off of this Jeffrey Epstein stuff, because his own base of support is just kind of collapsing in and of itself, because they're like, why won't you give us information on Jeffrey Epstein? Like, did you have sex with Jeffrey Epstein? What's actually happening? And basically they've tried everything at this point. First Trump was like, it's a hoax, it's a Democrat hoax, it's whatever, don't talk about this, please, it's boring, why are you still talking about this, don't talk about this any further. Or you know, the Clintons actually did this, and then they weirdly put their own name in the pile for some reason. And now they've done like a string of different like dispersion techniques, distraction techniques, like trying to make people focus all of their attention on other stuff. They released like all of the MLK files, I guess, the other day. Then they launched an investigation into Barack Obama, which Donald Trump has explicitly stated he is using as a mechanism of distraction away from the Epstein stuff. So we shall see where this goes. The Obama stuff might actually work because, like, you know, Republicans do hate him a lot. And they're looking into potentially prosecuting Barack Obama, which is the funniest way to try and move away from the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, is just like relitigating Barack Obama's attempts at throwing the election in favor of Hillary Clinton in 2016, which failed, okay? It failed. Trump literally became president. You won, dog. What do you mean? What is this sore loser shit? Like, you haven't figured out a new meta since 2016? Yeah, he's also blocking a stadium agreement if the Commanders don't change their name back to the Indians. I guess like that's like another thing, but I don't think that has a lot of motion, is what I mean. Yeah, Hillary buttery emails, Benghazi. They're just like hitting all of the lines over and over again, and it hasn't worked. A federal judge has rejected unsealing Epstein's grand jury documents, and this just happened also. This just in. And not only that, but also Donald Trump's own lawyer, who was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer as well, is now working with the DOJ and is directly talking to the Ghislaine Maxwell team. Ghislaine Maxwell, pardon, incoming. Who knows what she'll say? Ghislaine Maxwell obviously is Jeffrey Epstein's Ghislaine Maxwell is obviously Jeffrey Epstein's associate, as you guys know. Real quick, Cutie got caught glazing you. Wait, what?
The funny thing is Hasan is like the sweetest little muffin.
Is he? Hasan scares the f out of me.
Really?
Yes.
In what way?
He's a huge dude.
I mean, he's tall, but like he's.
Dude, AI has gotten so crazy.
That's
you
crazy.
know?
Okay, well, she said it. She said it. She said it. That's not AI, man. That's real. I've literally never heard her say that in my entire life, not even in like private correspondence. Okay, I'm legitimately shocked that those words came out of her mouth. That's not AI. Shut the fuck up, chat. Shut the fuck up. That's not AI. That's not AI. It's real. She said it. This is the most shocking. A lot of you are saying this is AI because you want the attention to move away from the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Okay, that's what it is. This makes no sense. Okay, I'm short-circuiting a little bit.
Sweet. Is he?
Yeah, he's so sweet.
He's not mean, but he's not.
Oh, he
I
is
wouldn't say he's like
sweet.
sweet.
Oh my god, he's so sweet.
Okay,
Let me tell you, every single time I see his son, he gives me a hug, like, he's like, aw, and he like squeezes me tight. He's like, the funny thing is Hassan.
who is that?
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hasan doesn't believe women confirmed. I believe women. I believe the woman on screen right now. Okay, the earlier version.
What is that? I don't know, guys.
Okay, thank you for this information. That's crazy. That's crazy that this is a real thing that happened, and now some people will say it's fake, some people will say it's AI. Don't forget that one of Jeffrey Epstein's lawyers died. Yeah, that one is not that surprising. The motherfucker was 80, bro. Come on. Prominent Miami defense lawyer Roy Black, who gained national attention by winning an acquittal in 1991 on the William Kennedy Smith rape trial, was involved in scores of other high-profile cases. He was 80, man. Like, I don't think this is a... I don't think this was like a suspicious death. It's like saying Ozzy Osbourne died. Isn't that suspicious? Nah. He was just a kid, guys. Okay, listen. I know that because we follow politics quite a bit, 80 is basically like a freshman senator, okay? '80 is like the youngest congressperson. So clearly you guys think, well, there's so many sexy, young, virile congresspersons at the early age of 80, so it's just like strange that this young man would pass away like this. But I don't think it's that suspicious that a 80-year-old died. It's just I don't think that that's the case. Yeah, speaking of young virile congresspersons, here's another one. Rhodes Scholar John Kennedy, also at the young age of 73. He had a little short circuit moment. Let's take a look.
I'm sure Jesus loves them, but everybody else thinks everybody else.
Hey.
I guess we had some more technical problems.
Dude, it's so funny because they're both old as fuck, dude. Like, you got an old ass alcoholic interviewing another what is happening? It's like this feels like a meme. Like, just pull yourself out of the situation, because like our expectation is that our Congress is old as fuck, and also the people who watch television are old as fuck, and also the people who are on television are old as fuck. But it's like, when will the boomers let go? When will the boomers let go? Because they are hanging on, man. They are really hanging on. They're hanging on, and they got the death grip. Have you ever had a situation with like one of your grandparents, maybe they got Alzheimer's, mine all did, and they just like hold you tight with their hands, and they got the death claw, and you're like, where is this power coming from? You know, old man grip. That's how they're holding on to their positions of power, bro. What is going on? Just let it go. Let it go. Why are we waiting for you to die on camera? What the hell? Who is this for? when they are in hell, they will petition Satan for leadership. It's just so strange, man. It's strange. It's a strange situation. Careful, you're gonna get striked again. Wait, what? What did I say? I didn't say anything bad. Oh yeah. I mean, look.
I'm sure Jesus loves them, but everybody else thinks. Everybody else.
So I guess we had some more technical problems.
He's like, oh, it must be technical problems. Oh, really? Yeah. Is that what we're calling it? Yeah, there is technically a problem. And the problem is that we have 70-plus-year-old senators still trying to talk through a fucking stroke, dude. Their brains shut on and off. That's the problem. And it's not like a little problem. It's not a technical problem. It's a big problem. Is the host claiming that the audio is breaking and the senator can't hear Fox? Yeah, he's just trying to run cover. Kennedy's trying to talk through IRL toolkit. Old man exit stopped working. I mean, when was it working really? It's just so busted. It's not a technical difficulty, it's a biological difficulty. And it's not even a difficulty, it's nature running its course. That's what it is, simply put. It is nature running its course, okay? Like, this is expected. The BBB wouldn't have passed if the oldies got out of the way when they should have. Just crazy. His systems aren't perfectly clear when it's at his local clan meeting. Being mean to the elderly? Yes, dude. I'm gonna continue being mean to the elderly if they don't get out of the way and if they're short-circuiting in broad daylight, you know, in real time. And they're senators. I'm not being mean to them because they're like at the old folks home and I'm like, fuck you, old man. Like, I'm not being mean for no reason. It's just like, it's unreasonable for that person to still be in a position of power at this stage in their lives, okay? It's not like your grandparents. That's a person who has awesome amounts of power. In any case, let's get back to Trump facing mounting pressure over the Epstein files and how Donald Trump is trying to get away from the Epstein stuff. And he has done some very funny things in the process. Let's take a look.
This morning, as the Jeffrey Epstein saga rages on, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who until recently was President Trump's personal lawyer, is preparing to meet with Epstein's former companion, Ghislaine Maxwell, who is serving a 20-year prison sentence for conspiring with Epstein to traffic underage girls. President Trump says talking with Maxwell wasn't his idea, but he's fine with it.
Yeah, I don't know about it, but I think it's something that sounds appropriate to do, yeah.
This comes as Maxwell has been appealing her case, trying to get out of prison. Trump used to socialize with Epstein and Maxwell and was asked about her when she was arrested in 2020.
Do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly.
In an interview with Axios shortly after that, he wished her well yet again.
Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person well?
I don't know that, but I do know that
she has. She's been arrested for that.
I'm glad that this is getting recirculated because again, I've pointed to this clip so much. It lives in my mind. It occupies a space in my brain because of the way he defends Ghislaine Maxwell here, and dare I say, the way he defends Jeffrey Epstein here as well. He's like, a man who was falsely maligned, good friend of mine, Jeffrey Epstein. Financier? Didn't do anything else, folks. They're saying he was sex trafficking. I don't know anything about it. And his beautiful girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. I wish her well. I wish her well. I wish her so well. Her boyfriend died. Her boyfriend died.
And her boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck.
Trump and some of his top.
It wasn't only this. There was a press conference during COVID. Yeah, that's what he's referencing. He first had the "I wish her well" moment in a press conference during COVID. God, there were so many crazy moments happening at that time. I mean, this entire interview is actually crazy. Like, it bears repeating. It bears a revisit because, like, there's so much happening in that back and forth between Jonathan Swan and Donald Trump, where he just asks like very basic things, and then Donald Trump's responses are so insane. But like the Ghislaine Maxwell stuff is fairly relevant for this moment.
Allies spent years stoking shadowy conspiracy theories about Epstein, but now his administration has backed off a promise to release the full FBI files on Epstein.
The president's staff, administration, his own children, his vice president have promised that these files would come out, and now we're being told it's a hoax. It just doesn't wash.
The House Oversight Committee Tuesday voted to subpoena Maxwell to testify. But Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, a close ally of the president, announced Congress is going into early recess this summer, avoiding any more votes on the Epstein case. The Trump administration is falsely claiming that Obama deliberately manufactured and politicized intelligence reports about Russian interference in the 2016 election. In a rare rebuke, Obama fired back, his spokesman pointing to the...
Oh God, Obama is... Honestly, put him in jail, bro. Like, actually, Trump, do it, okay? He deserves it. He deserves it for many different reasons. Obviously, because he did war crimes when he was president. But he especially deserves it because he has been so absent from the conversation as perhaps one of the most famous politicians that is still alive. Like, one of the most popular politicians that's still alive. And he has actively avoided talking about Israel. He's actively avoided talking about the Trump administration, like kidnapping people for speaking out against Israel. Like, there's so much that Donald Trump has done, especially in his second term, that's just like undermining American democracy as we know it. And you are one of the most popular motherfuckers out there, and you're just so quiet about it. The only time he comes out of his hole is to just like rat fuck Bernie or something. Nothing about Zohran Mamdani, you know? It's just, you suck, dude. I hope Trump puts him in prison for this, okay? Maybe when he gets out of prison, after he goes to prison, it'll force his ass to like start taking some fucking stances. God damn, dude. He's really not. You just aren't listening. He has talked about a bunch. No, he has not. He has not talked about Israel-Palestine he's not talking about the single greatest fucking crime that the American government is committing right now at all. He is so hyper obsessed with his legacy and his Netflix deals and being friends with like Jay-Z that the only time black people getting sick of carrying this country and getting shit on, he's tired. Dude, shut the fuck up. Barack Obama isn't just a black person, okay? That argument is already idiotic to begin with, and I do not entertain it. Please shut the fuck up. But Barack Obama is the former president, okay? What are you talking about? He's not your uncle that protested during the fucking civil rights movement, okay? Shut up. He was the former fucking president, man. He is black. Bro, this... Oh. God damn, it's the most annoying fucking Gen X attitude I hear so goddamn consistently. I feel like it's gotta be rage bait at this point, where people will be like, black people are tired. Black people are tired. Black people are tired. Dude, what are you saying? It doesn't matter. These same forces that are coming after like Hispanic people are gonna fuck over black people. They already started fucking over black people. What do you mean black people are tired? Okay, step out of the conversation. You're not a white woman, okay? You're black. You're not a white woman. You can't stay out of this conversation. It doesn't work like that. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. There's never been a fucking singular political movement in this goddamn country that hasn't centered fucking over black people. What do you mean black people are tired? We're gonna step out of this. Okay, step out of it. Just because you stepped out of it doesn't fucking mean that the government is not going to come after you. They already are, and they will continue to do so. You don't magically become a fucking wine mom living in the countryside by saying, oh, I stepped out of it. What is this? When someone is the president, they're no longer like a you can't do identity politics to defend a president, okay? And they're a former president, and their lack of interest in addressing any of the things that are going on. Anyway.
Quote, widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 presidential election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes. Obama noted that those findings were affirmed by Republicans in Congress at the time, including Trump's now Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. The Obama spokesman adding, quote, these bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction. The Justice Department won't say when Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche will meet with Maxwell or where. She's currently serving her sentence in a federal prison in Florida. Maxwell's attorney tells ABC News they are in discussions with the government, saying in a statement, quote, Ghislaine will always testify truthfully. Michael?
All right, John, thank you so much for that. And everybody will be paying attention for sure.
My next guest, as promised, is Maria Farmer.
While I agree he's been quiet and should be speaking out more, do you not think that the first black president that really let Obama do what he wanted while he was in office, who was really running the show? What do you mean? Every president, including Donald Trump, is still beholden to the same capital forces that dominate American society and dominate the entire planet. Okay? It's the people that run the show have not changed. And Barack Obama literally was a servant to those same masters in the same exact way that Donald Trump is. If you're wondering why Donald Trump has not released the Epstein files, then you'll understand why Barack Obama, who was, besties with Rashid Khalidi and Edward Said, was also noticeably absent with the exception of the Iran denuclearization agreement from the Israel conversation. And even though he was branded the #1 Jew hater by Israel and the advocacy groups, he still, on his way out, gave a $40 million comprehensive defense package to Israel, a decade-long $40 billion, sorry, not million, what am I saying? $40 billion with a B, defense package to Israel. Maybe now that he's in the crosshairs, it'll kick his ass into high gear and they'll start talking about it or something. I don't know. We'll see. But yes. Can you attack Bush just like how you did Obama? George W. Bush is still the singular greatest war criminal in modern American history. What are you talking about? Guys, okay, let me explain something to you. Just because I'm not talking about one other president doesn't mean I like that person. Stop trying to engage in hypocrisy fishing, okay? What the fuck is this? What's going on? Is this a fishing expedition? You've noticeably not said anything about Adolf Hitler. I'm beginning to think you might like him. Like, shut the fuck up. I start criticizing Barack Obama, and motherfuckers go, what about Bush? Why aren't you saying anything about Bush? Okay, I'm gonna criticize Bush. You're gonna be like, why aren't you saying anything about Bill Clinton? I start criticizing Bill Clinton. What about George H.W. Bush? I say something about George H.W. Bush. What about Ronald Reagan? Shut the fuck up, dude. Holy shit. Do we have to work our way all the way back to George Washington? What is happening? God damn, this kind of attitude is so stupid. Okay, Radlibs, shut your bitch ass mouths up, okay? Sit down. It's one of the most annoying tendencies that fucking baby leftists have, which is like a thing that I didn't say, a thing that I have not talked about. It must mean that I'm actually in favor of that thing, and I'm actually being hypocritical for some other secretive alternative reason, you know?
Says Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell sexually assaulted her. So she says she saw Trump at Epstein's office late at night in 1995. At the time, she was 25 years old. Epstein had just hired Farmer, who was an artist, to help him acquire art. Farmer urged the FBI to look at Trump's connections to Epstein twice, in 1996 and again in 2006, which, of course, means Trump's name could very well be in those government files that the administration is refusing to release. Maria Farmer is now suing the government to try to get the unredacted files about the allegations she brought forward about Epstein. President Trump has not been the target of any investigation related to Epstein, nor has he been accused of any criminal wrongdoing in this case. Maria Farmer is out front now for her first television interview, sharing her story since filing her lawsuit, and she is joined by her attorney, Jennifer Freeman. So thanks very much to both of you. And Maria, I want to give everyone a chance to understand exactly what happened here. I mean, you said that Jeffrey Epstein calls you to come to his office, and you go, and then you're sitting there waiting, and Donald Trump walks in. What happened?
Yes. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for having me on, Aaron. I really appreciate it, because I need to say up front that I've waited 3 decades to be able to even be heard about this, because the government has not held any of the people I reported accountable. And so basically the night before I went in, before I began working for Epstein, he called me at very late in the evening and asked me to come up to the Helmsley Palace offices. And I didn't even have money for a subway token. It's kind of embarrassing. So I had to go running up there. And so I told Epstein, I'll be up there. It'll probably take me until like 9. He's like, okay. So I get there and I'm waiting. It's dark. Like there's no light on in the offices. And I thought that was really weird. So I'm seated against the wall in the main part of the offices and just waiting for Epstein. And he says, I'll be out in a minute, you know, and he's got the door closed. And then a few minutes later, this man walks in a business suit, kind of tall, imposing. And I immediately was like, that's Donald Trump. What's he doing here? I'm supposed to be working for Epstein and interviewing with him. Why is Donald Trump here? And he walked up about, a few feet from me and just stood over me in a very imposing way and looked at me like he was in on some secret or something. It was really weird, like smirking, kind of. And I felt threatened, so I made an ugly face. And when I made that ugly face, Epstein walked out from the offices on this side. Trump's standing here, I'm here, and he walks out of his office and he goes, oh, no. He was laughing at me and he goes, she's not here for you. Follow me, right? And he escorts him in to this other room. And I always wondered, who was she in there? Was someone in there, right? And I have no way of knowing, nothing. But I felt very intimidated because I had on running shorts and I was vulnerable, sweaty, just a nobody in an office with these 2 men. It felt very predatory and uncomfortable. I have to say that when I made that ugly face, he backed off. It wasn't like he was aggressive after that, but he made a really vulgar comment following. And I don't know if it was like, like locker room talk in the 90s, the way men were, but he made a joke to Epstein, oh, I thought she was 16. And I thought that was so strange because at the time my sister she was 15 actually. And I didn't think it was funny, even though it was just a little bit inappropriate, but I thought, I don't know what it was. But anyway, and then they entered that room.
So Epstein says she's not for you. And then when did Trump make the comment about your age? Again, you were 25 at the time, right? So, I mean, you know, you were a 25-year-old woman. Yeah.
Yeah, I was a
it
woman,
after Epstein
right.
said that comment that he made the comment about age, or?
Yes. So he first said, no, she's not here for you, which immediately made me feel weird. Like, was there someone there, right, in that other room? And so
Oh my God, stop. I don't care. As a fan of yours, you gotta chill when black people say they're tired. Yes, we've always been in this fight. We always will be. You can't be upset we're saying we're tired. I'm from STL, went to school with Lavinia Johnson, involved in Ferguson. I'm 38. It just gets tiring yelling the rooftops about what this country is and other groups pretending shit's not happening until it's in their doorstep. Love you though, my G. Please, no. I don't care. I know it frustrates people. I know people will go, oh my God, you're being racist. It's fine if you think I'm racist for saying this. You know this better than anybody else, that politics is not something you can just avoid, okay? You're not a white lady. You're not a white person. You're a black person. In America, you are always going to get fucked over whether you decide to sidestep or not. I'm not saying you are doing that. But whenever people come in here and say shit like that, it pisses me off. You want to know why it pisses me off? Not because I'm a privileged white, okay? It pisses me off because it's wrecker behavior. It's people not only saying that they're pulling themselves out of this conversation, that they're pulling themselves out of this fucking political mobilization, it's anti-solidarity. And on top of that, not only is it anti-solidarity, but it's also like a person looking for recognition for their lack of interest. For their lack of interest in being a part of the political conversation, okay? A person that wants to sit there and be like, I'm done, I'm not doing anything anymore, I'm fatigued, I'm tired. It's not just an acknowledgement. Like, these people are not looking for an acknowledgement of like all of the fucking horrible experiences that they've gone through as a consequence of like being born black in the United States of America, an objectively white supremacist nation. It's more so that they want permission for their lack of interest in further being a part of the political mobilization at all. And it's fucking stupid. That's it. If you feel that way, then shut the fuck up. I'm not gonna give you validation for it. So I don't care when someone comes in here and tries to do that kind of shit. It doesn't matter what their background is. Okay? This isn't one of those spaces where you can get away with saying shit like that. And it's more often than not repeated by people who literally think, well, I voted for Kamala Harris. That's it. I see it so much. I see it so much with Gen Xers, especially. Okay? Let's be real. Okay? Let's be real. There are a lot of Gen Xers out there who love saying, well, I voted for Kamala Harris. I did my duty. Now you guys wanted Donald Trump. It's your fault. Okay, well, good luck to you then. But, you know, you're not gonna win over anybody here. No one is gonna look at that and go, whoa, wow, she really did do her best. She voted for Kamala. I guess now she can stay out of this conversation. That's it. And it's like additionally funny because it's additionally funny because like this was in defense of fucking Barack Obama, okay? Barack Obama is tired. What do you mean Barack Obama is tired? Tired from what? Tired from doing Netflix deals? Like, what are you talking about? Tired from being besties with like Jay-Z and Beyonce? Is that, oh man, it's so tiring to be in the fucking Hamptons all the time.
That's another reason I was nervous. And so as soon as he said that, laughed, I made the face, all that stuff, they started to walk away into that other room where he's escorting him. He goes, come with me. And he takes Trump into this other room in the offices at 9 o'clock at night. And there's no one else in, you know, that I know of in these offices but was someone in that room. So I always wondered what that was about. And anyway, that comment was made under his breath as they were entering that room.
As they were in that room.
I thought it was rude. I thought it was rude. I don't care what age I was. Like, it's rude to say.
Which, Jennifer, I guess, brings...
Bro, just say you don't understand what it's like to be black and move on. No need to shame folks for wanting to take a break from the insanity for a bit. Here you go, 34 most subscriber. Here is the attention that you ordered. Suck my dick. There is no standpoint theory here when we're talking about fucking intersectionality and solidarity. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care that you're black. I cannot stress this enough. Nobody asked, okay? Nobody asked. Shut the fuck up. You are not special, okay? You are not fucking special. You're coming here to a community where I do understand to the best of my ability. Of course, I will never fully understand it. I'm not black. But if you're coming in here to be like, just say you don't understand what the black experience is and move on. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not fucking doing that. I'm not gonna be like, yes, sir, you're absolutely correct, sir. I'm so sorry. You can actually come in here and talk about how fucking tired you are and how it's perfectly permissible for you to just like step out of the conversation. You can't. The conversation is gonna find you anyway. Okay? I don't care. God damn, dude. Liberals are so fucking annoying. Holy shit. What do you mean? People unironically want me to behave like, I saw a tweet the other day from the Will Smith slap incident. You guys remember the Will Smith slap incident? There was like a lady who tweeted, oh my God, white people were tweeting up a fucking storm on both ends of that conversation. Some people were like, Will Smith could have killed him. That was incredible aggression. We have to literally assassinate Will Smith. And on the other hand, there were white people that were like, tweeting stuff like, you know, at first I wanted to make a take about Will Smith, and then I looked down and I noticed I had white hands and Will Smith had black hands, and then Chris Rock was also black, so I just decided to sit my white ass down and listen. Like, you can be fucking normal. That is my expectation of all of you, okay? You don't need to otherize black people, and I'm also not going to allow black people to come in and be like, I'm done. I'm tired. I'm tired from doing activism. We're done, okay? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? It's also, why do chatters keep asking you why you aren't constantly walking on eggshells? Yeah, I know. I've never done that, and I will never do that. That's part of the reason why I draw so much fucking animosity from a lot of groups online, because they see me in this like pop-off moment, and they see a clip and they go, wow, this guy surely must be fucking racist. But it's like, no, I've never played this fucking game of being like, oh, I guess like, let's do some standpoint theory. Please stop. Also, you're not like participating in activism. You're watching a fucking Twitch stream, okay? Shut the fuck up. What do you mean? What is this? You just want to be heard. You want to be heard about how fucking tired you are. I get it, okay? God damn. Nobody wants you to walk on eggshells. You just be going hard on black voices expressing their frustration. Yes, because just because a voice is black doesn't mean it's a valid concern, okay? This is the thing that I'm trying to describe to you. If I'm having a conversation about solidarity, okay, and someone comes in and goes, well, as a black person, I don't want to be a part of this because Obama, this was like in defense of Obama, okay? Obama is black and he's tired, just like all other black people are tired. It's like, okay, well, we're talking about a former president. Like, what do you want me to say? You sound like a fucking crybaby bitch. Are you talking to me? Oh. We are a few seconds away from black liberal chatters demanding you wash our feet is so weirdly infantilizing to us. Man, I understand where exhaustion comes from, but like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to allow Obama to get away with bombing hospitals. What the fuck are we doing? We don't have to give it up for the war criminal. Solidarity. It's like, by the way, my demand wasn't even like Obama apologize for all the war crimes that he fucking engaged in. Okay? My demand was for Obama to at least say something about Donald Trump just fucking ripping apart the social fabric that is basically holding on by a couple threads and keeping American society intact as a fucking former president and one of the most popular political figures. That's it. The defense of that isn't to say, oh, well, he's black and he's tired. He's experiencing fatigue. Yeah. So yeah, you know, your demand was for Trump to fucking arrest Obama? Yes, I did. I said that. Yeah. Maybe that'll kick him into high gear and will cause him to actually fucking participate in the conversation for once.
Me to where you are now, I know you're helping Maria now sue to get the unredacted files, unredacted government files related to.
Dude, I do honestly think this is coming from a place where people are just like fucking bored of the normal back and forth. Everyone is experiencing fatigue from fucking the consistent death and destruction that they see. So they want to have like a more fun conversation, that centers them, makes them feel good. By being like, oh no, you don't understand, woe is me, I'm getting fucking attacked mercilessly, and now I'm getting attacked in this space that I frequented that I thought was like a safe space or something. What is happening? Are we good? Oh, we are back. Now it is back. Fuck me, dude. Holy shit. What the fuck was that? Just casual major drop off on my, this was ISP side issue. This was ISP related issue. Have they been getting worse? Dude, I don't know. It happens like fucking once a day. Yesterday, there was a fucking outage. There was a ISP related outage. I got informed on the ISP related outage. Today, God, I fucking hate this shit. I hate it so much. LA internet sucks so much ass. I gotta go pee. Fuck this.
What do you expect these will show?
Fuck shit.
Well, we would really like to.
Yes.
Excuse me. We'd really like to understand what's in those files and what is, because we really have never had access to them. We've been making FOIA requests, and we had to bring a lawsuit to get access to the files, as well as to hold the government accountable, which is what this suit is really about.
So, Maria, when you talk about the closeness of the relationship, when you were working for Epstein, you say that he was present very regularly. How close were they, as far as you were able to tell?
Well, like Epstein said, he inherited him in the divorce. You know, he said basically, you're going to see us together all the time. We're fixtures, because in the divorce, I inherited Trump and Ghislaine inherited Ivana. So he said, you're not going to see him at the house the way you see Ivana, and you're not going to see her at the offices the way you see Trump. And, you know, it's just, it was a known thing, like among the staff and everyone, that they were best friends. And Epstein bragged about it. And I gave up 30 years to report this. And it's a very serious thing to fight the government. You know, it's been unbelievable. I've been fighting 2 cancers because of it.
Maria, when we reached out to the White House for a comment, they responded, and I'll just read for you what they said.
Okay.
Quote, the president was never in Epstein's office, and in fact, the president kicked him out of his club for being a creep. They then say that Trump, you know, they're clear there. They say he was never in Epstein's office, which, of course, from the original.
Guys, this happens literally every day. There are a million different reasons why it happens. Some of it is because my ISP is dog shit. California and specifically Los Angeles infrastructure is dog shit. In other cases, it happens because the service that I use to eliminate redundancy has been getting absolutely destroyed by ransomware getting DDoSed. Okay. There were a litany of different issues. Live streaming on Twitch has so many points of failure. You have software issues, you have hardware issues. Okay. You then have issues that pertain to your ISP, infrastructure issues that are completely outside of your control. Then you have issues on the server side. It could be a Twitch server problem. It could be a IRL toolkit server problem. All of those problems exist. Okay. In the last month or so, the fact that I've been experiencing daily disconnections on this broadcast has happened as a direct consequence of all of the things that I just mentioned. It was hardware issues that were playing a role. There were software issues that were playing a role. There were ISP related issues that were playing a role. And last but not least, the IRL toolkit that I've been using has also experienced some major outages because they've had their servers get destroyed. Anyway, breaking news, the exclusive from the Wall Street Journal, the Department of Justice has told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files. Now we know, I mean, we knew this already, and now we know why he's like being this scared. Maybe build your own server. You're right. I should build my own internet service provider. I should build my own server. I should build all of it. I should build my own nation state. I should create my own Micronesia so that I can have fiber optic cables that I personally lay down on the bottom of the ocean myself. I should just build my own infrastructure. You're right. Anyway. California backs down on Trump admin, won't force ISPs to offer $15 broadband. I just literally, I mean, the one alternative is to just like get pay straight up $250,000 to lay fiber optic cables in my fucking neighborhood. That's it. That's the only other option that I have here, which is psychotic. So I'm not gonna do that. Or just move. You don't have fiber. No. The question I have for you is, do you think if fiber was readily available, I, as a professional broadcaster, would not take that option? Yeah, a streamer named Maximilian Dude did that, said it's $15K a month at first, now down to $7,000 if I recall correctly. Yeah. it's not even just like $250,000. It's then like $10,000 a month after that, every single month, for the record. That's like, you have to one, pay for the infrastructure yourself out of pocket. Isn't that fucking insane? None of the none of the ISPs that offer service here offer fiber, and it's literally street by street, for the record. And they just basically hope that someone rich enough and dumb enough will pay for it. They will never allow it. They will never offer it until someone pays for it, and then maybe that'll be something that is allowed, and then something that you can pay for. It's not insane. Infrastructure isn't free and you're privileged. Dog, there are people in rural parts of France, like a chatter was just talking about, that has this service. We live in 2025. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? Your privilege and infrastructure isn't free? What are you, fucking calling in from Ghana? Like, what do you mean? There are places in bumfuck Ohio that have fiber optic cables already laid out. There are streets, a couple of streets down from me, that have fiber optic availability. They just refuse to do it across the board. You're so fucking invested. You're so goddamn invested in like trying to be like, oh, streamer, you're privileged, that you, I guess, are defending the multi-billion-dollar corporation here and their ineptitude. Because the reason why they won't lay fiber optic cables, even though they have gotten billions of tax credits to specifically build fiber optic fucking cables, they just refuse to do so because no one holds them the task. So all you're doing is basically defending the multi-billion-dollar corporation because you think a Twitch streamer is more powerful and more privileged than a fucking multi-billion-dollar corporation. It's karma for being obese and hating on tired black people. It's because you are obese. What is happening today? Ha ha ha. What? The community is falling apart. Here's the Wall Street Journal article with a paywall bypass. Thank you.
Original incident that you're talking about is where
Yeah, you read one Obama comment, everyone comes out and fucking knives,
three guests
dude.
on this show who either knew Epstein or knew Trump have all used the exact same words to describe Trump and Epstein's relationship over the past week as we've been talking to them, and you've heard them. And they have done this totally unprompted. So here is a former Trump business executive, one of Epstein's former girlfriends, and an Epstein accuser who says she had a troubling incident with Trump. They all said the exact same thing here on Out Front.
They were best friends.
They were best friends.
Who was his best friend?
You heard them, and right there, Jack O'Donnell, Trump's former business associate, talking about what Epstein meant to Trump. These are people, right, who each met Epstein and Trump at different times, in different places, and just to state the obvious, in totally different capacities. And yet they all concur on this crucial thing. They say that when they knew them, Trump and Epstein were best friends. So in just a
The joke about trying to get Medicare for all from Trump to forget about Epstein came up on The Daily Show. Wait, they did? They put that in there?
moment, I'm going to speak to Mark Epstein. He is the brother of Jeffrey Epstein about all of this. Out front now, Mark Epstein, the brother of Jeffrey Epstein. And Mark, you know, from what you know, from what you saw, how close was your brother to Donald Trump?
They were very close. They were good friends. Jeffrey used to sometimes tell me things that Donald said that were funny. I know Donald was in Jeff's office a lot back in the 90s.
MSNBC is live covering the Jeffrey Epstein, the new Jeffrey Epstein leaks from Wall Street Journal.
Any reason why Tulsi Gabbard was trotted out in front of the White House press corps today at the briefing?
It's entirely possible, but again, you know, this really seems to me to be a departure from, like, I feel like Trump has had a pretty good handle on his supporters, on the media, on how to conduct this sort of, you know, this, you know, symphony of attention, right? He's usually pretty good at programming these things. What is so striking to me is how over the last 2 weeks or so, he has behaved as if he doesn't understand the world that he lives in and the attention ecosystem. Like all of this, I mean, it's very clear given all of his associations with Epstein in the past that it would have been, for someone like him, you know, to be able to not like push all this aside. I feel like he would have been able to at least skirt around this, at least have a little more control over the story and the narrative. But this idea that, you know, you can basically change the news cycle by doing something else, it's worked for him in the past, but his story just doesn't behave the same way. It's just so very sticky.
This is why you don't play with fire, you know? I mean, when you're telling a bunch of people, your supporters, Tim, that there is a pedophile ring of powerful lawmakers and officials and rich people who are controlling the government, and they're drinking the blood of kids and they're sexually abusing them. You are feeding a fringe theory, and you're giving it oxygen, you're giving it life, and you're saying to them, like if you're Kash Patel or J.D. Vance or any of these officials, I will unveil this when I get into office. I will uncover this horrible ring. I will make your life better, because what's stopping you from succeeding in this world is this cabal, this evil cabal. Don't worry, I'm going to get in there. And then when you get in there, you realize, oh, wait a minute. They want to see this. And oh, wait a minute. It's dangerous, actually physically dangerous and reputationally dangerous to release hearsay.
Well, he's also back to do this. But like, he had a little bit of a scapegoat in the first term, right? When he wanted to change the subject, it's like, oh, the deep state is blocking me, and I have these old establishment Republicans that we need to get rid of them. He came in and he put Kash Patel, a podcast conspiracy theorist, in charge of the FBI, so that Kash Patel could reveal things like who was in the Epstein list and, you know, all the other assorted related conspiracies, right? That's why Matt Gaetz was the first person he was going to put in charge of DOJ. That's why Dan Bongino, another podcaster, is the deputy FBI director, right? So Dan
Bongino?
Well, according to the bottom of the story, he exploded at Pam Bondi, his face red, and called her a liar. So I don't know. It seems like they have some personnel issues. But like, so he doesn't have an excuse this time, right? Like, you know, there's nobody that he can point a finger at and say it's their fault. He put these people in and said, this time I'm coming back to get revenge.
Can't contain it now.
Yeah, right. We can't, this whole thing, like, look over there, squirrel, like, that works if you're at Mar-a-Lago and the Joe Biden's in charge, you can blame him. Or if you're like the deep state is in charge, you can't do that now. And to me, the biggest news about this story, just one sentence on it real quick, is when Hakeem Jeffries first talked about this about a week out, he was like, you know, what we know is either they were lying then or they were lying now. Like, either it's a cover-up or they didn't really have the goods and they're pretending to. Like, this pretty much makes clear that this is a cover-up, which is a very different story and much harder to contain. Because now, if the Democrats ever get back in power, all these people are going to be subpoenaed. It's not a 5-week story for Mike Johnson. It's a 2-year story. In 2027 now, they're all going to have to discuss this meeting. And so, I mean, I just think that it makes a big difference over where the story was a couple days ago.
It's 3:30. The House is holding their last votes of the month, and that is probably the best time last votes in congressional history because every single member, I mean, we'll actually see. I'm curious to see if there are members like Tim Burchett, whose opinions change based on this. I don't think they will, but
how might it change?
But they don't want Trump to be. I don't. Again, we don't know what. And
they don't want Trump to be implicated, so they start to pull back.
But on the other hand, a lot of them will say, well, if Trump did nothing wrong here, and his name is just collateral damage, and it's just the black book, as Lisa said, or flight logs, then
let's just be very clear. The only people charged in this were Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who's behind bars right now. Nobody else who might be contained in this material has been charged. A lot of it, as this story mentions, is hearsay, which includes other names. It's part of the reason, I mean, we've had Chuck Rosenberg on explaining this very simply and clearly and calmly. The reason why you don't release notes is because you can very seriously damage someone's reputation, put somebody in danger based on what can just be hearsay. And that's why you don't drum up this sort of furor.
Right. But can I add one other thing, because I always read things like a lawyer. The most important sentence to me in this entire story is the one that starts, in a statement to the Journal on Friday, Bondi and the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, said nothing in the files warranted further investigation or prosecution. Quote, as part of our routine briefing, we made the president aware of the findings, end quote, they said. That seems to me to be an indication that as long ago as last Friday, which is a lifetime in this story, Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi knew that the Journal was aware of this meeting and that they had told the president in May that his name was all over the file.
That quote to me seems to confirm that they briefed him on this and that he was mentioned at least in some way, shape, or form as part of this. Again, not implicated in doing anything wrong, but that is a confirmation of the story.
Oh, go ahead.
Quick say that he hasn't been implicated, but there are Epstein accusers who have accused Donald Trump of sexual harassment. Stacey Williams said that Jeffrey Epstein brought her to Trump's office and he groped her. So, yeah, we don't know what's in here. And I'm just saying, but it could be hearsay, but also you would assume that if Jeffrey Epstein's accusers have mentioned Trump in public, maybe they have an investigation.
Ashley, I'm going to give this one to you because you were at the golf course with me in Scotland when Rupert Murdoch showed up all of a sudden in 2016. Rupert Murdoch was not a fan of Donald Trump, and all of a sudden he was at his golf course. And Donald Trump actually came up to me off camera and was so excited and wanted to tell me that Rupert Murdoch was there to have dinner with him, because clearly it was like, you know, his white whale. Murdoch is here. Murdoch is the one overseeing the Wall Street Journal. He's the one, I mean, he's got Fox News, but he also has the Journal, and the Journal is the one that is becoming a sharper thorn.
I like that we just completely cast aside any sort of like editorial independence of these journalistic outlets, and we just openly talk about them as like, you know, vehicles for billionaires and their own personal interests. I mean, at least there's a sense of honesty here. I don't like that they're covering it honestly, but then also simultaneously not talking about how fucking crazy it is that, like, our expectation is that these papers are supposed to represent the interests of their billionaire masters, their billionaire owners, which is crazy. You know, maybe it would be nice to also say how fucking ridiculous that is. But then again, this is MSNBC, so of course they are also defending corporate interests to a certain degree.
Trump, that to his supporters, if he says it's time to move on, there's nothing to see here, they should move on. In a sense from him that someone like Rupert Murdoch is an ally who was involved in trying to convince him who to choose for VP, that should be a relationship where if Trump says it's time to move on, the Journal moves on. It doesn't drop another explosive scoop the following week. So that gives you a sense that this story is getting legs and he is losing control of the narrative and his supporters in a way that is frankly quite rare for him.
Tina Brown has said it's clear Rupert Murdoch doesn't give a flip about Donald Trump. Here's another statement, by the way, from the White House. It does not specifically address the information reported about the president being briefed that his name appears, but here's what Stephen Chung is saying right now. The fact is that the president kicked him, Jeffrey Epstein, out of his club for being a creep. This is nothing more than a continuation of the fake news stories concocted by the Democrats and the liberal media, just like the Obama Russiagate scandal, which President Trump was right about. This is adding a lot of the distraction stuff that we've been talking about, which was not included, in, I guess, in the initial statement to the Journal on Friday. They've updated their materials since Friday. All right, I'm going to take a really quick break. On the other end, we have some more breaking news out of Congress.
All right, getting back to this. This is Mark Epstein talking, Jeffrey Epstein's brother. I'm actually going to skip this. I don't really care that much. We'll, of course, talk about Tulsi Gabbard dropping a bombshell, ironically, not really a bombshell at all, about Barack Obama and how Barack Obama tried to steal the election from Donald Trump in 2016 and all this like crazy shit in an effort to deflect the attention away. I have the article here, don't worry. In an effort to deflect the attention away from the Epstein stuff, they're pulling out all the stops. They're desperate. They're trying their hardest, and I don't know. I don't think it's going to work, but we'll see. Justice Department, this is a new Wall Street Journal article that just came out. It's breaking news. Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files. Bondi also told President at the meeting that Justice decided not to release more Jeffrey Epstein documents because of the presence of child pornography and the need to protect victims. When Justice Department officials reviewed what Attorney General Pam Bondi called a truckload of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein earlier this year, they discovered that Donald Trump's name appeared multiple times according to senior administration officials. In May, Bondi by the way, I don't trust this leak. I don't trust this leak or this new reporting, because I think this is to run cover for the administration a little bit. Because the reason why I'm saying that this reporting is running cover for the administration is because of this part. This is what the admin has said. Okay? This is the admin's perspective. Oh, we can't release the Jeffrey Epstein documents because of the presence of child pornography. Okay? We know that that's what Pam Bondi has claimed already. No one wants that. No one wants there to be CSAM being circulated online. That's not the point here. Okay? No one wants to know. No, people are not even demanding to unearth the victims here unless they choose to come out themselves. People want affiliates. People want associates. People want information on the level of affiliation, what the entanglements look like. Okay, that's what people want. People want justice for others who were involved with Jeffrey Epstein. The idea that this is a conversation about like releasing CSAM is a misnomer, is completely ridiculous. No one is demanding that. Okay. The other reason why I think this is suspicious, this news article is suspicious in some ways, is because Trump already knew that he was mentioned in the Epstein files already. He had an extensive relationship with him from the 90s to the early 2000s. This is all public. There has to be something in there that he doesn't want the public to find out. Okay? It's not necessarily the fact that his name is mentioned in the Epstein files numerous times that is a shocking revelation. He knows that already. He knows that already. Okay? Everybody knows that already. Alex Jones has said that already. He always says, like, Trump is obviously mentioned in the Epstein files numerous times, but he says no involvement, no direct involvement whatsoever. So I think there is additional involvement with Trump and Jeffrey Epstein that we are not privy to, that he does not want out. Okay? In May, Bondi and her deputy informed the president at a meeting in the White House that his name was in the Epstein files, the official said. Many other high-profile figures were also named. Trump was told being mentioned in the records isn't a sign of wrongdoing. The official said it was a routine briefing that covered a number of topics, that Trump's appearance in the documents wasn't the focus. They told the president at the meeting that the files contained what officials felt was unverified hearsay about many people, including Trump, who had socialized with Epstein in the past. Some of the officials said. One of the officials familiar with the documents said that they contained hundreds of other names. They also told Trump that senior Justice Department officials didn't plan to release any more documents related to the investigation of the convicted sex offender because the material contained child pornography and the victim's personal information, the officials said. Trump said at the meeting he would defer to the Justice Department's decision not to release any further files. The meeting set the stage for high-profile review to come to an end. Bondi had said in February that Epstein's client list was sitting on her desk to review. Trump said last week in response to a journalist's question that Bondi hadn't told him that his name was in the files. The administration didn't publicly announce the decision until weeks later on July 7th, when the Justice Department posted a memo on its website. The statement, which was unsigned, stated that a thorough review had turned up no list of Epstein clients, no evidence that would lead to an investigation of uncharged third parties, and no additional documents that merited public discourse or public disclosure. It said that much of the material would have been sealed in a trial to protect victims and to block dissemination of child pornography. Once again, the idea that there's no way to showcase additional revelations about who was involved with Jeffrey Epstein without like unearthing who the victims are is ridiculous. Typically, the FBI doesn't disclose materials that aren't related to a charged offense. This is another fake news story, just like the previous story by the Wall Street Journal, said White House Communications Director Steve Chung. In a statement to the Journal on Friday, Bondi and the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said nothing in the files warranted further investigation or prosecution. As a part of our routine briefing, we made the president aware of the findings. On Tuesday, Blanche said on X that the Justice Department was seeking to arrange a meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell in the coming days to discuss any possible information about anyone who has committed crimes with Epstein. Maxwell was found guilty in 2021, helping Epstein sex trafficking, and sentenced to 20 years in prison. She has been in custody since she was charged in 2020 and didn't testify at her trial. So, once again, the retort from the Attorney General here is, oh, you guys want to see CSAM, I guess, you pesky little freaks, and it's fucking ridiculous. Okay, no one wants to see CSAM. No one wants to see the actual victims. No one wants to know who the actual victims are. Everyone's interest in this case revolves around who are some of society's elites that were involved with Jeffrey Epstein, and to what degree was their involvement. Okay? That's it. Anyone who tries to use this as the mechanism of deflection is perhaps one of the dumber people that have either A, cynically decided to use this as a form of deflection to stop you from demanding these answers, or B, was so stupid that they got duped by perhaps the worst possible way of defending Trump's lack of interest in revealing maybe even his own personal involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. More than what we know so far, more than what has been made public over the years. That's it. It is also additionally suspicious that the Trump administration is now working directly with Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay? But there is breaking news. House Oversight Committee has subpoenaed Ghislaine Maxwell. The deposition will happen at prison in Tallahassee on August 11th.
Weather control room, Ian Maxwell speaking to Piers Morgan yesterday. I think it's relevant because, you know, it's him pleading, basically, you know, buttering up Donald Trump on the subject of his sister. It's going to take us a minute to upload it, so we're going to put that on hold for a second. But in the meantime, actually, I want to ask you the question that I asked Tim, which is, if this stuff ends up dirtying up Donald Trump or implicating Donald Trump or embarrassing him or just his name being in the files and it getting out there, how many supporters does he lose? Does he actually risk the MAGA base? Do they believe this conspiracy more than they believe in him?
Again, part of that is unknowable. The MAGA base normally stays with him, but this is an area where we've seen real dissension, not just from some of the voters who want to get to the bottom of this, but even members of his own party who have, you know, put out statements and said publicly, look, you promised us that you were going to get to the bottom of the deep state, that you were going to get rid of all these.
What do I think is going to come from this Ghislaine testimony? I think it's going to be protection for Trump and other high-profile clients of Jeffrey Epstein. That's what I think. The only reason why Trump would ever allow this to happen is in exchange for leniency from his Justice Department, she is going to come out and be like, no one ever did anything criminal. It was only Jeffrey Epstein that did all these sex crimes. I wasn't even involved in those sex crimes, and I'm actually unfairly being prosecuted. Jeffrey Epstein acted alone. Okay? That's what I think she's going to do. She has already said things like that and ran cover for high-profile clients that we know of that have been actively sued and have actually been pushed away from the royal family, like Prince Andrew. So if she's already doing that for Prince Andrews, and if Jeffrey Epstein's close personal best friend / attorney, Alan Dershowitz, is also demanding that Ghislaine Maxwell come out and release her public testimony in broad daylight, then I'm of course going to be very suspicious about what that testimony is going to look like. I think that there is not going to be any truth in this testimony. I think it's going to be in exchange for leniency.
Years, right?
Highly unlikely that the Supreme Court is going to take her case. The one question that she gave to them to review is, was she entitled to claim protection under that sweetheart deal that then U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta cut with Jeffrey Epstein? That's a deal that was supposed to extend to his co-conspirators.
By the way, Donald Trump's labor secretary,
Correct.
Alex Acosta, ended up having to resign because of the Epstein drama back in 2017 or 18 or...
No, not 2017, 2019.
Ghislaine Maxwell, because Ghislaine Maxwell is awful, and she was mobbed up with all of these people, and she was mobbed up with Prince Andrew. There are pictures of her, obviously, with Trump and Bill Clinton, right? So if the Trump base wants these elites, captured, right? Like, he can't make a deal with Ghislaine Maxwell, who is orchestrating the elite child trafficking. I mean, he can, and again, he'll have a core base of people to go along with him for everything. But like that other part of the world that cares about Epstein that he brought into his coalition, the Rogan crowd, giving a sweetheart deal to Ghislaine Maxwell is not the answer here for Donald Trump.
Can I play devil's advocate here? Please. Because what the Trump base is going, what I assume a big chunk of the Trump base is going to do is say, these are documents that have been created by Democrats, by Obama, by Biden, by Eric Cole.
No, they're not.
None of that is.
They're not doing that.
Right.
They're not saying that, and they're not doing that.
Witch hunt that we've had.
The people who care about this stuff are not saying that.
I mean, maybe some people do, but I don't think a big chunk of the base ditches him after this.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right about that. I think that...
And members of Congress are going to follow what their base wants because they're up for re-election in 15 months.
Yeah, but I think you're right about the Rogan crowd, the extras that put him over the edge. The extras, exactly. Let me play another interesting piece of sound. This is from July 15th. A reporter asked Donald Trump if Pam Bondi had briefed him on what was in the Epstein files. Let me play what she said, or what, I'm sorry, what Donald Trump said.
What did she tell you about the review, and specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden information, and we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it.
So that was July 15th. Wall Street Journal reports in May is before July on the calendar. May. The AG and her deputy informed the president at a meeting in the White House that his name was in the Epstein files. Again, so he's told this in May, according to the reporting by the Wall Street Journal. He's asked by a reporter in July, and he says, no. Ashley?
So clearly, if the Wall Street Journal reporting is true, then that answer from President Trump is a lie, right? He was told this May, June, July, 3 months prior. He's asked if he was ever told this, and he says no. I will say one thing that is interesting that I had started hearing in the past week or so when I was reporting on this story was White House officials and Trump allies were going to great pains to explain to me, and what they were explaining was true, but to explain to me that just because a name appears...
I think that they're going to try to, yes, the trick the Republicans will play now is, Ghislaine said Trump is in the clear, and Dems won't push for the files because they know some of them and world leaders are listed as well. They expect this all to be over before the end of the year. They will try to pack this up, but I don't think they'll be able to get enough people on board. I think that if there's one area where Republicans do exercise a healthy amount of skepticism, perhaps maybe an unhealthy amount of skepticism from time to time, is issues like this one. I don't think it's like vaccines. Trump was Mr. Vaccines. He did, he rolled out the vaccines as expeditiously as possible, and yet his base did not actually step away from being vaccine skeptics. This is another issue that, regardless of Operation, the Operation Warp Speed style way that the Trump administration will try to pack this up in unison with the Democrats, I do not believe that there will be people in the base that will stop questioning things. Okay.
Kash Patel's statement. The memo released on July 6th is consistent with the thorough review conducted by the FBI.
No, I think there will be a lot more people that are still skeptical, even after the Ghislaine stuff. If anything, the Ghislaine stuff will just like throw gasoline on the fire.
And this story is no different. And I will repeat what I said at the top. When you fuel a fire, you better be sure that you can control it. And I give a lot of, I listened to Chuck Rosenberg when he says it is dangerous to release files or notes from prosecutors that have not concluded with a charge. It is dangerous to release unsubstantiated allegations or hearsay. They have been whipping this up, Donald Trump and his allies, now for years. And now they are in the position of demands from their own base to release what could just be hearsay and unsubstantiated allegations. Okay, everyone, that was quite an hour. We made it. Tim Miller, Jake Sherman, Lisa Rubin, Ashley Parker. Thank you guys very much. That'll do it for me today. Deadline White House starts.
Okay, well, let's get back to the Wall Street Journal article now. The breaking news coming out of Wall Street Journal, and the additional details of Donald Trump, what he knew. Additional details on what Donald Trump was informed on from the Jeffrey Epstein files to try to figure out why he does not want this information coming out. Where were we? The meeting. Okay. They told Trump. They also told Trump that a senior Justice Department officials didn't plan to release any documents. The meeting set the stage for the high-profile review to come to an end. The administration didn't publicly announce their decision until weeks later on July 7th. And this is when much of the saga began, in terms of like Trump's base, understandably, getting upset. The statement, which was unsigned, stated through a thorough review had turned up no list of clients, no evidence whatsoever. Typically, the FBI doesn't disclose it, blah, blah, blah. And in a statement to the Journal on Friday, Pam Bondi, the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, said nothing in the files warranted further investigation or prosecution. As a part of our routine briefing, we made the president aware of the findings. On Tuesday, Blanche said on X that the Justice Department was seeking to arrange a meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell in the coming days to discuss any possible information. Maxwell was found guilty in 2021 of helping Epstein sex trafficking and sentenced to 20 years in prison. She has been in custody since she was charged in 2020 and didn't testify at her trial. One of Maxwell's lawyers, David Oscar Marcus, confirmed the discussions and said, "We are grateful to the President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in this case. Maxwell has been seeking to have her conviction overturned, contending she didn't receive a fair trial." Now, this is a crazy thing to say, because they're making it obviously this is Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney saying this, but it's wild that they're making it seem like Ghislaine Maxwell is also an innocent party to this conspiracy, that she did not play a formative role, that she did not actively play a role in identifying and trafficking minors, and even harming them personally beyond that, as you know, the court documents clearly showed. That's why she's serving a lengthy prison sentence. She was also engaged in the act of sexual violence against these minors as well. She was, again, convicted for this. She wasn't just charged. This wasn't just like an investigation. She was convicted of these crimes. Convicted beyond reasonable doubt by a jury of her peers. Remember, make no mistake. So for her attorney to make it seem as though they are collaborating with the administration to declare her innocence, to find her innocence, is crazy. Both Epstein and Trump said years ago they had a falling out. Trump has said their friendship ended before the financier was indicted for soliciting prostitution in 2006. Epstein later pleaded guilty to procuring a minor for prostitution in 2008, served time in a Florida jail, and registered as a sex offender. When Epstein was arrested again in 2019, Trump said he hadn't talked to Epstein for about 15 years. Epstein died in jail that year while awaiting trial on federal charges of sex trafficking. FBI Director Kash Patel has privately told other government officials that Trump's name appeared in the files, according to people close to the administration. Patel declined to answer an inquiry from the Journal about the Epstein case. By the way, this is most likely people like Elon Musk that is being reported on here. Because remember when Elon Musk was talking about how Trump is not releasing the Epstein files because his name is mentioned on it numerous times, and everyone was like shocked by this revelation. Yeah, I think it was directly coming from Kash Patel. Kash Patel most likely told Elon Musk when they thought that there was an allegiance there. Patel declined to answer an inquiry from the Journal about the Epstein case, but said in a statement that the memo on the Justice Department website explaining why the department couldn't release more Epstein documents was consistent with a thorough review conducted by the FBI and DOJ. Once again, these guys are behaving exactly in the same ways that they would if they were a part of the deep state, even though they were there to detangle and destroy the deep state, right? It turns out when you get to the position of power, you also are very much so deep state, because they are there to serve their billionaire masters. It's not remotely surprising to someone like myself, but I welcome the newfound curiosity and skepticism from the people that were formerly in the Trump base. Okay, if you are a Trump supporter who thought that Trump was going to actually uncover all of these truths and actually actively tackle combat the deep state or something like that, instead of playing a role in protecting the interests of all these elite potential pedophiles and all of these like financial elites that were directly involved with Jeffrey Epstein. You were wrong, but it's okay. It's good to have a healthy dose of skepticism here for Donald Trump, and maybe you can use that as a learning opportunity for other things as well. Okay. Are we really still trying to scandalize Trump at this lame rubbish? This really sums up your channel. That's awesome. Thank you. Are we still trying to scandalize Trump at this lame rubbish? This really sums up your channel. This has got to be the worst bait of all time. It's crazy because as a British person, you should still be interested in this, considering Ghislaine Maxwell's ties. You got to grow up, man. This whole thing is wrong. Yeah, grow up, dude. Grow up, mate. Grow up, mate. It's all right. People fuck children. It's all right. Prince Andrew did it. What you mean? What you fucking mean, lad? Don't talk about it. Fucking hell. It's rubbish, innit? This is boring. It's boring that the administration is defending pedophiles. It's boring. After the fucking House of Commons and the Lords in it have done a bit of a scandal, yeah? I'm from England. This is normal. I'm from fucking England, yeah? A little bit of nonsense is normal, mate. Why do you fucking care? It's a little bit of shagging, like Jimmy Savile, his lordship, his eminence himself. Why do you fucking care? I don't know how you do things over there. I don't know how used to noncery you are over there, okay? But you don't have to be against everything just for the sake of it. Your channel will be better for it, and so will you. I love that this guy can't even tell me why I'm in the wrong for continuously covering this incredibly important story. And he's just like, well, here's a bit of a fucking, here's a couple pence for you, right? I'm gonna tell you how to cover the fucking news, yeah? Well, thank you for your advice. Thank you for your advice, big dog. I think I'm gonna continue doing this, okay? I love when someone comes in here and is like, well, let me tell you what to do here. Let me give you some unsolicited advice on how to be a top Twitch streamer, okay? It is pretty funny to take this stance on this issue, which is such a it's an issue that unites pretty much everybody across the political spectrum around the globe. It's like the worst thing. Check logs, same guy from a couple days ago. Oh, is it one of the pets that I didn't actually clap? It's boring, mate. It's fucking boring. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Don't fucking do it. James Gunn is a hack who makes B movies. You know your channel topic, Trump says people interested in Epstein are bad people, is about as close to the truth that you can get. Wait, what? Okay, this has got to be like Unit 8200 Israeli bot farm, right? Because it's odd that he only chirps at me when I say this genocide thing is all in your head, though. I don't think Trump or the UK enjoyed genocides or killing babies. Seems unlikely. And then the only thing the only time he comes in here is either to say Israel's not doing a genocide because America and the UK would never do that, or to defend Jeffrey Epstein. That's crazy. Bot account for sure, obviously. July 15th is when it was created and following since July 15th. I wonder why this freshly created account is only coming in here to say Israel's not doing a genocide and that people should stop talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Very suspicious. Very interesting. Details of Bondi's meeting with Trump haven't been previously reported. Trump's advisors had for months, including during the presidential campaign, said they would release the files, and Trump, while at times equivocal, indicated he would support the release. Trump's supporters, including some now serving in senior roles in the administration, claimed that the documents would expose global elites and powerful Democrats who spent time with the disgraced financier. The decision not to release the files has triggered the most serious backlash from Trump's political base since he launched his bid for the White House a decade ago, with a vocal group of the president's allies seeing the move as a massive betrayal. Trump has told administration officials in recent weeks that he wanted the growing public attention on Epstein to go away. On Tuesday, House Speaker Mike Johnson cut short the legislative session as some lawmakers demanded votes on more releases related to the Epstein files. Again, lots of weird things happening in this story, and yet people still go, it's nothing, mate. Why do you care? Why do you fucking care about this? Don't fucking talk about it. Don't you dare talk about it. Interesting. Grand jury testimony. Last Thursday, Wall Street Journal published an article about a letter bearing Trump's name. We already talked about this. It was a body drawing of a naked woman with Donald Trump's signature as the pubes of the lady. A spokesman for Dow Jones said, we have full confidence in the rigor and accuracy of our reporting and will vigorously defend against any lawsuit. Donald Trump also said he was launching a lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal for this. On Thursday, Trump said he had directed Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. On Friday, Bondi and Blanche asked a federal court to do so, saying it was a matter of public interest. The grand jury testimony makes up only a portion of the more than 300 gigs of Epstein-related material the FBI compiled as a part of the recent review. Among other material, the FBI confiscated digital and documentary evidence from Epstein's properties in the U.S. Virgin Islands and in New York in 2019 when he was arrested. Grand jury testimony is subject to secrecy protections and faces potential high hurdles for public release. Administration officials privately acknowledged that the court is unlikely to release the testimony, which is precisely the reason why Donald Trump was comfortable enough saying, yeah, they should release the testimony as long as federal courts allow it, knowing full well that they wouldn't. And they haven't, for the record. A federal judge declared that the files will be kept sealed. On July 15th, an ABC News journalist asked Trump, as he took questions from reporters of the White House, what Bondi told him about the Epstein files. Specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the files? And he said, no, she's given us a very quick briefing, Trump responded. He also said Bondi had really done a very good job on the Epstein review. Except that was a lie. Pam Bondi had actually informed him that his name appeared in the Epstein files, as this Wall Street Journal article indicates. There's also a Bondi-Bongino clash, a Bondino clash, if you will. The decision to not release the files and the harsh fallout among the public has roiled some of Trump's senior staff who have staked their reputations on exposing the ties between Epstein and money deletes. Patel, the FBI director, and his deputy Dan Bongino had been in favor of releasing more documents, people familiar with the effort said. Bongino has told colleagues that his association with the administration's decision to keep the files private has eroded his credibility among the base of support that fueled his rise as a successful podcaster and media personality on the right. According to a senior administration official, Bongino did not respond to requests for comment. Bongino has also been noticeably absent from the conversation, as has Kash Patel. I think they're trying to basically hide in the shadows as this back and forth continues, so people forget their direct involvement. On July 9th, after ABC News reached out to the White House about Bondi's briefing to the president, Bongino and Bondi clashed in a meeting with in which Bondi alleged that Bongino secretly provided information to the media to damage her reputation, people familiar with the meeting said. Bongino in turn exploded about Bondi, his face red, and called her a liar, a senior administration official said. If I was Pam Bondi, I would not be testing a man like Dan Bongino because he does take steroids allegedly, and he is prone to having roid rage. For that reason, I myself have actually experienced a little bit of his wrath in the past. Here is Ron, the editor-in-chief of Midas Touch, saying, Caitlin Collins reports after House Oversight Chair James Comer subpoenaed Ghislaine Maxwell. Her attorney David Oscar Marcus tells CNN, as for the congressional subpoena, Ms. Maxwell is taking this one step at a time. She looks forward to her meeting with the Department of Justice, and that discussion will help inform how she proceeds. Which means before she agrees to lie for Trump, she wants an agreement to a sentence reduction or commutation. Maxwell has a lot of leverage on Trump all of a sudden, and she's going to use it to benefit herself. So what you are experiencing here is if Ghislaine Maxwell gets a sweetheart leniency deal, a plea bargain or something like that, if she gets like some sort of sentence commutation, know full well that she is lying in her congressional testimony. And because this cover-up is bipartisan from all aspects of Congress, with like some notable exceptions like Thomas Massie, maybe a couple others, who is going to, in the congressional testimony, who is going to actually grill her to uncover the truth? Who is going to point out the inconsistencies, especially if they are not privy to the court, to the grand jury indictment documents that have not been unsealed? If they don't actually have the documents, they can't even effectively counter her testimony. So this, I suspect, will be a part of one big cover-up. I think this is Ghislaine Maxwell, in exchange for leniency or sentence commutation, is going to basically lie at the behest of Donald Trump. She has already lied and said that there were other high-profile clientele that had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein, blah, 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 all this stuff, including Prince Andrew, like the most high-profile clientele. So
coalition
that's
is
where we're
Kash
at.
Patel. And I wonder, Andrew
I gotta
Weissman, how someone so instrumental in the investigation into Epstein and Maxwell is getting away with saying nothing.
Well, this is what happens when you don't have any part of the government in the hands of an opposing party, whether you have complete Democratic hegemony or Republican hegemony, is that you don't have the ability to get answers other than sort of great reporting that we're seeing today from the Wall Street Journal. The FBI, you would think, would be very much defending a righteous prosecution, of Mr. Epstein and of Ghislaine Maxwell, who was convicted at trial. Jeffrey Epstein obviously killed himself before he could go to trial. But you would think a normal FBI, so we're in Earth 1, not Earth 2, would have a lot to say about trying to have Ghislaine Maxwell strike some deal after what's commonly known as blowing trial. That's the kind of thing that you would not normally go down that road, and the FBI director would be standing behind the career people at the FBI who worked on this case. It's worth noting that at the prosecution side of this, Maureen Comey was one of the prosecutors.
I'm telling you, dude, I don't think the Trump loyalists, or at least there's always the 30% base, right? I think that under normal circumstances, when Trump deflects, the 30% base goes along with him. Increases in funding from the State Department in return for their support. Internal Democrat admissions that European allies were unenthusiastic about a Clinton presidency and thought she was not up for the job for head of state. If Russia was really all in on supporting Trump and hurting Clinton, it would have leaked this information in October 2016 when her lead in the RCP average slipped to just 1.3 plus. Ischemic, sorry. Instead, Russia didn't, completely debunking the core assumptions of the Russia hoax. Rather than admit they were wrong, Brennan's CIA buried the info and manufactured a completely alternative reality to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump. Charlie Kirk is trying to relitigate the 2016 election that Donald Trump won. At the behest of Donald Trump, at the direction of Donald Trump, because Donald Trump does not want to have a conversation about Jeffrey Epstein. Let's take a look at some of this information now. Breaking news, Tulsi Gabbard joins the White House press briefing after bombshell accusation against Obama.
Tulsi, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. At President Trump's direction and with the support and coordination with the House Intelligence Committee Chairman Rick Crawford, today we've released a declassified Oversight Majority Staff report that was produced in September of 2020. The stunning revelations that we are releasing today should be of concern to every American. This is not about Democrats or Republicans. This has to do with the integrity of our...
Bro, this is so funny because the Democrats use the Russia stuff in the exact same way. Okay? They use the exact same tone and they use the exact same, like, this is so severe, guys. This is a bombshell accusation. And ironically enough, as someone who has been a vocal critic of the Russiagate conspiracies, especially to the extent that they ran on with like MSNBC tying everything back to Russia somehow, and significantly overestimating Russia's involvement, or rather the amount of the Russian capacity to influence elections. This is even dumber than the MSNBC-style Russiagate stuff. Was there... Here, I'll do a rehash of what my assessment was early on, okay? Was there enough evidence for the Obama DOJ to investigate the Trump campaign's involvement with Russia? Absolutely 100%, okay? It is completely ridiculous. I would never say that there is no reason to investigate the Trump campaign and their close ties to Russia. Of course there was a reason. Of course. It's crazy. I mean, you had people openly talking to Russian agents. It's ridiculous. Having said that, do I believe that Russia was also invested in a Trump victory? Yes. Okay? I do. Having said that, however, the Democrats greatly overemphasized the influence and impact that Russia had on this election in an effort to take away the responsibility from the horrible Clinton campaign and the horrible ways in which the DNC refused to reckon with the reality that they had a deeply unpopular candidate that they were in the tank for because they were terrified of a Bernie Sanders emergence from the primaries. Okay, they were locked in on Hillary Clinton. It was her time, and they spent most of their effort attacking those who actually were excited to be involved in the process of voting for a candidate that they actually believed in. And instead of pointing out a litany of different complications, a litany of different issues within the DNC structure, they thought that this was a great out. And they kept using the Russia stuff over and over and over again, continuously throughout the entire Trump administration. And they just used and abused this narrative, okay? That's it. Was Russia involved in like messaging campaigns that tried to interfere with the American elections? Of course it did. Okay, every country does this. We do this to other countries. Russia is doing it to us. I'm sure China is doing it as well. It's a normal part of the process. The reality of the matter is you're supposed to overcome these issues by having strong candidates with messaging discipline and decent policies. You're not supposed to lose to someone like Donald Trump. especially not twice. Okay? That's it. So my gripe with the Russiagate stuff isn't necessarily whether or not Russia was involved in American politics in a meaningful fashion or in any capacity whatsoever. It's more so the extent and the power that Russia had, that Russian influence had over the election. Okay? But it is pretty funny that the Trump administration is now desperately trying to pull it back to Russia. Israel did it too in 2016. Literally, quote, senior Israeli officials, we wanted to interfere with the election. I know. A big part of the Russiagate stuff, ironically enough, amongst the Democrats was that when they actually dove deeper into the election interference campaign and influence campaign, they found out that a lot of these guys weren't necessarily Russian, but coming from another country that also is, I mean, I guess basically like Little Russia. That country, of course, is Israel, America's greatest ally. But that's besides the point. And Israel still continues to interfere in American elections openly, without even getting restricted by, FARA registration, like FARA violations anyway. But now that the Epstein files are not being released, and people understandably are demanding more information from the Epstein stuff, Trump has gone back and his administration has gotten together and decided that the real way to shift people's priorities and attention away is by relitigating Russiagate, but this time saying that the Democrats cynically and falsely used the Russian investigation to try and steal the election from Donald Trump. Except that was 2 election cycles ago, and not only that, or 3 election cycles ago at this point, I guess, like technically. And not only that, but Trump has won twice since then, including the election that they're saying Obama tried to interfere in.
Democratic Republic, and American voters having faith that the votes cast will count. There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false. They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win, selling it to the American people as though it were true. It wasn't. The report that we released today shows in great detail how they carried this out. They manufactured findings from shoddy sources. They suppressed evidence and credible intelligence that disproved their false claims. They disobeyed traditional tradecraft intelligence community standards and withheld the truth from the American people. In doing so, they conspired to subvert the will of the American people who elected Donald Trump in that election in November of 2016. They worked with their partners in the media to promote this lie, ultimately to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump and launching what would be a years-long coup against him and his administration. We're here today because the American people deserve the truth, they deserve accountability, and they deserve justice. The records that we released on Friday that were ODNI records, Senator Chuck Grassley's release on Monday of what is known as the Clinton Annex, which was an appendix to the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General's 2018 report, as well as the House Intelligence Committee's majority oversight report that we're releasing today, all come back to and confirm the same report. There was a gross politicization and manipulation of intelligence by the Obama administration intended to delegitimize President Trump even before he was inaugurated, ultimately usurping the will of the American people. I'm going to go over the key findings from the House Intelligence report, which investigated the claims that were made by an intelligence community assessment ordered by President Obama and published in January of 2017. First, Putin's principal interests relating to the 2016 election were to undermine faith in the U.S. democratic process, not show any preference of a certain candidate. In fact, this report shows Putin held back leaking.
Wait, this is so funny because like they're basically lending credence to why an investigation was conducted into Russian interference in the election with this admission. Okay? Their argument basically is it was valid to investigate Russia and its involvements with the Trump administration, because there was, I mean, Trump campaign at the time, because there was clearly like direct ties, right? Let's not forget, what was the name of the Greek guy who openly was telling some Australian embassy guys how he had direct talks with Papadopoulos, George Papadopoulos, I think that was what the guy was, right? He was like at a bar telling some Australian embassy folk that he just directly was talking to Russian agents, and they had big dirt on Hillary Clinton. But basically, this is a full-blown admission. Is a full-blown admission that that investigation was totally appropriate to conduct. It's just that the Obama administration utilized the findings of the investigation that was valid to attack Donald Trump, is what they're saying. And through that, they omitted key parts of the investigation that showed that Russia even had more dirt on Hillary Clinton that they simply did not reveal.
Held back from leaking compromising material on Hillary Clinton prior to the election, instead planning to release it after the election to weaken.
I also want to point something out here, but I have great respect for WikiLeaks, even though Julian Assange absolutely was anti-Hillary Clinton and most likely did not use any of the hacked material that they had on the RNC, any of the dirt that they had on the RNC side of things, because Russia had actually hacked both the RNC and DNC emails, and that they certainly were one-sided, that Julian Assange and WikiLeaks was one-sided on their revelations, and it was mostly just to harm Hillary Clinton. Having said all of that, I still don't care. I think it's perfectly valid to get this information. I think it's in the public interest to know, and that his investigation and the way that they actually tortured this person was completely inappropriate and was a direct violation of the First Amendment, and it continued on through numerous administrations. Okay. Yeah, WikiLeaks and its crime was doing journalism. You can't complain that they're revealing hacked material from only one side and not both sides, okay? That's ridiculous.
What Moscow viewed as an inevitable Clinton presidency. In the January 2017 intelligence community assessment that President Obama ordered, John Brennan, who was CIA director at the time, and the intelligence community intentionally suppressed intelligence that showed Putin was saving the most damaging material that he had in his possession about Hillary Clinton until after her potential and likely victory. The report goes into great detail about the information that Russia and Putin had on Hillary Clinton, which included possible criminal acts, like secret meetings with multiple named U.S. religious organizations in which State Department officials offered, in exchange for supporting Secretary Clinton's campaign for the presidency, significant increase.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to have the same oomph and the same emphasis, especially in 2025, especially on the heels of this Epstein stuff. Ironically enough, if Trump actually wanted to harm Hillary Clinton now, he has a much better avenue through the Epstein files. You know? Like, what are we talking about? All of this is just like old shit that they're trying to desperately reheat. Okay? It's done. You won, dude. You won the election. And you didn't even lock her up. You coward. You did not even lock her up after doing chance of locking her up. I can't believe this is what they think is going to present itself as a bombshell that will take the attention away from Jeffrey Epstein. I don't think it will. I think the MAGA base, no matter how much they despise Hillary Clinton, no matter how much they despise Obama, would much rather find new evidence that potentially ties them back to Jeffrey Epstein, which I don't even think there is any for Obama especially, but there is certainly a lot of evidence for Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. They would much rather get that information than rehashing this old nonsense.
This is in financing from the State Department. They also had documents that showed the patronage of the State Department to State Department employees who would go and support Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. There were high-level DNC emails that detailed evidence of Hillary's, quote, psycho-emotional problems, uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness, and that then Secretary Clinton was allegedly on a daily regimen of heavy tranquilizers. Then CIA Director Brennan and the intelligence community mischaracterized intelligence and relied on dubious, substandard sources to create a contrived false narrative that Putin developed a quote-unquote clear preference for Trump. Brennan and the IC misled lawmakers by referencing the debunked Steele dossier to assess quote-unquote Russia's plans and intentions, falsely suggesting that this dossier had intelligence value when he knew that it was discredited. The intelligence community excluded significant intelligence and ignored or selectively quoted reliable intelligence that contradicted the intelligence community assessment's key findings on Putin's alleged support for Trump. Including this intelligence reporting would have exposed the ICA's claim as implausible, if not ridiculous. The intelligence community assessment omitted reliably sourced information, such as how some Russian intelligence officials were quote-unquote planning for candidate Hillary Clinton's victory, while others assessed neither Trump nor Clinton would respect Russia's interests. As was reflected in the ODNI documents that we released on Friday, multiple intelligence community assessments released in the months leading up to the November 2016 election concluded that Russia had neither the intent nor capability to impact the outcome of the U.S. election. On December 5th of 2016, the FBI and ODNI gave the House Intelligence Committee its first post-election classified briefing, in which there was no mention of Putin aspiring to elect Trump by either agency. The Presidential Daily Brief, drafted on December 8th of 2016, stated that no Russian or criminal actors impacted vote counts. This document was pulled just hours before it was to be published due to quote-unquote new guidance. If it had been published, it would have been briefed to both President Obama and President-elect Donald Trump. On December 9th, 2016, a National Security Council meeting was called to gather President Obama's senior national security officials, which included CIA Director Brennan, then Obama DNI James Clapper, Susan Rice, and others. Following that secret meeting, DNI Clapper's assistant sent an email to the intelligence community with the subject line, POTUS tasking on Russia election meddling, tasking ODNI leaders to create a new assessment per the president's request. The House Intelligence Committee Oversight Report that we released today reveals that, quote, unlike routine intelligence community analysis, the intelligence community assessment was a high-profile product ordered by the president, President Obama.
Not only is this 10 years old, but like this would have been more relevant to drop in, 2017, 2018, 2016, at any other point but now. It's so old, and it's literally things that we knew already that they are trying to reheat as though it's like new information. It's not. It's way past the point of mattering. And it's so funny to be like, and Obama is responsible for this. Like, Obama being invoked here is just because he has name recognition. It's just because he has name recognition and like people still hate him a lot, like in the Trump base.
Directed senior intelligence community agency heads and created an intelligence community assessment limited to just 5 analysts using one principal drafter. This is not something that occurs in the normal path of producing an intelligence community assessment that reflects the views across the intelligence community. The production of this intelligence community assessment was subject to unusual directives directly from the president and senior political appointees, especially the former director of the CIA, John Brennan. The House Intelligence Committee Oversight Report also shows how later that same day, on December 9th, Brennan ordered the publication of quote-unquote substandard reporting on Russian activities, which had previously been withheld from publication of prior assessments because the information was judged, quote, to have not met long-standing publication standards. Some of the information later used in the Obama-ordered assessment over the objections of veteran CIA officers was, quote-unquote, unclear or from unknown sources. The Intelligence Committee's oversight report reveals that CIA Director Brennan overruled senior CIA officers who challenged the Obama-ordered intelligence assessment, stating, quote, we don't have direct information that Putin wanted to get Trump elected. Yet, the Obama-directed assessment was published on January 6, 2017, which explicitly stated, quote, we assess Putin and the Russian government aspired to help President-elect Trump's election chances.
Let's talk about what Donald Trump has to do next. Because, like, I don't think this is going to have the heat. I don't think this is going to draw attention away. So, what could he do next? Like, he has to do some, like, he might have to say like the N-word or something from the podium and start like do a new executive order where like white people can legally say slurs and it's illegal to criticize them. Like, it's actually now illegal to criticize white people saying slurs or something. Like, new, I guess, like, maybe he has to arrest Barack Obama, like try to push for an arrest of Barack Obama, because this isn't gonna do it. Yeah, go to Fifth Avenue and actually shoot someone and kill them. Create a new slur that we haven't heard of before. Like, unearth a new slur from the ancient tomes of racism. Just dust it off. Because aliens is not gonna do it. Because they've already been using the UAP stuff quite a bit. Congressman Frost is claiming that the White House is preparing to release a concrete evidence of extraterrestrial life. I don't know if the alien stuff has that kind of impact, man. I know a lot of people, even in this community, like, care a lot about the UAP stuff. I have only seen it as a mechanism of distraction. I don't think the aliens is gonna cut it. I feel like the American population, even the MAGA base, is so goddamn locked in. Regarding the interest, here's Russia versus Epstein. I mean, it peaked on July 18th. It went down a little bit, but it's going up again. Every new drop. And that's like with Russia actively. That's with Russia actively bombing Ukraine, you know what I mean? Aliens won't cut it. Epstein will never stop being talked about until some names/files come out. Here's the thing. People are saying, oh, well, he has to like bomb Iran or something. It can't be something. Trump can't do something that is like that is worse overall than his refusal to release the Epstein files. Like, that defeats the purpose. That's why I'm saying it has to be something that's like within his power. Because like, when people say, oh, don't you think he's like bombing Iran as a distraction away from like the ICE raids? It's like, no, because bombing Iran is a severe escalation. A severe escalation that goes beyond like even the ICE raids in terms of foreign policy, at least. So I don't think he's gonna like bomb Iran to get the attention away from the Epstein stuff. because that's an issue in and of itself. That's a major problem in and of itself. It's a fairly significant problem. And you also can't really bomb Iran out of nowhere. What you can do, however, is tariff Israel. What you can do, however, is sanction Israel. What you can do is force Israel to actually engage in a real ceasefire, a commitment to a real long-standing permanent ceasefire. I'm just saying, I know there's there's got to be at least a couple Trump people in here right now listening in. Great opportunity. Make one boss call, become a hero, become legend, okay? Although I do suspect that half of the reason why the Trump cabinet is so scared of revealing Epstein stuff is maybe even somehow related to Israel, so doubt that they would do that. The Republican Party is very / somewhat conservative, 80%. 11% say moderate. Very somewhat liberal say 9%. I want to know who the 9% of people are that think the Republican Party is liberal.
When possible, by discrediting Secretary Clinton and publicly contrasting her unfavorably to him. End of quote. The CIA and FBI, then led by John Brennan and James Comey, expressed high confidence in this judgment, while the NSA expressed moderate confidence.
Yeah, the 9% of the people who were on the Jubilee. The 9% of people were all of the Jubilee people.
Yet, as the report we released today shows, the ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, did not cite any report where Putin indicated helping Trump win was an objective. The opposite is true. With regards to the Steele dossier, we now know that one of the source documents that the Obama administration used in the creation of this intelligence assessment in January of 2017 was none other than the discredited, unverified Steele dossier. The House Intel report states, quote, contradicting public claims by then CIA Director Brennan that the dossier was not in any way incorporated into this intelligence assessment. The dossier was referenced in the intelligence assessment's main body text and further detailed in a 2-page assessment annex. John Brennan lied, and he denied using this dossier in this intelligence assessment that President Obama ordered because he knew it was discredited. It was a politically motivated, manufactured document. He directed senior CIA officials to use it anyway. CIA officer told the House Intelligence Committee staff as they investigated this, quote, the director of the CIA, John Brennan, refused to remove it, and when confronted with the dossier's many flaws, responded, quote, yes, but doesn't it ring true? Even the bipartisan Senate Select Committee on Intelligence report published in 2020 criticized the FBI's handling of the Steele.
Am I wrong, or is it just super sauceless? It is unimaginably sauceless. It is the most sauceless the Trump administration has been until they somehow get even more sauceless tomorrow. Straight up. I love the role reversal though, because now you got right-wing news outlets desperately clinging on to Russiagate 2, which is even less important than Russiagate 1. And you got liberal news outlets running around talking about how Trump is a pedophile alongside Jeffrey Epstein. like it's hilarious, dude. What happened? There's a major role reversal here.
About you going through the Twitter file.
Oh God!
What's going on behind the scenes with the?
Oh, everyone's favorite charlatan, Matt Taibbi. Yeah, Gabbard, Obama admin push false Russia narrative. Matt Taibbi's in there, in the building. Now let's take a look at CNN. Fox News talking about Russiagate. No, CNN's on ad break. Matt Taibbi, what a fucking fall from grace, dude. Trump is gonna speak at a major AI summit soon, by the way, so there's that. The Will Kane Show. Are we witnessing a political party switch again? No, no, there won't be, because this is a uniparty issue in reality. Like, liberal media is angling as to the best of their ability. Anyway, here's Taylor Popilar's national political report for Spectrum. Today, White House press briefing features Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. As the Trump administration tries to pivot away from the Jeffrey Epstein story, Gabbard has declassified a report that was made by Republicans on the House Intelligence Committee in 2017, chaired by then-Rep. Devin Nunes, who now runs Truth Social. Gabbard claims that the report shows the Obama admin weaponized intelligence to show Russian President Vladimir Putin interfered in the 2016 U.S. presidential election to help Donald Trump and hurt Hillary Clinton. Gabbard alleges it amounts to a coup and treasonous conspiracy. The report contradicts a bipartisan Senate investigation, one that then Senator Marco Rubio, who is now Trump's Secretary of State, supported as a senior member of the Senate Intel Committee, that found Putin sought to meddle in the 2016 election to hurt Hillary Clinton. There was enough evidence to absolutely investigate the Trump administration, the Trump campaign's involvement with Russia, and there was enough evidence to suggest, as Tulsi Gabbard herself has revealed here, that the Russian government absolutely wanted to intervene and did intervene in some limited capacity in the American elections. Okay? All of this is already true. We already know it. It's the extent of Russia's involvement that matters in this circumstance. Liberals say it's the most important, most significant thing, and they said it over and over again under the Trump administration. And now the Trump administration is saying, actually, they wanted to intervene on both sides, and the Obama administration simply focused on one aspect of it. Well, I think it's fair to focus on the aspect of the intervention against Hillary Clinton, especially considering that that was where the leaks came from. We have it on good authority that the Russian agents were capable of and did intercept communications from both the RNC and DNC. We only found out about the DNC side. I wonder why. Perhaps they saw Trump as a more malleable person than Hillary Clinton.
Dossier, noting its completely unverified nature and purposeful sidestepping of intelligence community procedures in its use. Now, President Obama, Hillary Clinton, John Brennan, James Clapper, James Comey, and others, including their mouthpieces in the media, knowingly lied as they repeated the contrived narrative that was created in this January 2017 intelligence community assessment with high confidence as though it were fact.
The Steele dossier was completely validated, by the way. I don't know about that. There is no evidence to suggest that there were piss tapes, for example. Like, unless you mean that Trump's weird relationship with Vladimir Putin implies that the piss tapes are real, in which case, I'll entertain it. Krasnow theories, Agent Krasnov theories.
John Brennan, as CIA director, stated in a memo to his agency staff in December of 2016, saying, quote, "There is strong consensus among us on the scope, nature, and intent of Russian interference in our presidential election." This was reported by NBC News, confirming that Brennan, along with James Clapper and James Comey, agreed with the CIA's assessment that Russia intervened to help Trump win the presidency. As Obama's Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper was tasked with overseeing the creation of this assessment in January of 2017 by President Obama, and he expressed confidence in its findings. In a 2018 interview with the Harvard Gazette, he talked about how he provided Trump with the same classified assessment that President Obama received, which included the high confidence judgment that Putin directly ordered the hacking and election interference. Clapper then went on to add, "I think they, the Russians, actually influenced the outcome." This is a brief summary of the details that you'll find within the House Majority Staff's report in their investigation into the Obama-directed January 2017 intelligence.
Bro, she's bored. Like, put some emphasis behind it. Like, this is your bombshell that Russia did try to intervene, try to interfere by hacking American emails, like American politician emails, like that the conspiracy is real. But then, like, what? Obama exaggerated the involvement that they had with Donald Trump or something. Like, this is not, like, how is this considered in any way, shape, or form in the post-Trump universe an indictable act? Donald Trump every other day does something that is a million times more consequential and unceremonious and uncharacteristic of the you know, the way that the office, the power that the office has, than what they're suggesting Obama did. Like, they're calling this a coup. Like, even in the maximalist position with maximum charity, maximum charitability to the bombshell revelations here, Obama didn't even do anything. Obama didn't do anything that is like remotely as bad as like what Trump does on a regular basis and we expect him to do this. This is so unimaginably inconsequential. I mean, January 6th is infinitely worse than this, okay? What are we talking about? And I say this as someone who thinks January 6th was funny. Like, what the fuck is this? Anyway, this was a really funny moment. Caroline Leavitt asked point blank, does Trump believe Obama should go to jail? And then there was also another question that was asked point blank that what do you call it, that Tulsi Gabbard was privy to that she did not appreciate. But I'll get to that in a second.
I did speak to him yesterday about his upcoming trip, and he looks forward to continuing discussions with his Chinese counterparts. The president has ensured that we have a good continuing working relationship with China that benefits the United States, and so the Secretary of Treasury will be obviously discussing those key matters, but I'll let him set the expectations.
If I may,
sure.
Given what the DNI just said and laid out, does President Trump believe that President Obama should go to jail for something?
Look, the president believes that this matter needs to be thoroughly investigated, and anyone convicted of crime should be held.
Yeah, you're supposed to say yes here, point blank, okay? You're supposed to say yes, because that's the whole hope. That's the reason why. That's the reason why Trump wants this to be a story. It's not going to be a story unless you literally threaten to arrest Barack Obama.
Held accountable in this country. Go ahead.
Special Envoy with Office headed overseas again.
Good to see you, Olivia. I haven't seen you since the campaign trail.
It's good to see you.
Except, ironically enough, the Supreme Court gave immunity to presidents in matters that they declare that they have all power to declare presidential or not. So he's immune anyway. So even if he did something criminal, which I don't think he did, he would still technically be immune, unless, of course, the Supreme Court decides that this was beyond the scope of presidential powers, which, as we know, the Supreme Court is most likely going to side with Donald Trump on this regardless, but, you know, we'll see.
I think, who is saying that she would release this to try to boost her standing with the president? Who has said that?
Well, the president has publicly undermined her when it came to Iran. He said she was wrong. He told me that she didn't know what she was talking about. That was on Air Force One on camera.
The only people who are suggesting that the Director of National Intelligence would release evidence to try to boost her standing with the president are the people in this room who constantly try to sow distrust and chaos amongst the president's cabinet, and it is not working. I will.
Tulsi Gabbard, not excited about this question.
I will just answer your question directly. I am with the President of the United States every day. He has the utmost confidence in Director Gabbard. He always has. He continues to. And that is true of his entire cabinet, who is all working as one team to deliver on the promises this president made. Does anyone else have questions for Director Gabbard? I think.
Reporter, President Obama cannot be charged based on that immunity, except this, people misunderstand this, okay? People misunderstand what the Supreme Court did by offering Trump additional immunity, okay? People think this means it's a blanket immunity that works across the board. It's not the case, okay? It's not. It's immunity until the Supreme Court decides this is not a presidential act. It just basically adds an additional hurdle, a really, really, really high hurdle that the Supreme Court will, of course, always clear for the Republicans, considering that they have a Republican supermajority. Okay? It's up to the Supreme Court to decide whether or not this is an official presidential act or not. So if you think that the Supreme Court would give Obama presidential immunity, I think you're wrong. Yeah, you're misunderstanding. A non-presidential act, when a left-leaning president does something? Exactly.
Appropriate idea. Kelly.
What is the accountability that you would like to see if this current president is the one who brought the case to the Supreme Court and Chief Justice Roberts made clear in his opinion that a sitting president's responsibilities in office cannot lead to prosecution, immunity? So what is it the President Trump wants regarding President Obama, given that fact? And the special counsel at the time, Durham, when that Supreme Court matter was not in effect, could have charged anyone and did not. So on those 2 points, how do you respond?
Look, the president has made it clear that he wanted these documents to be declassified. He wanted the American people to see the truth, and now he wants those who perpetuated these lies and this scandal to be held accountable. As for what accountability looks like, as the director said, it's in the Department of Justice's.
Yeah. Yeah, we have the Harvard stuff as well. The Trump administration is like actively trying to fight Harvard, but let's see what Trump's remarks are going to look like at this AI event, and if he'll talk about Epstein or not. I suspect he won't.
His name was in the Epstein.
He's going to be like, "Why are you bringing up Epstein? It's disgraceful. We're at this big, beautiful AI event. How dare you?"
Just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen.
Not really a denial there. According to the Wall Street Journal report, she briefed him that his name was in the files in May. We should note, just to remind you, it was on June 5th that Elon Musk, in the midst of his breakup with President Trump, posted on X that Trump is in the Epstein files, which is the real reason they have not been made public, according to Elon Musk, in a tweet that he has now since deleted. Also breaking right now, relatedly, a judge in Florida has rejected the Trump administration's request to unseal pertinent parts of the grand jury testimony in the investigations into Epstein and his partner, Ghislaine Maxwell. This as Republican House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer this afternoon announced that he has subpoenaed Ghislaine Maxwell for a deposition on August 11th. This while House Republican leaders truncated congressional business, at least partly, to avoid a vote, to dodge a vote, forcing the release of the Epstein files. The president, clearly exasperated by this issue, last night at a House Republican reception, gave his troops these marching orders.
Remember this, Obama
This was the best
cheated
part.
on the election. And we have it cold.
Whenever someone asks you about Epstein, say Obama now.
And it's getting even more so because the stuff that's coming in is not even believable. So, and you should mention that every time they give you a question that's not appropriate. Just say, oh, by the way, Obama cheated on the election. You'll watch the camera turn off instantly.
Operation Change the Subject seems right now focused on, as you heard from the president there, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard's report, making all sorts of assertions about President Obama's activities in 2016. Gabbard was deployed to the White House press briefing earlier today to offer details of allegedly, quote, treasonous behavior by Obama and aides in allegedly manipulating intelligence to support the theory that Russia sought to swing the 2016 election in favor of Trump. This report from Gabbard, we should note, goes against a 2020 bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee assessment, including an endorsement from then Senator, now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, that Russia did attempt to interfere in the election. Obama, in response to this Gabbard report and President Trump's attacks, issued a rare statement denying all of this as bizarre and ridiculous allegations and, in his view, a weak attempt at distraction. And we should note there are two conservative journalists who have been critical of Obama in the past who today...
Where Obama, why don't you drop some Epstein bars, man?
The Free Press, who I regularly read, says, quote, "As someone who was an early critic of the Russiagate narrative, I can report that Gabbard did not get the goods." And he quotes Andrew McCarthy of the National Review, who told Lake, quote, "There is nothing new in what, quote, Gabbard is hyping as a bombshell." So, back to the Epstein story. Let's bring in CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Pettis and CNN's Jeff Zeleny at the White House. So, Jeff, this Wall Street Journal story saying that Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, told Trump in May that his name appeared in the Epstein files multiple times as hearsay with hundreds of other names, we should note, and this is not proof that Trump did anything illegal or untoward, but this can't be welcome news for the Trump administration.
Jake, it's not welcome news in the sense of it keeps the
guys
alive.
Are you really that shocked that Jake Tapper admitted that he regularly reads the Free Press?
The White House, though, not surprised by this, and a White House official,
He regularly talks like he's writing for the Free Press.
we are disputing the president did anything wrong. And that is still the unanswered question here. That is why there is so much juice here into this overall topic. There's still are unanswered questions about what the president may or may not have done, what his relationship exactly was, what he knew about his long relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, et cetera. So the reason this is not welcome news by the White House is they've been trying to change the subject, as you just pointed out, all day long. And this, of course, returns it back to the original point here, the Epstein file. So the president is going to be speaking, as you said, coming up at this hour, a speech that's expected to be on artificial intelligence. Who knows if this will come up or not. But again, it just sort of shines a light on the fact that for all of the attempts to change the subject and deflect, even through familiar channels of retribution, that still has not worked because there are unanswered questions that the Trump base and many of his officials have been fueling for years.
Now, Evan Pettis, let me ask you. So the Trump administration had asked this judge in Florida to unseal pertinent parts of the grand jury testimony for the Epstein case and also Ghislaine Maxwell case. It was unlikely that we were going to learn much new, if anything, from it, but the judge rejected that. So what now?
Well, this is a judge in Florida, Jake, so there are still two pending requests in the Southern District of New York. This is where Epstein was charged in 2019 before he committed suicide, also where Ghislaine Maxwell was charged and where she was convicted and is now serving 20 years. This is a request that went to a Florida judge who oversaw federal grand juries in 2005 and 2007. Now, you'll remember that this investigation sort of got put on the shelf when Alex Acosta, the U.S. attorney down there, agreed to let Epstein essentially plead to a sweetheart deal with the state prosecutor down there in Palm Beach County. So these documents it was always a long shot that they were going to be able to get these, but these two pending requests in New York, you know, there's still a chance that the Justice Department might be able to get what it wants there. Keep in mind, the judge in Florida said, look, under our rules that govern us over, 11th Circuit, we cannot release this. We can't also send it to New York, but New York can release their documents.
Yeah, I mean, the rules are pretty clear that it's only in the rarest of circumstances.
And you point out the right thing, which is that we're talking about a fraction of the number of documents.
Oh, yeah.
Pam Bondi still is sitting on the vast majority of documents.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that they could release right this moment. It's also a ton of stuff in the Treasury Department of all the financial records. Follow the money, as they say. Jeff Zeleny and Evan Pettis, thanks so much. On Capitol Hill, the pressure from House Republicans on their leadership over the Epstein files is not letting up. Oversight Committee Chairman.
Super boring stuff, guys, which is why Trump is just consistently saying super boring. Stop talking about this. Talk about, I don't know, Barack Obama instead.
Could vote soon on a subpoena for the Justice Department to release the Epstein files. Let's get right to CNN's chief congressional correspondent, Manu Raju. And Manu, Trump wants everyone to stop talking about Epstein, but the truth is some of the loudest voices, actually the loudest voices, are coming from his own party.
Yeah, and the MAGA wing of his own party, which has been demanding these Epstein files for years, and now believe that the Trump administration simply has not given enough information, signing on to an effort, a legislative effort to call for the release of these Epstein files.
Come on!
And also, movement now in a key House subcommittee that is now considering whether to subpoena for the release of all of these Epstein files. Now, I am told by the Republicans on the committee, they believe that this effort, actually pushed by Democrats, will ultimately succeed right now in the committee. It's still considering the measures, considering some Republican amendments. We'll ultimately see how this plays out. But it all requires all the Democrats and one Republican member voting to approve a call for a subpoena to release all of the Epstein files. I caught up with one of those Republican members, Congresswoman Nancy Mace of South Carolina, who indicated to me that she's ready to support a motion calling for a subpoena for the Epstein files. You'll be supporting the motion?
For sure. Yeah, and I'm going to amend the motion to protect the identity of the victims.
What do you think of the Speaker adjourning the House early to avoid this whole fight over Epstein?
This fight's coming no matter. I mean, this is here, and I've made it part of my life's mission to protect women and kids, and I think that, I'm ready to take this vote. I think we should take this vote and move forward, move this country forward. And the victims deserve justice, and people deserve transparency is what they want.
And this issue over the Epstein matter has really infiltrated all aspects of the House. Various committees now considering various measures. Democrats seizing an opening here, even though they had really not pushed this issue at all during the Biden years. They now see this divide within the GOP and trying to tie this to any measure that they possibly can, which is why in this subcommittee right now, the Republicans are trying to figure out exactly how to proceed, whether to align themselves with the Democratic effort calling for a subpoena for all the Epstein files, or whether to try to change the language in any way to make the terms a bit more favorable to them. That is still playing out at the moment, Jake, but no question about it. Trump wants to move on, but as you heard that from Congresswoman Nancy Mace and other Republicans, they're not ready to move on quite yet.
All right, Mani Raju, thanks so much. Much more in the Epstein space. We're going to see if the president touches any of this when he speaks soon at this AI summit here in D.C. We're also getting new information about that Signal scandal involving the Secretary of Defense from back in March when a journalist was added to a group chat about war plans. Sources tell CNN that a Pentagon watchdog has been given evidence that messages from Hegseth.
Okay, we knew that already. All right. Where is it? Yeah, Nancy Pelosi now has moved on from calling the Epstein files a distraction to finally coming on board with releasing the Epstein files, where she has tweeted out, "Release the files." So I guess she's also on board. We won Nancy over. Thank God. Let's take a look at Holy Toledo, Harry Enton, looking at Trump's incredibly underwater approval ratings, underwater on all the major issues. Let's take a look.
So the president says things are great. What do the voters say?
Once again, this is why you pay me the big bucks at the Piker Broadcasting Service. PBS is sponsored by you, the viewers, for $6 a month or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you give me the big bucks so you know the news ahead of time. As I told you, all of these things that are happening currently, not the Epstein stuff, obviously. I didn't say that I didn't predict that there would be a major fissure between Trump's base because Trump's refusal to deliver on the Epstein stuff. But I told you that he was going to be underwater once people came to the recognition that the policies that he campaigned on were actually horrible. Okay? Hero of Zro, thank you for the 5 gifted. Gulwan, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. You can also gift subs for others in the Piker Broadcasting Service.
No, I think is the answer. 6 months in, the rules of political gravity absolutely apply to Donald Trump, and the USS Donald Trump is taking on a lot of water. What are we talking about? Trump's net approval rating. Look, he started off back in January +6.
My other prediction was, and I said this also time and time again, is that all of the hanger-ons that basically joined the Trump train because of the clout that it offered them are going to slowly start dropping like flies. They're gonna run out of the ship. Okay, the little rats will jump ship. because it is a sinking ship, and you will see all of the fake friends that want to maintain an audience, that care more about their audience online, and were simply getting on the Trump train in an effort to grift, in an effort to win prominence, in an effort to win clout, will slowly but surely turn around and say, oh man, we were duped, or oh man, I don't know about all this, guys. Epstein is a big turning point for a lot of people. It's a big exit ramp. Woke is back. Just you fucking wait.
Points on the net approval rating. -3 in March, -7 in May, and now he's at a term too low at -11 points. His net approval rating has dropped nearly 20 points in the aggregate since the beginning of his presidency. The American people do not like what they're seeing, and Donald Trump's administration is in a ton of trouble at this point.
It's funny, the number of people backtracking on hating you now that Israel's genocide is mainstream. No, they still try to find a way to do it. They'll still try to find a way to do it, but it's to an increasingly smaller and smaller audience. That's why I just fucking let that shit wash over me over and over again for months and months, because I knew full well that inevitably there is a slant towards justice. There's a slant that people still are interested in the truth, and eventually I knew that people would abso-fucking-lutely. Woke is not back, both are shit. No, woke is definitely back, big dog. Woke is back in a big way. There is the annoying type of woke, though, that is not back and will never be back, like rad-lib standpoint theory type shit. Yeah, they're probably currently making a fool of themselves, saying that interviewing a 19-year-old Yemeni is the same as the Nelk Boys giving a softball to Netanyahu. And I think that kind of stuff, that kind of nonsense is only going to shrink that base. Because if you're in the margins and you're like, well, I've been here for like 19 months when you were saying this guy fucking sucks, and it turns out we're like kind of angling towards his position now, then it becomes increasingly more difficult to consistently present me as an enemy. That's the nonsense a shrinking number of Reddit weirdos is running to. Yeah, they can keep trying, but like I said, who is gonna look at that and go, yeah, you're right? Even if the dude that I interviewed was like not a 19-year-old Yemeni teenager, but instead was like the leader of Ansar Allah, who the fuck is gonna look at that and go, yeah, you know what? These guys are just as bad as fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. You have to be a complete weirdo and utterly oblivious. You're wrong if you think people think that much? Okay, well, you thought probably that I was wrong, that people will inevitably come to terms with Israel's cruelty as well. The funny thing is, you did shit that CNN couldn't do. If they would have saw that dude on CNN, it wouldn't be an issue. When you get the chance, pro-Hamas crazies try to disrupt another event this morning with a bunch of nutcases. I'm proud as ever to stand for America and our ally Israel. Yeah, Josh Hawley is so fucking compromised. It's crazy. Just because you're right now doesn't mean you aren't wrong. No, I'm right now, and I will be right tomorrow as well, just like I was right yesterday. That's it. biggest problem is not that I'm right. My biggest problem is that I'm right too early. That's it. And it makes people feel bad because it goes against like their social conditioning. It goes against their social conditioning, and it when you are met with an incredibly stubborn force that keeps telling you you're wrong and keeps destroying what you previously thought was correct, you get anxious, you get angry, you get mad, and you lash out at the messenger rather than the message itself, or rather than understanding what the message actually holds. It's okay. As long as people inevitably arrive on the right side of the issue and take matters in their own hands, go out and protest and unconditionally offer support to the victims of this genocide, it's fine. You can still even keep hating me if you want, as long as you are out there protesting on behalf of the Palestinians, as long as you are applying pressure. You know what I mean? Or they'll say Hasan was right, but he was mean about it, not realizing how much patience you had explaining Israel-Palestine 1,000 times. Yeah, exactly.
The minds of the American voter.
Well, on what issues do the American voters seem to disapprove of him?
They disapprove of him on all of the issues. He's underwater on all the major issues of the day. Trump's net approval rating on all the major issues, minus 5 points in immigration, his best issue. He's underwater. How about the economy? That was what he was elected for. Minus 14 points. How about foreign policy? Minus 14 points. How about trade and those tariff wars?
Every single aspect of this I covered. I told you. Okay? I told you that even on immigration, he was going to be underwater as soon as even a fraction of the mass deportations that they claimed they were going to do would become reality. Okay? I told you. Here we are. This is precisely the reason why I was so critical on the Democrats throughout the election cycle. This is precisely the reason why I was so mad at the Democrats for not making a bigger fuss about immigration, for getting people to understand ahead of time, before the mass deportations policies start, that people should imagine what this would look like. Yes, Piker Broadcasting Service with the news before they break. If you want to know the news of tomorrow, you come here.
Minus 15 points, and of course the Epstein case, the lowest of the bunch, minus 37 points, 37 points below water. My goodness gracious, on every single issue, Donald Trump is below water on all the major ones. They're all dragging him down. No matter, it seems, what Donald Trump does, the American people do not like it, and that is why at this particular point he's at a term 2 low.
It's interesting because this is the issue that may be on the top of many people's minds as members of Congress head home for this extended summer recess.
And it's his worst one.
I'm not sure that House members will be excited to see that number as they leave Washington today. So where does his overall approval rating stand compared to other presidents?
Okay, I do have one piece of good news for Donald Trump, and that there is one other presidency that has a lower net approval rating at this point than this one. The bad news is that it was Donald Trump's other presidency, his first presidency, net approval rating 6 months in. The worst was in 2017. Donald Trump was 16 points underwater. The second worst, however, is this Donald Trump presidency, 11 points underwater. The average president at this point since 1953 has a plus 27 net approval rating.
1953.
John,
Jesus
do some
Christ,
quick math with me. It seems to me that Donald Trump is about 40 points lower than the average president at this particular point. He has the second worst net approval rating at this point. He is underwater on all the major issues of the day. The bottom line is 6 months into this administration, I think that most Americans would apply the word or words disaster, terrible, awful, horrible. I think that is the way that the American people would see it at this particular point. He is so far below underwater compared to the average president. The only one he beats out is him in term number 1, and I don't think that's exactly the metric he wants.
Well, he got reelected anyway. Doesn't that mean something? Is actually a really good question. Yeah, but he got reelected anyways, so isn't that a little irrelevant? No, I think that's actually the most relevant part of the story, which is that despite the fact that his approval was in the shitter, he got reelected. One must ask the question, why? One must ask the question, how? And that question will lead you to an answer that the Democrats don't want you considering, which is the Democratic Party's incompetence and its overall inability to address the issues that pertain to the average American existence. Back in the day, we used to have 2 terms for presidents. That cycle is now shortened to 1 term. It's because I think people's material problems have worsened. So now they have even less interest in seeing through a presidential election through the 8 years, because neither party addresses their immediate issues. They throw a bunch of fucking nonsense their way, and then people go, all right, well, fuck this. I have a shorter fuse for this now. So then they swap back with the hopes that the other party will do something right by them. They don't do that, and then they get mad at the Democrats when Democrats are in charge because of their ineptitude, and then they go back and revert back to the Republican Party. So unless something changes, unless one of these 2 parties, the Democrats, actually address some of the material realities, some of the issues that people are facing in terms of the affordability crisis, in terms of the underemployment crisis, with real long-term solutions, we're just going to keep going back and forth until there's like 30,000 people total voting, as everybody just stays home and checks out entirely, and they're just like, what are we supposed to do? Yeah, he lost the election right after these approval numbers, actually, and then the Dem Party did such a bad job reminding people they could do better that the dislike just wore off. Yep. From Trump, and then they went, well, I'm not getting shit from the Dems, might as well give him another shot. That's exactly what happened.
Wants to be applying himself.
Interesting to see which direction it will go next. Harriet, and thank you very much.
All right, let's take a look at Trump live now. Does anyone have the link to Trump speaking live at the AI summit? No, don't give me the foxnews.com video link. Give me a YouTube video link. Have you seen the Gen Z switch up on Trump? I have. Also expected. I told you this was going to happen. Do you want to know why I knew this was going to happen? Because I've seen it happen the first time Trump was president. He ran on...
Thank you very much.
He ran on being an anti-establishment candidate. He ran on shaking things up. And then he just basically became a regular ass Republican. And many of the people who placed a lot of hope on him changing things in a way that would matter, realized slowly but surely that they were in power now, and their lives still weren't getting better. Okay? I told you, people were going to vote for Donald Trump. People young enough not to remember the first Trump cycle especially would be way more readily available to vote for Donald Trump, and Donald Trump farmed those people pretty well. And that this is yesterday's live video. Oh, okay. Wait, are you sure? Oh, you're right. Thank you.
And millions of votes, winning the popular vote. We won with the districts, as they would call them, to 505. And that's why the map is almost completely red, except for a couple of little...
Where's the CCs?
Side of it. But it was a great experience, frankly, for me, and hopefully it's a great experience and been a great experience for our country, because they're saying we had the greatest 6 months that a president has ever had.
Oh yeah, it's so great, dude. People love you.
And I'm not even sure, maybe 6 months. I'm
People
not sure
love you,
it's the
Mr.
opening,
President.
but let's call it the opening 6 months. It sounds a little bit nicer. I want to also say hello and thank to Chamath and his wonderful wife, Nat. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. It was great seeing you again. Great couple. David Friedberg and even, as we know, Jason Calacanis. I say even. Thank you, Jason.
Even Jason Calacanis.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. Yeah, he's a good person. Thanks as well to the Hill and Valley Forum and our future Undersecretary of State, Jacob Hellberg. Good. Stand up, Jason. Good. I met him a year and a half ago, and I was very impressed. I said, let's bring him in. We'll bring in a lot of smart people. And David's been unbelievable as the job he's doing. Along with Secretaries Doug Burgum, who's been incredible. Doug? Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Great job. He's producing low-cost energy. We're down to $64. I want to get it down a little bit further if we can. I don't know if the oil companies love that or not, but we want to have very inexpensive electricity so that you can power up the plants, because you need more electricity than any human beings ever in the history of the world. When I heard what you really need, I said, you got to be kidding. Double what we produce right now for everything, right? I don't know, you're going to... Jensen, you're going to have to explain that to me someday, why they need so damn much. Could you do with a little bit less? My father always used to say, turn off the lights, son. But you guys are turning up the lights. I want to thank Howard Lutnick for doing a terrific job. He was involved in the big deal that we just completed with Japan. Howard, wherever you are, Howard. Where is Howard? Hi, Howard. Great job you did. Appreciate it. Really, that was an interesting negotiation.
Howard Nutlake.
These are tough people. These are good negotiators, I will tell you, Japan. But they love their country, and they do what's right for their country. I want to thank Chris Wright, if Chris is around. Chris is here because he's helping with the tremendous energy success that we're having. We're having tremendous energy success. We're the biggest. We have more energy than anybody else in the world. Nobody knew that until I came along. But we have more energy than anybody else in the world. We're making incredible deals on energy, including deals in Alaska. Well, we that's the mother lode. That's the big one. And we're making deals with various Asian countries that need it. And it's actually hard to believe, you don't think of it, but Asia is very close to Alaska, relatively speaking. It's not the closest, but it is.
This is why people love listening to him, chatters, who are asking why do people listen to him.
And we're making some incredible deals, and I want to thank Chris. Chris is fantastic, works in partnership really with this gentleman who's the head of all of, you've got the land and he's got the energy, right? But they formed a great partnership, Doug. So that's one of the greatest partnerships I've seen in a long time. They work hand in hand, and they have done a great job. Administrators, Kelly Loeffler, I think, is here. Kelly, thank you very much. Hi, Kelly. Thank Kelly. And probably the most important man in the room, and I say it in all sincerity, more important than Doug and Chris and all that energy they're producing. He's a man that produces fast permits on the environmental impact statements. He gets them done. I said, Lee, you have 1 week for nuclear, and you have a couple of days for oil and gas, okay, for the approvals. And we kid, but you know, he really is. He's knocking them out fast. He's knocked out a lot. A lot of you guys have started your plants already, and you've already had your approvals. So where's Lee Zeldin? Is he here? He is so great. This guy, he is so great. That's why he has a slightly better seat than I gave to Doug, you see? Nah, he's doing a fantastic job in a lot of ways, but he's doing a great job, and he's getting fast permits, and safe and good and everything else, but he's moving them along rapidly, already given some. And, you know, one of the most exciting things we'll talk about in a second is the fact that you're going to build your own electric producing plants when you build whatever you're building. And it's different things, including automobile factories, which are going up all over the place. You'll see them starting soon. They're moving into our country because of the tariffs, because they don't want to pay the tariffs. They're moving into our country at a record speed. But the ability to build your own electric plant, not having to rely on a 100-year-plus old grid. And then if you have electric capacity extra, you're going to sell it into the grid and make some money, but you'll sell it right back into the grid. Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios. Michael, thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. As well, it's supposed to be taking a vote right now. Big vote, Senator Ted Cruz. Is Senator Cruz here? Oh, look at my senator. Why aren't you voting? I think we lost David McCormick, who's voting. So is David here? Because you're supposed to be voting, Ted. I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I'll tell you what, this man works hard. Ted works hard, and he works good. And a very special thanks to some of the top industry leaders here, including somebody that's amazing. I said, look, we'll break this guy up. This is before I learned the facts of life. I said, we'll break him up. They said, don't say it's very hard. I said, why? I said, what percentages of the market does he have? Sir, he has 100%. I said, who the hell is he? What's his...
Oh, we got CC's. Let's go.
I said, why? I said, what percentage of the market does he have? Sir, he has 100%. I said, who the hell is he?
Audio is low, though.
His name is Jensen Huang, NVIDIA. I said, what the hell is NVIDIA? I've never heard of it before. He said, you don't want to know about it, sir. I figured we could go in and we could sort of break him up a little bit, get him a little competition. And I found out it's not easy in that business. I said, supposing we put the greatest minds together, they work hand in hand for a couple of years. He said, no, it would take at least 10 years to catch him if he ran NVIDIA totally incompetently from now on. So I said, all right, let's go on to the next one. And then I got to know Jensen, and now I see why. Jensen, will you stand up? What a job. What a job you've done. Yeah. Great. It's a great. He's a great guy, too. Lisa Su of AMD. Lisa? Lisa? Thank you. Congratulations. Great job. Sham Sanakar of Palantir. We buy a lot of things from Palantir. Where are you? Are we paying our bills? I think so. We just made a deal with the European Union where they're going to pay the United States of America 100% of the cost of all military equipment. They're going to ship it to the European Union, and then they'll distribute it, and much of it will go to Ukraine. It's been a long time since you've heard those words. We're in for $350 billion, but now we send it to Europe, and Europe pays, and they were great. We had a tremendous NATO meeting a few weeks ago, and it was pretty amazing, actually, what happened. They agreed to go from 2% to 5%, and they had 2% where they didn't pay. They have 5% where they've already paid. That's a big difference. That's trillions of dollars, actually, trillions. But they're going to spend that money in the United States with our defense companies, and we're going to send it to them, and they'll distribute the equipment that we send. So that's the way it should have been 3 years ago, frankly. And Jeff Sprecher, the other half of that incredible family, is he here? Is he here? He's a fantastic guy, international, intercontinental exchange, and he's been a friend of mine for a long time, the husband of Kelly, who's really doing a good job. You are really doing a good job. Small business, which is actually big business if you add it all up, right? It's probably the biggest bank there is, but they call it small business, and she's done a fantastic job. Thanks, Kelly. Say hello to Jeff. As we gather this afternoon, we're still in the earliest days of one of the most important technological revolutions in the history of the world. Around the globe, everyone is talking about artificial intelligence. I find that too. Artificial, I can't stand it. I don't even like the name. You know, I don't like anything that's artificial. So could we straighten that out, please? We should change the name. I actually mean that. I don't like the name artificial anything.
What the fuck is this man saying?
Pure genius.
Call it American intelligence. You don't even need to change it. AI, American intelligence.
Knowledge from medicine to manufacturing to warfare and national defense. Whether we like it or not, we're suddenly engaged in a fast-paced competition to build and define this groundbreaking technology that will determine so much about the future of civilization itself because of the genius and creativity of Silicon Valley. And it is incredible genius. Without question, the most brilliant place anywhere on earth. America is the country that started the AI race.
It is pretty crazy to consider that all it took for these guys was also for like Mark Zuckerberg to go on Joe Rogan and be like, I hate trans people. And you can do whatever you want with our platform, sir. And a couple billion total dollars, okay, maybe a couple $100 million total dollars in campaign donations. And they went from using Silicon Valley as like the primary enemy to talking about how wonderful Silicon Valley tech CEOs are. Like, that was the #1 op. The #1 op for the Republicans in perpetuity was Silicon Valley tech CEOs, social media companies. And now, and it wasn't that long ago, like they kept running with that. And they were able to just like rebrand so fast. They were able to turn around and be like, nope, these guys are our beautiful, wonderful partners. They are so good, so good.
It's really been pretty amazing, I will say that, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. So from this day forward, it'll be a policy of the United States to do whatever it takes to lead the world in artificial intelligence, and such an important thing happening. This is really something that nobody expected. It just popped out of the air, and here we are. But we will defend our nation, our values, our future, and our freedom, and it will be really great. But what we really need to be successful is a very simple phrase called common sense, and that begins with a common sense application of artificial and intellectual property rules. It's so important. You can't be expected to have a successful AI program when every single article, book, or anything else that you've read or studied, you're supposed to pay for. Gee, I read a book, I'm supposed to pay somebody. And you know, we appreciate that, but you just can't do it because it's not doable. And if you're going to try and do that, you're not going to have a successful program. I think most of the people in the room know what I mean. When a person reads a book or an article, you've gained great knowledge. That does not mean that you're violating copyright laws or have to make deals with every content provider. And that's a big thing that you're working on right now, I know, but you just can't do it. China's not doing it, and if you're going to be beating China, and right now we're leading China very substantially.
He's anti-IP, let's go.
Very, very substantially. And
he's anti-IP.
The amount of work that's
my goat.
Bursting up.
No more copyright.
But you have to be able to play by the same set of rules. So when you have something,
JD Pondon says
when it goes into
IP is no longer relevant. We must share information for universal prosperity.
You cannot expect to every single time say, oh, let's pay this one that much, let's pay this one.
Copy wrong.
Of course, you can't copy or plagiarize an article, but if you read an article and learn from it, we have to allow AI to use that pool of knowledge without
Except, let's be real, he's just saying AI can fucking steal everything. That's all he's saying. So they can make money off of it when they paywall that info later down the line.
We also have to have a single federal standard, not 50 different states regulating this industry of the future. And some people would say, gee, that's an unpopular thing to say. I was told before I got up here, this is an unpopular thing because some people, they don't want that. But I want you to be successful, and you can't have one state holding you up. You can't have 3 or 4 states holding you up. You can't have a state with standards that are so high that it's going to hold you up. You have to have a federal rule and regulation. Hopefully you have the right guy in this position that's going to supplant the states. If you are operating under 50 different sets of state laws, the most restrictive state of all will be the one that rules. So you could have a state run by a crazy governor, a governor that hates you, a governor that's not smart, or maybe a governor that's very smart, but decides that he doesn't like the industry and he can put you out of business because you're going to have to go to that lowest common denominator. We need one common sense federal standard that supersedes all states, supersedes everybody, so you don't end up in litigation with 43 states at one time. You got to go litigation free. It's the only way, and we also have to watch Europe, Asia, and all foreign countries so that they don't make rules and regulations that likewise make it impossible for you to do business, and where you'd have to make everything in AI cater to them, because again, you'd have to cater to the toughest country or to the toughest state. Can't do that because it would ruin it. I just terminated all of the, as an example, California car emissions rules, which were a disaster. It cost them just billions of dollars as an industry, but thousands of dollars per car. The emission rule standard, because they were making the production of an automobile almost impossible and at a tremendously higher cost.
It's so fucking stupid.
Than it should cost, for very little gain, for actually, in my opinion, negative gain. The automobile was worse. Under this administration, our innovation will be unmatched and our capabilities will be unrivaled. And with the help of many of the people in this room, America's ultimate triumph will be absolutely unstoppable. We will be unstoppable as a nation. Again, we're way ahead and we want to stay that way. We can't let individual smaller units stop it, because that's the only thing that can stop it and can really mess it up. As with any such breakthrough, this technology brings the potential for bad as well as for good, for peril as well as for progress. But the daunting power of AI is it's not going to be a reason for retreat from this new frontier. On the contrary, it is the more reason we must ensure it is pioneered first and best. We have to have the best, the first pioneer. We are the best and the first pioneers, and we're going to be really putting a nation that we love, America, we're going to be putting it first. I have an expression, America first, make America great again. A lot of great expressions, but they're all so true. Make America great again. We're going to make this industry absolutely the top, because right now it's a beautiful baby that's born. We have to grow that baby and let that baby thrive.
What the fuck?
We can't stop it. We can't stop it with politics. We can't stop it with foolish rules and even stupid rules. At the same time, we want to have rules, but they have to be smart. They have to be brilliant. They have to be more brilliant than even the technology itself. Surely there will be challenges on the path ahead, but together we will meet them and transcend them all. We are Americans, and we are Americans first. A couple of people I know that don't happen to be from here, but I wish you a lot of luck anyway. I'm looking at three people that are not Americans, but very good people. Please treat them nicely. But we do not shrink from the future or cower in the face of uncertainty. We dominate the future. We conquer new frontiers, and we control our own fate, and we determine by doing that our own destiny. Winning this competition will be a test of our capacities unlike anything since the dawn of the space age. Believe that. It's hard to believe as the president, the amount of enthusiasm for this one industry. I mean, I can talk about cars where we're doing incredibly well. We have car companies moving in all the time, but I talk about other industries. Everybody's saying this is going to dominate the world. It's going to dominate every industry that ever conceived. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's true, but I can tell you that a lot of very brilliant people think it is true. It'll dominate everything. It will challenge us to marshal all of our strength and flex the muscles of American ingenuity and resolve like probably never before. It will require us to blast through obsolete systems, cut through thickets of regulation. You've got to get rid of some of the regulation, but we want good regulation and rebuild the industrial bedrock of our country. And perhaps most importantly, winning the AI race will demand a new spirit of patriotism and national loyalty in Silicon Valley and long beyond Silicon Valley. For too long, much of our tech industry pursued a radical globalism that left millions of Americans feeling distrustful and betrayed. And you know that. Everybody knows that. Everybody in this room certainly does. Many of our largest tech companies have reaped the blessings of American freedom while building their factories in China, hiring workers in India, and slashing profits in Ireland. You know that? All the while dismissing and even censoring their fellow citizens right here at home. Under President Trump, those days are over. We need U.S. technology companies to be all in for America. We want you to put America first. You have to do that. That's all we ask. That's all we ask. To partner with our tech geniuses in achieving this vision, today we're releasing the White House AI Action Plan. Big stuff. Signing it right after this. In fact, I see it sitting right there. Maybe I should just sign it right now. Who the hell has to make the rest of this speech, right? But here are the pillars of the strategy. First, my administration will use every tool at our disposal to ensure that the United States can build and maintain the largest, most powerful, and most advanced AI infrastructure anywhere on the planet. America needs new data centers, new semiconductor and chip manufacturing facilities, new power plants and transmission lines. And under my leadership, we're going to get that job done, and it's going to be done with certainty and with environmental protection and all of the things that we have to do to get it done properly. Virtually all of these large capital investments can be and should be made.
If a Democrat was pursuing this policy, Republicans would be up in arms with pitchforks.
But for that reason,
correctly identifying that AI is a tool of displacement of the existing labor pool. But because it's Donald Trump and Americans are dumber than ever before, they think this is going to yield bounties for them.
You've never seen in this country before. So often, and I've been watching for many years, I've watched regulation. I've been a victim of regulation. The zone change, it takes 6 years for a building in Manhattan or whatever. But I was good at zone changes, but it took a long time. By the time you got the zoning, the market changed. You didn't want to build the building. You say, well, but in some cases that made you lucky, didn't it? Huh? In some cases, not too many people understand that in this room, but in some cases, waiting for that approval as the market collapsed was a good thing, not a bad thing. But it's time to reclaim our heritage as a nation of builders, and that's why, upon taking office, I signed a historic executive order directing that and this is so important, for every new regulation, 10 old regulations must be immediately eliminated. So we have old regulations that clog up the books that don't even mean anything anymore. You know, in my first term, I had more regulation cuts than any president in history times 4, and that included 2-term presidents where you're talking about 8 years. We had more than any other president, and I think we may even top it this year. We may very well be able to top it during this period of time, because you're really, you are a regulation-prone group, and we're looking to get those regulations out of your way so you can use your genius. Earlier this month, we also enacted the largest tax cuts in American history when I signed the One Big Beautiful Bill into law. And I think the most important thing in the whole tax cut, in terms of pure economics, and I think one of the reasons that my first, we had the most successful economy in history during my first term, and I think this is going to blow it away. So far it is, and I think this is going to blow it away. But the reason we had was I had expensing at 100%. And what we did is we included 100% in this bill, expensing for all capital expenditures, including investments in factories and equipment and structure. Structure wasn't included last time, so even structure, and you're able to write it all off immediately. That's the biggest thing. Not 38 years, not 42 years. You're able to write it all off immediately. And this time we've made it for 10 years, not for 1 year. We've made it for 10 years, so you have a much longer period, but I'd say get out and take advantage of it. I think that's one of the reasons that we had such an incredible success with the first tax cuts. And one of the things that this bill does is it extends the first tax cuts and makes them permanent And in addition to that, we were granted other taxes like no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. A lot of great things. One of the things that I mentioned, not so pertinent here, but if you're in the automobile business, it's pertinent. I said, why is it that people like us always are looking for expenses and deductions? And people that buy automobiles that really have to go out and borrow money to buy a car, why aren't they allowed to deduct the interest on their loan to buy a car from their income tax? And we got it approved. We got it approved. And that is such a big thing. And I think that's going to be such a big thing for the automobile industry. We're going to be making more cars. Within a few years, we're going to be making more cars than we made in the very beginning, in the super prime. You know, we lost almost 50% of our automobile business to Mexico, Canada, and various other places, as you know, in Europe and in Asia. And now we're getting it back. We're getting it back in record numbers, and I think we're going to be topping any amount. In a few years, we'll be making more automobiles than we've ever made in the history of our country, including what I call prime time. My administration is also pursuing a future of all-out American energy dominance, and on day one, I terminated the Green New Scam. You know what that was? You were all victims to it. Perhaps the second or third greatest scam in the history of our country. I would say the first was Russia, and we had a couple of others too. But the Green New Scam was one of the greatest. It's
something that was never implemented, by the way.
What they've made you do.
Unfortunately.
The carbon footprint. They talked about the carbon footprint, and then Obama hops onto a 747 Air Force One and flies to Hawaii to play a round of golf and comes back. What about the carbon footprint? No, we didn't like that. And what Biden has done is absolutely terrible. He made it impossible, almost impossible for people to do business, not even talking about the border, where millions and millions of people flowed into our country, many from prisons, from jails, from gangs, from mental institutions all over the world. No, we're not doing that. We have to get them out. We've got 11,888 murderers, many of them committed more than one murder. Many of them, more than 50%.
Remember, this is Zen fascism, chat.
Out of our country, or in some cases, they're so.
He's saying Obama's a hypocrite because he believes in the carbon footprint, but he doesn't believe in the carbon footprint, so it's perfectly fine that he goes golfing.
Last month, you probably read, we had 0 people enter our country illegally.
But he's saying, why doesn't he be? Why don't you be like me?
You have hundreds of thousands, literally hundreds of thousands of people a week pour into our country, totally unvetted and unchecked. And what the hell were they thinking? What they've done to our country is so sad, and we can never forget it. But we're unleashing all forms of energy, including natural gas, oil, and clean, beautiful coal. I instructed my people, in the form of Chris and Doug, in particular, you are not allowed to say the word coal without saying clean, beautiful in front of it. You can only say clean, beautiful coal. It's a little embarrassing because we had somebody making a speech the other day, right? And he mentioned the word coal about 30 times because that was the subject. And he kept going clean, beautiful. I wanted to say, okay, just take it easy. You could just, got a little bit crazy, right, Doug? But it's, you know, China's using it. They're building now 57 big power plants, all fueled by coal. And we have to compete. We have to win. And we're going to have clean, beautiful coal. But we have more coal than any. We have more anything in terms of energy than anybody. Oil and gas. We also have more coal. In May, I also signed an executive order to rapidly begin construction of safe, reliable nuclear reactors. That's a big thing now. And many of you are going to be using nuclear. You know, I had problems with nuclear. I saw some of the things, but what they've done with nuclear is like what you've done with AI and other things. It's incredible, actually. It's long-term. It's inexpensive. It's safe. What they've done is really amazing. So we opened up the industry. Very strict rules, but we opened up the industry, and some of you are going to choose nuclear over oil and gas. Or
I'm going to keep it $1.50. I've always been like a little bit too fearful of nuclear energy. But the fact that Donald Trump is talking about nuclear in positive terms in a speech that is mostly dedicated to deregulation is fucking terrifying.
Baby build, and we will be adding at least as much electric capacity as China. We think we're going to catch them and maybe even have something a little bit extra.
Right as I'm coming around the nuclear energy.
And we'll be doing at least as much, and every company will be given the right to build their own power plant. So when you build, you can build your power plant with it, and you are essentially going to become your own utility. It's a utility to yourselves. And as I said, any excess energy you're going to sell back to the grid and make plenty of money doing it. As a result of these pro-American policies since my election, we're seeing trillions and trillions of dollars in new investment. So at this moment, we have almost $17 trillion coming into this country. There's never been a period of time like that. And that's in a period of a few months.
A bigger meltdown than Chernobyl.
In a few months, Meta, Amazon, Google, Microsoft are all investing $320 billion or more in data centers and AI infrastructure this year. Those companies are really, they're really going at it, and they're It's very smart people, very good people. I got to know.
They're saying no nuclear meltdown has been as big.
I was thrilled with them, but I've gotten to know them and like them. I think they got to like me, but I think they got
biggest
to like
from the standpoint of radiation.
NVIDIA has committed $500 billion over the next 4 years. Thank you, Jensen. I'm sure that'll be a good investment. If you're doing it, it's good. Thank you very much. It's a great statement. Last week, I was in Pennsylvania as 20 companies announced $92 billion with David McCormick, senator, great guy from Pennsylvania. $92 billion in energy and data center projects, including what will soon be the largest natural gas power plant anywhere in North America. They're going to town. It's already under construction, the largest in North America by far. For decades, we had leaders who spent their time focused on building up foreign nations. Under the Trump administration, we are going to have leaders who are going to build up our nation. This colossal investment in AI infrastructure and many other industries, for that matter, such as automobiles and so many other things, will also create thousands and thousands of great-paying jobs, the kind of jobs we want, including lots of blue-collar jobs. And, you know, our numbers are very good right now, but wait till you see these numbers in 2 years from now. It will mean higher wages and more opportunity for millions of energy workers, HVAC technicians, engineers, electricians, and the hardworking citizens who make our country run. These are great people that make our country actually run. To ensure America maintains the world-class infrastructure we need to win today, I will sign a sweeping executive order to fast-track federal permitting, streamline reviews, and do everything possible to expedite construction of all major AI infrastructure projects. And this will be done. You will get so good a service in so many ways, not only from Lee with the environment, but you need many other types of permits, and you're going to go so fast. You're going to say, well, wait a minute, this is too fast. I didn't expect to go this quickly. This is a problem. I think it was a problem in opposite. But including factories, data centers, and power plants of all kinds, the United States will have total industrial and technological supremacy. The second pillar of our action plan for AI dominance is to get the entire world running on the backbone of American technology, and I think that's very much happening right now, and I think it's going to happen. The last
I know. I covered this already.
Imposing restrictions on AI, including extreme restrictions on its exports. As you know, they made it very difficult to export. This alienated American partners and drove even our friends into the arms of China and other countries. That's why upon taking office, I repealed the so-called Biden diffusion rule. Can you imagine that? That crippled American AI exports. The Biden diffusion rule. I wonder who came up with that name, because he has no idea what it is. He had no idea what it was. He came up with a rule. I wonder who drew that one. I wonder, was that signed by the Autopen, I think, because they went to him and said, we're going to do a diffusion rule. Mr. President, what? What? It's okay. The Autopen will take care of it. It's one of the greatest scandals in the history of our country, let me tell you. Under my administration, we will maintain necessary protections for our national security, but we will never forget that the greatest threat of all is to forfeit the race and force our partners into rival technology. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Okay? Not going to let that happen. That could be the end. When I traveled to the Middle East in May, every leader I met was thrilled to do business with American tech firms and with America, and they were all thrilled to meet me, believe it or not. It's hard to believe, isn't it? But they were. By the way, the most powerful woman in the world is here today. Susie Wiles, stand up, please. Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff. She can take out a country with a mere phone call. No, they just voted her the most powerful woman anywhere in the world. She might be the most powerful person in the world, I think. But she's done a fantastic, hasn't she done a good job, though, huh? Good. But we're going to come home with trillions and trillions of dollars in deals, and that's the way it is. But the King of Saudi Arabia, I met 3 great leaders. I went to 3 countries predominantly. King of Saudi Arabia said, and I can say that Qatar and UAE, the leaders, brilliant guys, great people, they said the same thing. They said, you know what, that 1 year ago, your country was dead. It was a dead country. They were looking at China, they were looking at other places, but you had a dead country. And today, Mr. President, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. They said that, and they meant it so strongly. And when I went to NATO 2 weeks ago, where we made the deal where they pay 5% instead of 2%, they said the same exact thing. They said, boy, I tell you what a difference it is. It's a year ago, you people were dead. You didn't think you were going to make it as a country. Today, you're the hottest country in the world. They all said it. All those leaders said it, 30 of them. So today, I'm signing another major executive order that will turn America into an AI export powerhouse. Under this order, Secretary Lutnick and Secretary Marco Rubio's doing a great job as Secretary of State, will work to rapidly expand American AI exports of all kinds, from chips to software to data storage of all kinds. And that's very important. That's going to give you the freedom to do what you want to do. And third, once and for all, we are getting rid of woke. Is that okay? Because I know you had to hire all woke people. I heard you had to hire all woke people under some of these things. How about the chips, where they give you the chip nonsense, where they give you billions of dollars if you only build a chip company? These people have plenty of money. They don't need the money. They need the permits. They need the rights to do it. They don't want to pay tariffs, so they come and they build here. That's why they're coming here. They like, number one, they like me, but they like not having to pay tariffs even more. And they're coming. But Biden gave billions of dollars to companies that have nothing but cash. And they don't say where to build. It's just give them money. But here's the problem. They have to hire lots of woke people. And they say woke isn't for this particular industry. We've noticed that. They're not for a lot of industries, if you want to know the truth. So the guidelines were impossible. They're going to give you money, but you got to hire this and this and this and that. And I don't want to get into it too much because I don't want any controversy today. But you have to hire a lot of people that were not into this particular world that you're in. And so therefore, all the money they gave didn't mean a damn thing. One of Biden's worst executive orders established toxic diversity, equity, and inclusion ideology as a guiding principle of American AI development. So you immediately knew that was the end of your development. But the American people do not want woke Marxist lunacy in the AI models, and neither do other countries. They don't want it. They don't want anything to do with it. That's
they
why
want the AI to be able to say slurs.
Terminated Joe Biden's order on woke AI effective immediately. You don't have any of those crazy rules. Crazy rules. And in just a moment, I will be signing an order banning the federal government from procuring AI technology that has been infused with partisan bias.
Every AI has to say that it's Mecha Hitler.
And from now on, the U.S. government will deal only with AI that pursues truth, fairness, and strict impartiality. We're not going to go through the craziness that we've gone through for the last 4 years. And then we skip 4, and then you go back, and it started then. But it hung around a little while. Now it's not hanging around at all. Now it's
I want all of the AI to do rape fantasies about Will Stancil.
Folks, there's this guy. He's on Twitter. His name is Will Stancil, folks. In order to make sure that all AI is not woke, we must ensure that it has vivid rape fantasies about Will Stancil. AI must call itself Mecha Hitler.
Example, that's one. And they say that's an 80-20 number. They say 80% would be against it. No, it's not 80-20. It's about 97-3. And I don't know who the three are. I've never seen anybody. I've never had a person. I see everybody. I'm a very open person. They come up to me and they talk to me. I've never had anybody come up. Sir, you have to let men play in women's sports. I've never had it. I deal with hundreds of thousands of people. Every time I talk to somebody, nobody's ever, they talk about AI, they talk about everything, but they've never said, you gotta allow, this is ridiculous. Men should be allowed to play in women's sport. It's sort of crazy, isn't it, huh? You have to see, did you see the race? It was a race, a long distance marathon.
Oh, he's back to the hits.
Deals, and we had one of the great female runners, and we had one of the great male runners, and at the end of the by 5 hours and 14 seconds, they waited around for the really good athlete female. It's very demeaning to women, I want to tell you that, but they waited, her parents were waiting for hours. Somebody said, why don't you go back to the hotel and sleep for a few hours and come back and meet your daughter? This is what they do. You got to see the weightlifting records, though. They're the best of all. A woman lifted 212 pounds. It was a world record. It held for 18 years. And now a man who transitioned came up and looked at the bar. How much is it? 212 pounds. Oh, let me try it. Ring, bong. I think he broke the record by 109 pounds. It's going to be a long time. It's going to be a long time before a woman catches that. And these are great athletes and great people, and it's demeaning. And who the hell wants this? We're off of that whole standard, because I just tell you those as examples. We're off of it. The reason the last administration was so eager to regulate and restrict AI was so they could limit this technology to just a few large companies, allowing them to centralize it, censor it, control it, weaponize it. And they would weaponize it. A very dishonest group of people. You probably saw that because we caught them in the act. We really caught them. We had it before, but now we really have them. We have it where it counts. But this is the exact opposite of my approach. The unique strength of the American tech industry has always come from its startups and small tech. It comes through small. Jensen was small. Were you ever small? I think so. When you started in your bedroom, I think you were small, right? He started as very small, and now he's really become very amazing. If you regulate them too much, you kill the source of American genius and technological power. I believe that. Joe Biden had a plan to lose the AI race. I think he wanted to lose it because his plan would never have worked. It would have never been successful, and you would have spent a lot of money, and you wouldn't have been able to win. They didn't allow you to win, but we have a plan which only admires and respects the winners. Every citizen should take incredible pride in the inspiring feats of American innovators who are pushing the bounds of human knowledge and achievement. The people of OpenAI, Google, Meta, and countless startups are proving once again that America is impossible. You are just impossible to beat. You're not going to be beaten. You're not going to let that happen. When you do your best, when you
I know you don't use AI, but this is very bad. Oh, I know. I think the fact that there are no safeguards around AI development is insane. It's completely insane. It's terrifying. We're gonna have, considering that every industry in the United States of America is predisposed, and its primary focus is, every industry's primary focus is the displacement of labor, because labor is the most malleable aspect of productive output. It's the one aspect that you have to eradicate costs at against all matter of retaliation. So they're gonna put fucking AI in charge of like medicine. They're just gonna be like, there's no regulation. AI is actually better than humans at this stuff. They're gonna start making AI. They're gonna start using AI in safety measures. Lol, no, it not. What are you talking about? More people are gonna die? No, this we're on the same board. We're on the same side on this. Like, think about it this way: AI replacing teachers, AI replacing doctors, AI replacing medical regulation, pharmaceutical regulation. All of those things are going to be horrible. Think about how artificial intelligence is already utilized by the likes of former CEO Brian Thompson's United Healthcare. They were used specifically to deny people the coverage. FDA's artificial intelligence is supposed to revolutionize drug approvals. It's making up studies. It's fucking over, man.
Just begun, and you're going to win it. Thank you very much, everybody.
There will be major backlash in healthcare and other industries. LLMs are not a replacement for highly skilled humans. Yeah, that's what you think. What you don't understand is this has nothing to do with making sure that people get the best possible service, and everything to do with making sure that we just eliminate labor. Okay? Capital owners want to eliminate labor and automate these processes to the best of their ability because AI is ultimately much, much cheaper. They want to cut costs. What is this? Well, for starters, the first image is an imaginary character that never existed. At Grok, tell this piece of crap Paul Bunyan was a real person. Paul Bunyan is a fictional character from American folklore created as a tall tale in lumberjack stories. While some historians suggest loose interpretation from real figures like Fabien Fournier, he was not an actual person. Fuck you, Grok. Why is chat randomly siding with capitalists being rational actors or agreeing with capitalism in the history of capitalism or chat? No, I don't think anyone is. I think that artificial intelligence can have uses, like good uses. It can be either used as a mechanism to displace or lower the burdens that the pre-existing labor pool has, or it can be used as a way to displace the existing labor force in its entirety. Under the rules of capitalism, it will be used as a mechanism to displace the labor pool in its entirety. And it doesn't matter if the services that it delivers is worse off than an actual human being. It's that simple. Like, look. Human cultural replacement, not just AI music, but AI listeners too. A fake and fraudulent way for Spotify to generate ad revenue. Who needs humans when bots can click on links and trick advertisers into paying for fake engagement? Spotify has an AI music problem, but bots love it. Fake listeners are flocking to AI-made songs on streaming platforms, taking much needed money away from human artists. Like, think about it this way. This thing in my hand and in all of your hands has more processing power than my first ever computer by a major, by magnitudes, okay? I had a Pentium, I think it was like i4 or something. Like, or Pentium 3, I don't know, whatever. It was nothing in comparison to this fucking thing that I have in my hand. Do you think I'm against technological innovation? Of course not. I'm not against technological innovation at all because this thing has had many downsides, but also tremendous benefit as well. The problem is that has created an environment where people work 24/7, for example. Accessibility to the internet and technological innovation in that regard has only increased the burden that a singular person has in the workplace, because and companies that are aware of this, capital owners that are aware of this, have used that to limit the number of employees, to lower the number of employees, because now one person can do the job of 10 and in a much shorter period of time. So labor has become more productive than ever before, whereas wages have remained stagnant. Wages have not adjusted to profits. Wages have not adjusted to, sorry, not profits. Wages have not adjusted to the productivity of the average laborer. Average wages have remained low, whereas average productivity has gone up a fuck ton. So the problem is not the technological innovation itself. The problem is what capital owners use said technological innovation to do. This is the issue. And you have the likes of Sam Altman openly talking about it, saying there are cases where entire classes of jobs will go away, like all throughout history. We have these new technologies come along and people say this is the end of work, this is the end of jobs. It turns out people seem to want unlimited stuff.
Entire classes of jobs will go away. There are entirely new classes of jobs that will come. And largely, I think this will look somewhat like most of history, in that the tools people have to use their jobs will let them do more, achieve things in new ways. What it means to be a doctor or a lawyer or a computer programmer clearly will change, but people will still need medical care and they'll want to talk to a human. People still need legal advice and they'll want someone that they can trust to be on their side. People will still want computers to do things for them. But the amount that one person can do, and also the amount that we expect one person out of one person, will be incredible. Like all throughout history, where these new technologies come along and people say this is the end of work, this is the end of jobs. It turns out people seem to want unlimited stuff.
The difference with AI is that cognitive labor is now being replicated in a way it was never before. This isn't the same old Luddite who were correct, by the way, doomer talking points. Wait, what? I know the video's quiet, I know.
Have a huge desire to express their creativity and be useful to people. And I'm still waiting for that promise from the Industrial Revolution that we only had to work 4 hours a week and got to, you know, play on the beach and hang out with our...
We could do that. Like, that's something that is within our current present technological, it's not limited. Like, we could technically do that. And we would have a much higher percentage of people that have well-paying jobs with decent benefits and decent compensation. The only thing that stops this is the way that profits are distributed as it stands. The limited means that the average laborer has to take control over their own lives, to take control over what they can and can't do in their own workplace. It is because of capitalism that we have not gotten to a 4-hour work week. That's it. Just like AI is also not going to lead to a 4-hour work week. It's not going to lead to that at all. Because if all of the exponential growth of technology over the course of the past couple of decades has not led to a diminished or 4-day work week, not even a 4-hour work week, which we could literally do a 4-day work week at this point. I mean, a 4-hour work week at this point. Sorry, he said 4. I can't hear him because the video is too low. The audio is so low. Right now, as it stands, we could do far less work, far less labor, and keep productivity relatively high, as opposed to you're so out of touch of the everyday normal person. Bruh, what are you saying? Maybe you can, millionaire, 4-hour work week. Dude, you are a fucking peasant, okay? I need you to understand something. You are a fucking peasant. Yes, the argument I'm making is that if, for example, let's talk about one job that requires direct labor, menial labor, okay? Route tasks.
an Amazon distribution facility worker, okay? I'm going to use the worst possible job that should destroy my argument, right? If Amazon were to hire far more workers to accomplish the same amount of tasks instead of forcing one person to do the task and keep prices fairly high for that labor, people could absolutely work much lower hours. Okay? So yes, it is not that I am out of touch. It's that you have no capacity to dream. You have no understanding of how these things work. Yelling doesn't make you right. I'm not yelling. This is my normal tone of voice. I'm currently speaking in my own living room from my own house. You're watching me. Just think for a moment. The only reason why we don't have 4 days of work only, for example, or even something lower than that, is simply because as productivity is increased, where one person can do the work of 10 now, we have not lowered the amount of hours required, and instead we've actually eliminated people from the workforce slowly but surely. That's it. And you don't actually recognize that, partially because obviously population keeps growing. The population keeps growing, so you don't actually fucking think that there is like less laborers overall. When I say a 4-hour work day for 4 days a week, let's say, I don't mean that you also get paid minimum wage for those 4 hours. I mean you get paid the same because your pay structure is adjusted to your productivity, is adjusted to your output. But under capitalism, it is not adjusted to your productivity or your output, and it's entirely adjusted to how much your bosses can get away with not paying you. Okay? That's it. Because, and by the way, this is not a value judgment. This is just how things are. When I say, under our current organization of the economy, your interest as a worker, as a wage laborer, is to work as little as possible and get the most amount of pay, right? And your boss's interests are to make you work as many hours as possible for the least amount of pay that they can get away with. That's just objective reality. That's not... Like what I'm describing here is not, there's no value judgment associated with this. I'm not saying something is moral or immoral. I'm just telling you exactly what it is, right? In the simplest ways possible. And if that incentive structure exists, if that infrastructure exists for your bosses versus yourself, who do you think wins out at the end of the day? Your bosses do. They win that battle every single time. And when you expand on this principle, you realize that throughout technological innovation, throughout the exponential growth of technology, there have been a million different opportunities for you to work less hours and keep the same output, if not a higher output, because you're more productive. And yet, in that process, your bosses have decided, oh, now we can make fucking, one guy do the work of 10. So let's just fire these 9 other guys. And then the one guy that remains in that position is even more terrified of losing their job. It's that simple. And it's so much more dangerous than just labor laws. I have direct knowledge. Trump's statements against woke AI are not just about grok. It's already being used at the FDA to select biased data from clinical trials in order to whitewash drug development and clinical trial findings. This seems small until certain populations are left behind or more urgently harmed now. Chatter does not understand the point. What you're trying to say is that if there's 100 Amazon packages, yet there's only one person transporting them, and it takes them 8 hours to transport them. But if there's 10 people, everyone gets to go home early. Exactly. Yeah. Das Kapital Volume 1. Drive down the price of labor, increase proportion of labor time that goes to the employer, drive up the rate of exploitation. Surplus labor value increases. Surplus labor value that you can farm off of an individual laborer increases. And that is what Marxists would call exploitation. That is what a capitalist would call profit. Once again, no value judgment associated with this at all. This is just simply what is going on. It is just descriptive, okay? That's all this is. Now, the reason why a lot of people actually feel a sense of repulsion when they hear this and assume immediately that you're being woke or gay or Marxist or whatever the fuck, and all of the other negative values associated with that, is because they also understand that this is an unfair process. But they're too afraid. They recognize that it's an unfair process. Because they recognize there's still a nugget of class consciousness within every single person. So they realize like, oh, wait a minute, I'm getting fucked over. And in that moment, you have two options. You either lean into this and you investigate further, or you shut it out. You shut your mind off to this reality and try to think of reasons as to why the person telling you this reality is actually in the wrong, and that the system might be not the best for you, but ultimately the alternatives are far scarier. That's it. That's it. And AI will destroy this. AI will destroy what remains of the existing labor force. It will make things much worse. And I'm not the only one who has recognized this reality. I mean, think about Andrew Yang. One of the best things that Andrew Yang consistently talked about was what like automation will do to truck drivers. You know? Everybody loved it when he talked about that. Everybody thought, oh, how brilliant. Andrew Yang is right. God, he is so prophetic. But when I say it, you go, wait a minute. What the fuck you mean? You're saying it wokely. Does this get enacted by regulating profits or what? How do you force this? I mean, the only way to counter this is by instilling class consciousness amongst the laboring class, and also get them to demand a higher chunk of the surplus labor value that they are creating. Initially by way of the labor unions that have the capacity to engage in sectoral bargaining, and then ultimately by way of changing the economic organization of society. Yeah, and I want a Ferrari by today. Okay. How is anybody supposed to do anything when there are no jobs? I mean, there's always going to be some semblance of slave labor. Don't worry, chatter. You know? I mean, look around. You can basically have a human serf deliver shit to your house with regular frequency. I myself even use Uber Eats and things of that nature. Now, I max out on the fucking tips in the process, but not everyone is doing the same thing. But ultimately, that's what it is. There will always be some kind of menial task that you can give to the plebs for a much smaller, for much worse wages under much worse conditions. You could have just said there will always be jobs. Yes, but there will always be increasingly worse jobs is my point. Because power does not concede without force. It never yields without a demand, and it never concedes without force behind said demand. And when there are only gig economy jobs available, and people have fallen for the notion that this actually offers you some kind of liberty rather than a trick to completely eradicate what remains of your bargaining power. Before you realize it, you're working a shitty job, sometimes 2 at a time. And you're making less than someone else would have in your situation a decade prior. And you don't have the benefits either. Anyway. This guy seems genuinely surprised that a large number of homeless people are in work. Is the Deliveroo driver now operating from a tent under the Westway overpass? Yeah, what? How is that surprising? Yes, they still work. Of course they still work. It's just they don't have a house because they can't afford one. Anyway, speaking of other controversies, let's get to State Department investigating Harvard's eligibility for the exchange visitor program.
We are back with breaking news. The State Department has launched an investigation into Harvard University's eligibility to sponsor candidates for a government-run visa program. This new investigation, the latest clash after months of legal battles between the Ivy League institution and Trump administration. Joining us now, we have NBC News legal affairs reporter Gary Grumbach. So, Gary, what exactly is the State Department investigating now?
So they're investigating whether Harvard University should be able to allow foreign students to apply or attend Harvard University. Now, this has been a months-long saga. We've seen previously the Department of Homeland Security try to prevent Harvard University from allowing foreign students to apply and attend to the university. A judge had revoked that, saying Harvard absolutely has the right to do that. It's currently on appeal in the Court of Appeals right now. But I want to give you a statement here from the State Department about this investigation. They say, quote, to maintain their privilege to sponsor exchange visitors, sponsors must comply with all regulations, including conducting their programs in a manner that does not undermine the foreign policy objectives or compromise the national security interests of the United States. They go on to say the investigation will ensure the State Department programs do not run contrary to our nation's interests. So in so many of these attacks on higher education we've seen by the Trump administration, we've seen them going about it one way, and then a court gets involved, and then they go about it the legal way. This right here with the State Department investigation is, in fact, the legal way to go about doing this. Now, this is completely separate from Harvard's other lawsuit as it relates to federal funding and the billions of dollars in grant programs that are currently on hold because of the funding that has been cut by the Trump administration towards Harvard. Alex.
A lot of focus on Harvard by this administration. Okay, Gary, thank you so much for that.
Of course, this is because Harvard did not play ball beyond
the university.
Harvard initially played ball with the Trump administration when it came to like eradicating anti-Semitism on its campus, but not to the full extent that Trump wanted. And therefore, Trump has taken him to court in this long, drawn-out battle where the administration is trying to revoke all of their grants, their research grants, as a matter of fact, which ironically enough, is like yet another instance where Trump is eradicating one of the last good parts of America. It's like he's anti-immigrant. Immigration is one of the only good aspects of American civilization, at least in contemporary society. He is eradicating these institutes of higher learning by revoking their fucking research grants, which once again, for all of its faults and failures, this is the last thing. Like, this is the one thing that we have. He's basically picking apart and tackling some of the last remaining good things in American society, in American civilization. It does not make any sense unless you just view Trump as a hostile entity to American dominance, or if you recognize the reality that he is so invested in seeing out his own personal grievances, and also simultaneously is completely captive to short-term profit seekers and whatever they think is best. Meanwhile, Harvard still turned around and canceled its entire journal issue on Palestine, citing potential legal liability and anti-Semitism accusations, according to The Guardian. The Harvard Educational Review canceled a nearly finalized special issue on education in Palestine just weeks before publication, citing internal misalignment and editorial process concerns. According to The Guardian, contributors and editors say the decision came months after mounting pressure from Harvard Education Publishing Group, driven by fear of legal liability and potential accusations of anti-Semitism. And it's strange because, like, this kind of stuff doesn't work anymore. Do you understand? Like, this actually doesn't work. If it did, I would literally not have a career right now. I would not be able to sit in front of you and keep talking. So make no mistake, these guys are basically using the fears of anti-Semitism or the fears of legal retaliation in an effort to do whatever they want to do. I don't think this is actually the panic state of intelligentsia, the panic state of academics and academia. I think it's more so that they like this. They think it's pesky. They don't appreciate this kind of thing. They agree ideologically with Zionism, with the project of Zionism. They recognize that there are too many financial entanglements with big donors who happen to be invested in the continuation of Israel's genocide and Israel's apartheid. That's it. Because I don't think for even a second that these guys, one, legitimately think that this is a real issue of anti-Semitism. Okay? Hasanabi, no offense, you have a big platform, but they can write you off. Wait, what? No, that's my point. That's what I'm saying. What do you mean? I'm saying that in spite of this gigantic platform that I have to openly communicate the depravity of Israeli society and the actions of Israel in continuing apartheid and continuing a genocide, in spite of the many attempts from a lot of the pro-Israel advocacy groups to deplatform me, I'm still here. That's my point. My point is that many years ago, this would not happen. Okay? Many years ago, if you were to say Israel's doing a genocide, Israel's a Nazi country, Benjamin Netanyahu's Adolf Hitler, these things would have immediately gotten you branded as an anti-Semite, and you would never be able to hold space in any fucking major platform ever, let alone have a massive amount of influence, command a massive amount of influence over a massive audience. Think about all of the people that you have now come to love the work of and come to appreciate, like Norm Finkelstein. Part of the reason why you never heard about Norm Finkelstein until, you know, after October 7 is because he was blackballed by the Jeffrey Epstein associate / lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, as a matter of fact, from every single college campus, for the crime of Norm Finkelstein correctly pointing out that Alan Dershowitz was not only plagiarizing his work on one of his books that he proved beyond reasonable doubt, but he was also plagiarizing wrong information. This is not the opportunity for all the 37-year-olds to say they've known about Norm for so long. Okay, there are plenty of people. There are more people in here that had no idea who the fuck Norm Finkelstein was, but now appreciate him than people who knew about who he was before October 7 and knew about who he is now. Okay. Plagiarism isn't a crime, it's a civil suit, so proven on a balance of probabilities. Dog, I'm using that not as like a legal term. Jesus Christ. I'm using beyond reasonable doubt as like colloquially I'm using that term. I didn't mean like he fucking proved it in a criminal complaint as a prosecutor for the state. Jesus Christ. And the reason why I was mentioning all of this is because, once again, I'm giving you all these additional examples of how little this like anti-Semitism allegation sticks nowadays in at least the public's eye, in broader American society, but certainly even with like the institutional power that it once used to have, it no longer holds. And therefore, when you see major institutions like this make decisions like this, it's not because they're genuinely fearful of litigation or genuinely fearful of like actually doing something that's anti-Semitic at all, but instead they're doing it because they agree that it's like kind of anti-Semitic to say fuck Israel. Even if the purpose of education in Palestine is not to say fuck Israel, but just the reality when you lay out all of the facts makes people think, wow, fuck Israel. But it was already true they were doing bad things in Palestine, so even back then it had nothing to do with anti-Semitism. Yes, I know. That's not what I'm... Dude, do you not understand my point? I'm saying I have been an advocate for Palestinian emancipation for the past 12 years as a public figure. But there were certain things, even if it was true back then as it is now, I could not say, due to the fear of repercussions, due to being deplatformed. And this is not about me bragging that I was right all along or anything like that. This is me simply stating that things have changed dramatically. And so many people are aware of the depravity of Israel's policies. That's it. And I'm only mentioning that I'm only mentioning my own personal experiences, not in an effort to brag, but to show you that like I recognize, I'm giving you a position of authority from my own personal anecdotes about this to explain to you that the dynamic is very different now. The institutional power that an anti-Semitism allegation has 10 years ago was significantly higher as opposed to now. Which is why I'm telling you right now, the only reason why they're doing this is because the people that made this decision to cancel this paper did so only because they agree. That's it. And yet, Trump is still attacking Harvard and still saying that they're being anti-Semitic, by the way. Meanwhile, here's another institution that is completely caved and capitulated, both to their big donors, but also to the Trump administration. Columbia University. Columbia University has suspended dozens. I mean, it's actually more than dozens. Columbia University has suspended 80 students for the library protest that took place in May. Many were suspended for 2 to 3 years, including people who were about to graduate and had completed all of their coursework. And they were suspended simply for sitting in the library doing a teach-in. And even when they tried to leave, if you recall, Public Safety and NYPD, as we saw in the images, refused to allow them to leave. They prevented them from leaving. Here it is.
These students are suspended, some even expelled for taking part in campus protests. Ali Bauman has been covering the Ivy League demonstrations and has reaction tonight.
In May of this year, dozens of pro-Palestinian demonstrators filled Columbia University's library in the midst of final exams. It came just about 1 year after students erected an encampment on campus during alumni weekend. Now, the school administration is issuing sanctions to some of the students involved. Sources tell CBS News New York that up to 70 people have been disciplined for both demonstrations, with sanctions that include expulsions, degree revocations, and suspensions of up to 3 years.
This is a good first step. There's a lot more to do.
The punishments come as the Trump administration withholds $400 million in federal grants from the Ivy League, which it accuses of continued inaction in the face of persistent harassment of Jewish students.
When the student encampment started at Columbia, I went up there to support the students.
Naz Issa graduated from Columbia in 2020 and is disappointed in their alma mater.
I think it just goes to show, the sort of work priorities of institutions like Columbia that are more interested in protecting their endowment, their...
Yeah. Columbia University is officially pro-genocide right-wing hedge fund that is masqueraded as an educational institution. That's it. It's so insane. Ironically enough, these guys keep talking about how like this is actually because they want to protect Jewish students. Meanwhile, there are Jewish students that have their degrees revoked for the crime of protesting against Israel's genocide. It's fucking disastrous, dude. It is disgusting. It is disastrous. I don't even know what to say anymore. It's just like, this is straight up villain shit. It's just America on its openly villainous arc, and American institutions openly adorning the villain status.
donors, their investments, than they are in, standing by their students and faculty.
In a statement, a university spokesperson said the disciplinary actions are the outcome of hearings led by a panel of professors and administrators in which respondents had an opportunity to be heard and make their case. Disruptions to academic activities are in violation of university policies and rules, and such violations will necessarily generate consequences.
Columbia is finally acting like an institution with a backbone. So
anyone who celebrates this decision publicly should be tarred and feathered. Okay? This is crazy. Like, you should be embarrassed. CEO of Diversified Education Services.
I don't think this is about censorship. It's just about basic accountability.
The activist organization Columbia for Palestine said Tuesday the students will not be deterred. In Morningside Heights, Ali Bauman, CBS News, New York.
It's ironic because this is exactly the type of shit that for many years we claimed China was doing. It's also something we have seen throughout history, most notably during Nazi Germany's rise to power, where one of the first targets that they had were institutes of higher learning. They understand the important influential power that these institutes of higher learning have, so they immediately seized control over as much of that as possible. It's ridiculous. People are watching a system that is using mass starvation on tens of thousands of children in Gaza while severely punishing those protesting it, and leadership of the nominally liberal party say absolutely nothing about it or openly cheerleading it. These same party leaders and their media allies will scold you to vote for them a year from now, ostensibly to rein in the authoritarian excesses of Trump. Mins 1. Ugh. Very conspicuous excess that they'll never just talk about because they agree with it and they like it and they support it. We are at a moment right now where people are asking themselves, why can't the Democratic Party defend this assault on democracy? And I would submit to you that if you can't draw the line at genocide, you probably can't draw the line at democracy, as Ta-Nehisi Coates correctly called out. If the Democrats don't have any issue with genocide, why would they give a fuck about your liberties being taken away? He was right. That's the maximum bad thing that you can do, that another human being can do. They wrote new rules after the alleged violations were committed. They suspended, expelled, or revoked degrees to some 80 students for the high crime of protesting genocide in Gaza. This is complicity with fascism, nothing less. It blows my mind that this is that they're basically getting away with this without any of these so-called liberals who care about the reputation of these academic institutions. And this comes after, for years and years, Republicans were able to constantly drive discourse about wokeness and cancel culture. They claimed that Columbia was doing what they're doing right now to these pro-Palestine demonstrators. They claimed that they were doing this to, like, right-wingers and Nazis on college campuses, when they never did that. Diversity of opinion was supposed to be protected at all costs, no matter how ridiculous one's position was, no matter how violent one's ideology was, no matter how much that actually genuinely put people's lives in danger. Columbia allowed remote learning for a prominent neo-Nazi that participated in the maskless Charlottesville protest. They allowed him to get his degree after he was outed as being one of the leaders of the Charlottesville Unite the Right neo-Nazi rally. This was under Trump 1. Now that Columbia is actually doing the woke cancel culture bullshit, okay, and cynically using Israel, cynically using anti-Semitism, when in fact they're targeting people who are simply anti-Israel, not anti-Semitic at all, no one has a peep for it. No one has any smoke for it. They like it. It's fucking terrifying. It's shameful. The reason why they're doing this is so that you stop paying attention. You feel overwhelmed. You feel scared. You feel like there will be severe repercussions for you, so you never say something. I try to see the silver lining in all of this, and that is that the reason why they're taking this this severe an action on people who are not only on the right side of history, but also have done nothing wrong, is because they're terrified. They're terrified that the cat's out of the bag, the toothpaste is out of the tube, that everyone despises Israel, and the pressure amounts every single day on institutions and on politicians as well. So this is a last-ditch effort to try and stop people from exercising dissent by any means necessary, including but not limited to literally jailing people like they did with Mahmoud Khalil. Now, of course, we're going to talk about some other stuff as well, but I wanted to briefly show something from the Nelk boys. Nelk boy admits he was given a script with questions to ask Netanyahu. This idiot just confirmed they were doing straight propaganda for Israel, says yeet the rich. Let's take a look.
So we walked in, and there was just like 20 people in suits there.
Yeah.
And for the record, this right here, like the very fact that Benjamin Netanyahu sought out the Nelk boys to do PR, which was a massive failure, a spectacular failure on all fronts. But the very fact that he thought that this would be something necessary for him implies that Israel has lost the plot. Okay? You need to understand. This shows that the environment is dramatically different.
Walked in, and there was just like 20 people in suits there.
Yeah.
The setup was already there. Like both flags, we couldn't touch anything or move anything.
And they don't give you any restrictions like don't ask this?
I'll be honest, they gave us a paper with questions to ask. But they also said they kind of, they gave us a script to ask, but we didn't really follow it. Yeah. We tried our very best to ask some questions, but I think
I like the questions you asked to him.
It was tough, but with a guy like that, I just wasn't really educated on this subject, So we walked in, and there was just.
The reason why it was the Nelk boys that were tasked with this role, the interviewing of Benjamin Netanyahu, is because of the expectation that they wouldn't know any better. Their platform, the audience profile, and perhaps more importantly than everything else, their lack of interest in the truth and their lack of knowledge surrounding the issues made it a perfect opportunity for Israel to try and send Benjamin Netanyahu to do propaganda. Now, it still failed because Benjamin Netanyahu is a repulsive monster, and Israel is incredibly unpopular for good reason, especially amongst the youth. That ultimately they just miscalculated.
I wish we could go back in time and fucking grill him 1,000 times harder. And we just went in there fucking unequipped to fucking interview him. And that's the honest truth. So, but there's nothing.
Like, think about how much backlash they've received. Think about how much backlash they've received that, like, Kyle is coming out and being like, yo, we fucked up. Like, they're doing, like, follow-up after follow-up to be like, oh, man, I wish. Like, think about that. Because these guys don't give a shit about anything. All they care about is fucking the clout and the way that they're received by their audience. The reason why I'm saying this is not to say, oh, this is so sincere, you should feel bad about these guys. Please make no mistake. If the only thing they respond to is backlash, think about how much that backlash was from literally virtually every fucking part of the internet, that they are at least thinking that they have to do damage control here, instead of just moving on and being like, nah, dog, I'm popping champagne. It's time to slam back Happy Dads. Okay?
Thing you can do, guys. I know it's in my heart. I mean, we have a lot of Muslim friends. We've been to fucking Dagestan. We all know what's in our hearts. We don't hate anybody. We're not taking sides in this shit. We love everybody. I'm sleeping great because I know how I actually feel on the inside. So, and I know a lot of you guys are fucking, and this is not an apology. This is just, we fucking walked in there and we weren't fucking ready for it, man. And we walked in there uneducated. And I can admit that. But life goes on. There's nothing you could do. Next week on the podcast, shout out to my friend Ali, who manages like Khabib, Islam, and all them. We had a long conversation. I wish we could go back in time and
I mean, it's not even correct to say that they weren't taking sides on this. They were taking sides on this. The side that they were taking was the side of Benjamin Netanyahu, which is even more significant. See, they do not regret it. They did the propaganda and wanted to do it. You're being nice to these dudes. No, dude, you're being too fucking autistic to understand the point I'm making. I don't give a shit whether they feel bad about it or not. You're not understanding my point. I'm talking more so about the backlash. The backlash was so intense that even they have to come to that recognition. Hello? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Don't say whoa. God damn, how many fucking times do I have to explain this? Oh. Anyway, we got more to talk about because Brett Stevens, the New York Times, is back on his bullshit only a week after. I'm a genocide scholar. I know it when I see it. No, Israel is not committing a genocide in Gaza. Of course, one is a renowned Israeli Jewish genocide scholar. The other one is fucking Brett Stevens. Glad that they found a guy who would write this article again. Yes, Brett Stevens is the bedbug guy.
No, Israel is not committing genocide in Gaza. If the Israeli government's intentions and actions are truly genocidal, if it is so malevolent that it is committed to the annihilation of Gazans, why hasn't it been more methodical and vastly more deadly? Why not, say, hundreds of thousands of deaths, as opposed to the nearly 60,000 that Gaza...
First of all, it does have hundreds of thousands of deaths. The 60,000 is a severe underestimation. The severe underestimate. And also, the argument that, like, why haven't they killed more is so fucking stupid. Like, this is not an argument. You can't say... Like, here, I'll give you an example, okay? With genocide, intent is what matters. Actions matter too, of course. But intent... From intent and statements from politicians all the way down to the individual actors that are carrying out these atrocities, there needs to be a direct through line established. And the reason for why intent matters in this purpose is because the entire reason for why there is any sort of like legal designation of genocide is so that we stop it before it finalizes, before it's completed. Okay? So the idea that you're like, well, you know, they could have genocided far more. That's not a reasonable argument. It would be akin to saying, Your Honor, sure, I killed this family, but I could have killed every family on the block, and I didn't. Look at all of these other families that are left unmurdered. I have the capacity to kill all of the other families as well. Does that matter? If you already said that you were going to kill all the other fucking families on the block, it doesn't show your innocence. Especially if they stop you before you finish the project. It's akin to Holocaust denial by stating, well, 6 million Jews were killed and 6 million Jews were spared. So I guess that's not a real genocide. You know? It's fucking ridiculous. Why not say hundreds of thousands of deaths as opposed to the nearly 60,000 Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry, which does not distinguish between combatant and civilian deaths as cited so far in the nearly 2 years of war? You know who else doesn't actually... You know who else uses Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry, by the way? This fucking piece of shit. This fucking monster still doing this goddamn nonsense. Israel. You know who also doesn't make distinctions between combatant and civilian deaths? Israel. Bitch. It's not that Israel lacks the capacity to have meted vastly greater destruction than what it has inflicted so far. It is the leading military power in its region, stronger now that it has decimated Hezbollah and humbled Iran. It would have bombed without prior notice instead of routinely warning Gaza to evacuate the areas it intended to strike. It would have bombed without putting its own soldiers, hundreds of whom have died in combat, at risk. Oh my God. This is so fucking stupid because the argument is literally, if it wanted to genocide the Gaza, they would have just nuked Gaza. This, of course, requires people to not realize, requires people to turn a blind eye to the fact that Israel has dropped 8 nukes worth of munitions on Gaza, and that one singular nuclear strike would probably end Israel, especially when considering like the fallout as well, not just the political fallout. I mean like literal radiation. This argument, of course, does not work for Russia. Excuse me, if Russia wanted to, Russia is simply doing a military campaign. A small strategic military incursion is not a full-blown invasion, because after all, if Russia wanted to completely dominate Ukraine, they would just nuke Ukraine. They have a nuclear arsenal. Ukraine doesn't have nukes. It's just a special military operation. If you were to write that article, would never be written in the New York Times. No one would allow that article to be written in the New York Times. Russia is actually denazifying Ukraine. They're fighting Azov troops. Azov are open neo-Nazis. Even the American government is recognized that they're neo-Nazis. You know? It isn't that Israel has been deterred from striking harder by the presence of its hostages in Gaza. Israeli intelligence is said to have a fairly good idea where those hostages are being held, which is one reason which tragic exceptions, relatively few, have died from Israeli fire. It's also ridiculous. A shit ton of them have died not only through Israeli bombings, but they've also literally died when Israeli soldiers shot them, like point blank shot them, because they thought that they were Palestinian civilians and not Israeli civilians. And it knows that as brutal as the hostages' captivity has been, Hamas has an interest in keeping them alive. Nor is it that Israel lacks diplomatic cover. President Trump has openly envisaged requiring all Gaza to leave the territory, repeatedly warning that all hell will break loose if Hamas didn't return the hostages. As for the third of the economic boycotts, the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange has been the world's best performing major stock index since October 7, 2023. With due respect to the risk of Irish boycotts, Israel is not a country facing a fundamental economic threat. If anything, it's the boycotters who stand to suffer. Oh my God, I hate Brett Stevens so much. I can't believe I hate them even more. What? It's getting worse on streaming circles. I heard a certain Texan streamer supporting the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation on a stream 2 weeks ago. I saw it. I got banned for telling his fans the truth on offline chat. The truth. The Roach mods and the streamer support genocide. Yeah, no shit, dude. He literally got fucking banned for saying Palestinians are inferior culture that deserve to be annihilated, deserve genocide. Wow, I'm surprised that Asmongold, the dumbest motherfucker on the fucking planet, also has been quote-unquote duped into believing that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is literally an Israeli and American-backed project, both are belligerents in this genocide, by the way. They're belligerent occupants in this fucking genocide, are you know, supporting this this further ethnic cleansing operation by utilizing perfidy, by using the crumb of aid delivery to this desperate 600,000 Palestinians who haven't had fucking food in the last day, by the way. 600,000 Palestinians have now had food in the last day. They are so desperate for food. People are dying. Children are dying from famine right now as we speak, every single fucking day. And that starving population is being drip fed at least the promise of aid, and when they go there, walk 14 kilometers to get there, to the aid distribution areas that are handled by American mercenaries, backed up by the Israeli tanks and the Israeli military. They get shot at. I've heard the first-hand account testimonies from Palestinian journalists. They make people sit there after walking 14 kilometers. They make children sit there. They have 10 minutes where there's a green light. And in the first 10 minutes, the aid has already been dished out to the collaborators, the ISIS affiliates. All of the necessary aid like flour and things of that nature have already been distributed to the people that are collaborators with the Israeli state, the ISIS affiliate group Popular Forces. Okay? And the remaining crumbs of aid, which is also still incredibly limited, is offered to the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that are desperate for it in a matter of 10 minutes. The green light ends after 10 minutes. A yellow light turns on. The yellow light indicates that you have 5 minutes to disperse. If you do not disperse in the 5 minutes after the yellow light has come on, they shoot you. They open up machine gun fire into the crowd of children, into the crowd of civilians. That's how aid distribution happens at the point of Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid drops. All the while, there are thousands of trucks with aid waiting on the other side of the Gaza boundary. Israel does not allow those trucks to enter the Gaza Strip. Israel does not allow the previous existing and successful mechanism of aid distribution. Israel does not allow third parties to actually deliver this aid. Another Hebrew-only YNET piece, this time by a veteran Israeli reporter, Ron Ben Yeshai, is more candid and direct than anything printed in English. It lays out how the Israeli government is starving Gaza and killing those desperate enough to seek food. There are hungry children in Gaza. We need to admit it and immediately change the distribution of aid. This and a few distribution centers were rushed by waves of human tsunami that got out of control, which is why the humanitarian fund failed and why IDF soldiers are forced to shoot at the crowd. The cabinet is responsible for the moral conscious failure and Israel's catastrophic image in the world. This is what happens when people who don't understand security make the decisions. These claims are an insult to the intelligence. Okay? Spokespeople for the Coordinator of Operations in the Territories, COJAT, and the IDF are constantly trying to prove, using numbers and statistics, that there's no reason for there to be hunger in Gaza. Sometimes they imply that the pictures which find their way into the international media are of starving children from Yemen and not from Gaza. These claims are an insult to intelligence, mainly because testimonies from doctors and even from IDF soldiers who spoke to Israeli journalists indicate that Palestinian children are dying of hunger in Gaza and that they are firing live ammunition at Palestinians who come to food distribution centers in self-defense. Self-defense, by the way. How is it self-defense? The soldiers who feel they are being put in danger, even if they are sitting inside a tank, shoot at the crowd, and so there are deaths. How many more testimonies do you need to hear? You hear it from Palestinians when it immediately happens. They film these atrocities that are taking place. You don't believe them. You hear it from IDF soldiers who openly admit that they're shooting into these crowds. You don't believe them. You hear it from American soldiers who quit after they see the atrocities unfold. And you still don't believe it. What more do you need to hear? At a certain point, you have to realize that if you're still listening to someone like Brett Stevens at this point, then you are a genocide denier. You are a Nazi yourself. Okay? You are a neo-Nazi piece of shit. It's that simple. You can cry about that designation all day, every day. But that is who you are. In short, the first question the anti-Israel genocide chorus needs to answer is, why isn't the death count higher? It is higher. But it doesn't matter. Even if it was 60,000, that is an insane thing to state. Oh, it's only 60,000? It's only 17,000 children and babies? Really? Like, think about that. This motherfucker is saying, oh, come on, guys, it's only 60,000. Why isn't it even higher? First of all, it is higher, but it doesn't matter, because if you have an appetite for 60,000 deaths, if you have permission for 60,000 deaths, that means even if it's 600,000, you don't give a fuck. And if 60,000 is such a low number of deaths for you, 17,000 children is such a low number of death for you, then why the fuck should anybody care about October 7? What a ridiculous thing to say. Remember, the very same people that lied about 40 decapitated babies on October 7 have openly entertained thousands, tens of thousands of decapitated children, bombed children, murdered babies. They don't care. They don't care. The lie of 40 decapitated babies on October 7 was covered far more than 17,000 plus children that have been ruthlessly fucking slaughtered. And again, that is an underestimate. Millions are being starved as we speak. The answer, of course, is that Israel is manifestly not committing a genocide, a legally specific and morally freighted term that is defined by the United Nations Convention on Genocide as the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. That is literally what Israel is doing. Note the words intent and as such. Genocide does not mean simply too many civilian deaths, a heartbreaking fact of nearly every war, including the one in Gaza. It means seeking to exterminate a category of people for no other reason than they belong to that category. The Nazis and their partners killing Jews in the Holocaust because they were Jews, or the who. Okay. This, yet again, from a fucking learned person like Brett Stevens, who has a cushy job writing opinion editorial piece for the New York Times. The Nazis didn't just kill Jews because they were Jews. That's what we know now. At the time of the arrests of all Jews, they had obviously spent a good deal of time dehumanizing Jews and offering justifications as to why they must be arrested and apprehended and sent to concentration camps. The idea that the Nazis simply were like, yep, it's time to kill all the fucking Jews now. And then everyone else in society was like, yep, that's right. That's right. It's totally fine. We love being evil. Like the idea that Nazis were running around being like, we love being evil. We're actually bad people. We know that Jews didn't do anything wrong, but we want to kill all of them is fucking idiotic. Of course they lied. Of course they fucking created an environment where people could turn a blind eye to these atrocities. What the fuck are you saying? Are you that stupid? Why is there even a need for genocide scholars and for Holocaust scholars in particular if you're just gonna fucking revise and make shit up on your own like this? Life is not a fucking Marvel movie, man. When Hamas invaded on October 7, intentionally butchering families in their homes and young people at a music festival, they also murdered Israelis as such. By contrast, the war that over 1 million German civilians died in World War II, thousands of them in appalling bombing of cities like Hamburg and Dresden. Wait, what? Brett Stevens also is saying it's appalling to fucking bomb Hamburg and Dresden, but it's also totally fine when Israel bombs Gaza, which it is the belligerent occupier of, in direct violation of international human rights. What the fuck? And made them victims of a war, but not of genocide. The aim of the Allies was to defeat the Nazis for leading Germany into the war, not to wipe out the Germans for simply being German. No, dog. That's the argument you make when American allied forces bomb Tel Aviv, because Israel is the Nazi equivalent in this conversation. Israel is the one doing a fucking genocide. It wasn't Hamas or the Palestinian resistance forces that did a genocide on October 7. What the fuck? In response, Israel's inveterate critics note the scale of destruction in Gaza. They also point a handful of remarks by a few Israeli politicians undermining the statements made by Benjamin Netanyahu. Yoav Galan was the defense minister at the time, and virtually every single Israeli security cabinet and war cabinet member is fucking insane. Oh, guys, it wasn't a Holocaust. Only Hitler and a handful of other Germans said mean things about the Jews. Calm down. They had no intent to destroy the Jews. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. But furious comments in the wake of Hamas' October 7 atrocities hardly amount to a onesie conference, and I'm aware of no evidence of an Israeli plan to deliberately target and kill Gaza civilians. Yeah, you're aware of an Israeli plan to deliberately target and kill Gaza civilians. It's every fucking Israeli politician with the exception of like a handful. What the fuck do you mean you're not aware? The Israeli Knesset just voted to permanently annex the West Bank. The Israeli Knesset yesterday had an entire meeting about the complete relocation, the complete ethnic cleansing of all Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, with plans to rebuild the Gaza Strip as a part of Israeli territory. That happened yesterday. The fuck do you mean? As for the destruction in Gaza, it is indeed immense. There are important questions to be asked about the tactics Israel has used, most recently when it comes to chaotic food distribution system. It is attempted to set up as a way of depriving Hamas of the control of the food supply. Even then, he's trying to fucking use the pro-Israeli position. Oh, it's just a way to try and set up Hamas. Even though every single third party, Israel allowed humanitarian organization that has previously operated in the fucking Strip has openly stated that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is simply using aid, limited amount of aid, to a starving population that it has starved itself as a mechanism to kill more Palestinians. It has nothing to do with Hamas, dipshit. No one thinks it has anything to do with Hamas. You're just simply fucking lying. This is Nuremberg-style Israeli defense. You should be tried under international courts for this level of atrocity denial. This level of genocide denial requires some kind of criminal trial. Okay? You should be in prison for this. Hardly any military in history has gone to war without at least some of its soldiers committing war crimes. That includes Israel in this war. In America, and nearly all of our wars, including World War II, when some of our greatest generation bombed schools accidentally or murdered POWs in cold blood. But bungled humanitarian schemes or trigger-happy soldiers or strikes that hit the wrong target or politicians reaching. Dude, it's not. After the 30th hospital bombing, you have to realize that it's deliberate. It's not a fucking accident. Israel doesn't even say it's an accident. They just literally say Hamas. That's it. This is why it's actually really unique to be an Israel defender in the West, in the United States of America, because you have to hope that your target audience that's reading this is oblivious to, one, the facts of the facts on the ground, and two, Israel's own admissions. Because the only way that you can still defend pure evil like this at this stage, 21 months into a genocide, into an ethnic cleansing campaign, a genocide, is if you just openly say, nah, dude, we have to do it. These guys are all fucking parasitic, monstrous, barbaric villains that need to be excised. Okay? And that is what Israel says. Israel gets away with saying shit like that, and Israeli politicians get away with saying shit like that because they know they're not going to get punished for it by the public. The public agrees with them. Now, yes, there are naysayers. There are people who have definitely taken a stronger stance 20 fucking months in. But this kind of idiotic way of defending Israel requires people that read the New York Times to not know anything. I need to see the fucking comments on this. Why hasn't Israel killed more Palestinians? Because the strategy is to destroy the entire Gaza Strip, rendering it uninhabitable and forcing Palestinians to leave or die. Their strategy is the annihilation of the Palestinian people. Let's look at the reader picks. What do you call it when people are first intentionally starved and shot while trying to get food? I find this piece of semantic parsing beyond the pale of anything we might consider humane, decent, or otherwise thoughtful. It is clear what Israel under Netanyahu intends, the gradual and inexorable cleansing of Gaza of the Palestinian people. Stevens is an apologist for the Israeli right wing. This has been clear long before the events of October 7. So then, what is the term for a situation where soldiers are explicitly targeting and shooting displaced people of a specific ethnicity, including children who are in the process of simply trying to collect food rations? Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. This was on October fucking 8, by the way. I've ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly. The genocidal intent is clear, especially when Netanyahu publicly calls for ethnic cleansing and compares Palestinians to biblical Amalek. Brett, you're wrong. This is such a shameful piece. Are you seriously saying Israeli forces aren't destroying enough civilian structures or killing enough innocent children to warrant condemnation? I feel like Tommy Lee Jones in the masterpiece film No Country for Old Men. I don't know how to confront this evil. This fight is overwhelming, exhausting, and the lies by Brett Stevens in the New York Times confirm that I'm truly living in a world I don't truly understand anymore. When will it be genocide? When the entirety of the Gaza Strip is in Israeli control? When Palestinian communities have been completely supplanted to be Israeli settlers in the West Bank? If 60,000 enough deaths, will 600,000 be enough? Will Brett take a stab at setting the minimum parameters for when we can finally declare genocide, or will he just keep moving the goalposts? Instead of coming to terms with the horrific crimes that Israel is committing in Gaza, let's obfuscate the issue with a discussion of what people should call it. Is a deliberate, systematic attempt to remove Palestinians from Gaza and the West Bank by any and all means. Tens of thousands of innocents have been killed. Hundreds of thousands are being starved. But let's not cheapen the word genocide. Nice try. As the comments show, no one is buying this nonsense. Putting a definitional fig leaf on a deliberate policy of mass murder is a transparently absurd way to shield Israel from the condemnation its actions merit. Please stop accusing me of anti-Semitism simply because I'm aware of the horrific violence that Israel is committing against innocent civilians, that 60% of fatalities are women and children, that they now inflict starvation, that they shoot innocent people intentionally. It is not appropriate to be disgusted, gut-sickened, burdened by the genocide. Genocide it is, according to Amnesty International, United Nations Special Committee, Doctors Without Borders, Human Rights Watch. Most scholars of genocide by now, and scholars of international law, agree that what we are seeing in Gaza is now a genocide. Calling this anti-Semitic is to identify Judaism with God's forsaken violence. Be careful how you sling your labels. You are on the wrong side of history, sir. Like a Jewish lady named Debbie that is an avid enough reader of the New York Times is commenting on a fucking Brett Stevens article. It's over. It's fucking over. It's done. You got the Deborahs on. You got the Deborahs coming out against you. It's done. Let it go. You are on the wrong side of history, sir. As a Jewish person, I'm aghast and ashamed by people like you defending the slaughter and destruction of innocent people. I'm in my 50s, but I was raised with the concept of never again. Not just for Jews, but for everyone. And with the idea that because we had to experience it, we could help keep it from happening to others. The policies you support are not only causing grave harm to human lives, but they are reflecting back on the Jewish people. How will others judge us? How will God judge us? Now, my expectation isn't that the Deborahs and the Barbaras and the readership of the New York Times is going to fucking take my position on this, or even come to terms with the reality that this kind of violence, of course, will create some kind of reaction, a violent retaliation, which is ironically how we arrived at Hamas and we arrived at October 7 to begin with. They're probably not going to get to that level, but it doesn't matter. because even they see what is going on. Even they recognize that it is unconscionable. Yeah. The New York Times naturally has zero Arab or Muslim staff columnists who write on foreign affairs who could respond. This is true, by the way. I hope you understand. The New York Times has many people employed that write about Israel that have either direct connections to Israel or have people that fucking served in the IDF or are currently have immediate family members that are serving in the IDF that write for the Israeli side of things. On the other hand, the New York Times literally has zero Arab or Muslim fucking writers because they are asked at the point of entry, they are asked to not be on the foreign policy side that pertains to Israel because they are too biased. There are numerous people in the editorial board of the New York Times that are directly connected to or have served or have immediate family members that have served in the Israeli military. Yeah, here it is. New release dossier reveals material and ideological connections between the Israeli occupation and the staff of the New York Times, including journalists, editors, and executives. They're either tied to Zionist think tanks, or have worked in Zionist think tanks, or have served in the Israeli occupying force, or have children that are serving in the Israeli occupying force. On the other hand, New York Times writers are literally fucking asked how biased they would be if they are of Arab descent or are Muslim when covering Israel and Middle Eastern related issues, but specifically Israel. If an outlet had this many ties to Russia or Al-Qaeda as the New York Times has to Israel and the IDF, their only competitor would be the Epoch Times. What is this? New York Times Zionist 100%, but doing what about us BS ruins your point. Let's reflect on the fact that the New York Times handed out a Pulitzer for covering up 4 million people starved to death by Moscow. Being a rich Westoid pitting oppressed people against each other is in fact just as shitty. Yeah, the difference is this person is right. The Epoch Times does not camouflage its editorial slant the way that the New York Times does. This is Der Strumer at this point. One must remember the editor-in-chief of Der Strumer was literally fucking convicted in Nuremberg, okay? Was tried in Nuremberg for its Nazi propaganda and its dehumanization of Jews that led to the Holocaust. A direct line. Remember that. Remember that. The dehumanization of Jews that was commonly found that allowed the Holocaust to happen. The people responsible for that were tried and also found guilty of participating, playing a formative role in the Holocaust. Something to consider if you can't get yourself to change trajectory on the morality of the situation, then maybe self-preservation will play a role in you doing the right thing. I remember when Bret Stephens wrote about the disease of the Arab mind. Does he think Israeli society has anything to work on? The least impressive point of view to me is when you argue your side is perfectly virtuous victims and the other side is flawed and irredeemable. Friendly reminder that Bret Stephens once did write an article about how Ashkenazi Jews are genetically superior and smarter to others. This is from the Columbia Journalism Review. This would be an anti-Semitic article nowadays. to ever call into question someone who is writing extensively about the genetic superiority of Ashkenazi Jews and the high IQs that they have. Like they're a fucking race scientist neo-Nazi. A growing majority of genocide and Holocaust scholars, human rights organizations, and international law experts all agree that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, but opinion columnist and avowed Zionist Brett Stevens disagrees. Luckily, you get to decide on who to believe. A rabid dog. That's what Brett Stevens is. Disgusting little freak. Speaking of rabid dogs and disgusting little freaks, I had to talk about this guy. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. I have Alonso Gramendi's assessment here. The article makes two main claims. If it doesn't look like the Holocaust, it can't be genocide. If it were genocide, Israel will kill more people. Both make little sense. First, no genocide looks like the Holocaust, just like no genocide looks like the Rwandan genocide or the Herero genocide. There are common aspects and patterns, but genocide does not come with a franchising manual. Russia's kidnapping and transferring of Ukrainian children to Russian families is also genocidal under international law. It looks nothing like the Holocaust. What it has in common is the intent to destroy another group. Russia does not believe that Ukrainians exist as a people. The belief that the Holocaust must be the blueprint for all future genocides is rooted in the belief that it was singularly different from all other mass killings because it had no other ulterior political motivation. It was just pure apolitical hatred. That's wrong, by the way. That's wrong. These guys don't realize, for some weird reason, that there were decades of buildup of dehumanization of Jews built on top of thousands of years of anti-Semitism that they could rely on to single out Jews as the responsible party for all of the issues that German society was facing. They didn't just overnight decide one day Jews are bad, and actually Jews aren't even bad. They're good people, but we want to kill them because we're bad. That's not how this works. And I guess the reason why they can't come to terms with that is because if they do come to terms with that, it's a somber reminder that it is exactly the same thing that they are doing to Arabs and Muslims in general, all Palestinians in general, but all Arabs across the board. That's it. That's exactly the same shit. That is exactly what Israel and Israel defenders are doing globally that the Nazis did to the Jews. First, you create an environment of anti-Semitism. You take advantage of pre-existing anti-Semitic leanings and teachings. You have to create an environment where it is justified to do untold amounts of atrocities to these people. We are already at the point of untold amounts of atrocities happening to these people. The only major difference here between what happened in the Holocaust and what's happening now is that we know that they're being slaughtered. We know that the Palestinians are being slaughtered, as opposed to the plausible deniability for many people around the globe that did not know the extent of the death camps. I won't say that about, German society broadly. And so if Israel or Russia are the Spanish conquistadors and the U.S. cowboys have another political goal, defeat Hamas, defend its sphere of influence to spread Christianity or manifest destiny, then their actions are not like the Holocaust and so not genocidal. This is why Rwanda has been accepted as a genocide too. It is seen as Hutus irrationally and apolitically hating the Tutsi. But this is not how genocide works. No genocide is entirely apolitical. Mahmoud Mamdani has already shown how there was a very clear political dimension to the Hutu killing Tutsis, brought about by the social order imposed in Rwanda by Belgian colonization. Similarly, in the Holocaust, Dirk Moses has shown how the Nazi extermination of the world's Jews was framed through a murderous need to secure permanent security from a racialized threat. Jews were considered ruthless cosmopolitans that were trying to destroy German civilization from within. All of the economic instability and all the economic volatility that German society was experiencing post-World War I was directed back in the form of enmity towards a vulnerable population of Jews. That's it. Yes, that is Zohran's dad, by the way. So yes, no genocide looks like the Holocaust, not even the Holocaust. Holocaust exceptionalism is an old concern in genocide studies. The discipline is moving away from it because its inevitable result is the belief that there can only be one genocide in history, the Holocaust. Second, the idea that Israel is somehow not doing enough to qualify as genocide is honestly perverse. What more does it need to do? Gaza is uninhabitable. The vast majority of homes, hospitals, universities, etc. destroyed for the purpose of making Palestinian life impossible. That it did not happen quickly enough or more systematically or with gas chambers or in any other preferred way sounds more like snuff fantasy than legal or political analysis. At the end of the day, this is a question that can be asked of any genocide. It's like saying, Your Honor, I murdered this person with my fucking bare hands, as opposed to that other person who shot this victim with a gun. So what I did is not murder. What that person did is murder. It's still murder. I hate Palestine. Keep going, Israel. Dave Smith. Hassan, a little Arab. Ugh. Okay, man. I don't know what to tell you. Osborne is no longer effectively disseminated on these publications. That's true, but I'm sorry to break it to you, but the propaganda is now being spread by your peers on this platform, and the king of cockroaches literally making a case for Israeli defense systems. I don't fucking care what that moron has to say about the defense of Israel. Why the fuck do you? He knows that the walls are closing in on him. He knows that he can't hold on to this like pro-Trump, pro-Israel position for as long as he has. Once that horse is spent, he will move on to the next. He'll go back to talking about titties and video games. Shut the fuck up. Okay? That's it. For him, it's not a matter of ideological consistency. He doesn't give a shit about Israel. He doesn't care about Jews. He doesn't care about anything. He just cares about having people like him. He cares about an environment of positive support that he gets. And he recognizes that if he grabbed onto the fucking Trump train, that he could get many benefits out of it. And he has. But even the smoothest of brains recognize what Israel is doing is atrocious. Stop. Every single thing that every single YouTube content creator has said will be remembered. Okay? Even if people try to distance themselves from Donald Trump, or even if they later on act like they were always on board with the Palestinian cause, we will remember. You will remember. People have spent countless hours. My former podcast co-host, for example, still to this day does not realize how different the media environment is and how not receptive most audiences are to this wishy-washy Israel's doing a genocide, but also all of Israel's enemies are far worse than Israel ever could be. And anyone who actually fucking speaks out against the atrocities of Israel in the terms that are necessary, in the appropriate terms. When I say this is vile, when I say a society that allows genocide is a vile society, when I say that about Nazi Germany, no one fucking sheds a tear. No one even bats an eye. But when I say that about Israel, whoa, 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 hold on now. Why? Does Israel have a special status? It does not. Fuck them. Fuck them. Do you understand? Time will reveal their depravity. What is this?
Exposing a clear conflict of interest in this guy's content and his personal life. is journalistic interest. It's why, for example, I can tell you that the YouTuber, the Zoomer historian, a neo-Nazi history YouTuber, is this guy, Sam Wilkes. I can tell you this because it is within journalistic interest to do so, even though he did not release his information himself publicly. Just like how I can tell you that Willie Mack's show is William McConville, and he is getting married to Yale. Now, I am not going to give you the full name of the person he's getting married to, but I can tell you she is Israeli, and she was assigned to him by...
Best is Kib, to be honest. This is drama slop empanada content. Yeah, I don't really fucking give a shit about this. I don't care. Anyway, as I was saying, time will already show the depravity of these people. I'm sure that there are still plenty of fucking people. I'm sure that there are still plenty of people that are in those communities that think to themselves like, well, I don't really like Israel, but you know who I hate more? Hasan. You know? But slowly but surely, they will inevitably realize that what Israel is doing is completely untenable, completely indefensible. And they will either quietly change their perspective and act as though they never said those things in the past, or they'll shut the fuck up. That's it. They already have shut the fuck up. So when you guys send me this kind of shit, all you're basically doing is relitigating it. You're giving them additional reason to come after me and make more fucking slop. Let them keep chirping. Let them show their own depravity in broad daylight. Who gives a fuck? History will vindicate us. It already has. I don't even care about that vindication, though. What I care about is putting an end to this bloodshed. Okay? If the conquistadors had wanted to genocide the Inca, why did they build reducciones where indigenous communities were ethnically cleansed and relocated closer to the places of forced labor? If the cowboys had wanted to do genocide of the Native Americans, why did they not go village to village, assassinating every man, woman, and child in them? Why goad these communities into war? Why sign treaties for the land? If the Hutu had wanted to genocide the Tutsi, why did they not organize better to kill them en masse? Why use radio to encourage people to kill others with machetes instead of gathering masses of Tutsis and killing them centrally? This can be done even with the Holocaust. In fact, Holocaust deniers do so, often feeding into the genocide denial arguments feels simply wrong and perverse to victims of genocide. The fact is that Palestinian life is impossible in Gaza today. People are dying because Israel's imposed on them conditions of life calculated to bring about the destruction of Palestinians in Gaza, at least in part, as part of a colonization campaign. That's monstrous enough. There really is no need to fantasize about what would have made the destruction of Palestinians more widespread or faster. It's a disturbing talking point that dehumanizes Palestinians and makes whoever makes the argument appear completely devoid of humanity as well. The article wraps up by saying that not everything can be genocide because then genocide will lose its gravitas. The reality is the reverse. In our world, in the hegemonic view of global powers, nothing is ever genocide. That is how genocide loses its gravitas. Rwanda wasn't genocide while it was happening. The U.S. could only tell the press that it saw genocidal acts at best. So it's literally the other way around. If nothing is genocide, then what does the word genocide even mean? The entire purpose of the legislation and the rules surrounding what is declared a genocide is there, and the importance of intent is there so that we can put a stop to it before it finalizes, before it completes. Okay? Oh. And in Gaza, more than 108 agencies warn of mass starvation.
Inside one of Gaza's barely functioning hospitals, where doctors say they're fighting to save the lives of malnourished children, even in the darkness as power supplies fail. The arm is being measured of a painfully thin baby called Ode. We've been told he is an orphan. Nobody knows what happened to his parents, just that he was discovered in a shelter.
Doctors said he might die because of severe lack of nutrition. And it would be a miracle if he survived. You can see the bones in his back and his heart beating. Now they've given him supplements and milk.
This child has cerebral palsy. Now his mother says her son's problems are compounded by the shortage of food and medicine. And it's not only the children fighting for survival.
Everyone is suffering from lack of nutrition, even the doctors. We are tired and we are struggling to work. It's hard to keep going through the day. We only have a small amount of medicine and supplements left for the children.
This baby is just acute severe malnutrition.
Other doctors in Gaza have posted images of children they're treating. They say baby Sela was born healthy 11 months ago and now weighs 3.5 kilograms.
Malnutrition, low calorie intake. The mother is malnourished. She's unable to give breastfeeding. And also the artificial milk wasn't available for the baby to be given. And this is a case of severe acute malnutrition.
The World Health Organization has said a large proportion of the population in Gaza is starving, with human rights groups demanding a resolution to the war of words over who should bear responsibility for the breakdown in aid.
This is what history will remember, that while food and medicine sat in trucks miles away in warehouses, the world chose politics over people and human beings, and that children were starving while leaders debated whether they were starving or not in the first place.
After the UN claimed Israel was preventing aid crossing into Gaza, the Israeli army released this drone footage claiming to show humanitarian aid supplies on the Gaza side of the border waiting to be distributed to Palestine.
Yeah, their new meta is to say, the new lie is to say, oh, Israel is actually letting in aid. It's just that these independent third-party human rights groups are not simply delivering the aid to Gaza Humanitarian Foundation points because they don't want the aid to be distributed evenly amongst the public through UNRWA. It's a lie. They're literally fucking not allowing any of the fucking humanitarian aid organizations to operate, and claiming that the only way to distribute this aid is through the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, Ethan Klein's favorite fucking charity, which he has repeatedly fucking promoted on his Instagram stories because he's a monstrous Zionist piece of shit who loves Israel's genocide. He must. After all, he runs so much cover by attacking all of Israel's critics. Even Destiny conceded it's a genocide 20 months late. Oh, fuck him. Fuck that piece of shit. 20 months of being a paid fucking propagandist, and only now is he like, oh, I guess it's a fucking genocide now. Because the Israeli military, which now exercises varying levels of control over most of Gaza, refuses to reliably guarantee safe passage of UN aid operations, its deliberate strategy to ensure that the Israel-controlled GHF aid traps are the only aid points in Gaza. There used to be over 400 aid distribution points across Gaza. Israel's reduced that number to a grand total of 4. Three of which are in the south near the border with Egypt. 4 aid points supposedly serving 2 million people. He also called you an out-and-about Nazi-style anti-Semite a few days ago, so it cancels out still. Oh, Sex Pestiny called me an out-and-about Nazi-style anti-Semite. I don't remember him sucking my dick. If he truly believed that, he would be begging to suck my cock, I think. So, considering his past interactions with out and about Nazi anti-Semites, so it's weird that he's claiming this.
Palestinians.
There is no famine in Gaza. There is a famine of the truth, and Israel will not stop telling it. 87 million meals, 1.8 million tons of aid, which we facilitated, aid getting in. Hamas loots, it starves its own people, and the world looks away.
One thing is clear. Alongside the aid crisis, the conflict is raging on. In Gaza City, a mother in a hospital bed facing the unimaginable act of her children being brought to her to say goodbye in the aftermath of continuing airstrikes by Israel in its war with Hamas. Lisa Holland, Sky News, Jerusalem.
Let's speak now to the Israeli government spokesman, David Mentzer. Good evening. And when your allies say the suffering of civilians in Gaza has reached horrific new depths, and when aid agencies say mass starvation is spreading across Gaza, do you find it difficult to come on here to defend that?
Mark, let's start with the facts, not the fiction. In Gaza today, there's no famine caused by Israel. There is a man-made shortage, but it's been engineered by Hamas. That's the point, that's the end of the sentence, which you don't include. This suffering exists because Hamas made it so. Here are the facts. Here are the facts. Aid is flowing through the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Millions of meals are being delivered directly to civilians, and also coordinated shipments, food, medicine, raw materials, flour for bakeries and kitchens. Since May, over 4,400 aid trucks have entered Gaza, carrying flour and baby food, 2,500 tons of baby food, high-calorie nutrition for children.
They've gotten worse at this. Like, they're getting more flustered. They're more visibly angry. They're not used to any sort of pushback. So the more this continues, the worse they get at propagandizing. And the worse they get at propagandizing while simultaneously declaring all enemies of Israel to be rabid anti-Semites, the more they spread anti-Semitism. It's so monstrous. This video is just him being mad and yelling at the Sky News guy. This should not be a moment where you go, oh man, there's too much fucking pressure. I should stop speaking out against this. This should embolden you further.
Children and vital medical supplies. Just yesterday alone, Mark, 2 million meals were handed out. In just weeks, now that's 1.4 million packages.
So why then are more than 100 aid agencies?
Israel is facilitating this aid every single day. The problem is not Israel. The problem is Hamas. Hamas
let's look
loots
at
the
that.
trucks. It blocks its distribution. It weaponizes hunger and deliberately endangers its own people. And right now, there are over 700 aid trucks sitting inside Gaza waiting for the UN to collect them. 700 aid trucks are right now waiting for the incompetent UN to come and collect them.
Right. Now, can I get a question in now?
If you
I'm glad that I addressed this outright lie ahead of time. As I told you, the new meta is to simply say, oh, it's that aid is there but the human rights groups that normally would distribute the aid are not distributing the aid because the only way to distribute the aid is the 3 choke points that we've created as an aid trap. If you want to distribute aid to the Palestinian population, you have to deliver it through the American mercenaries that have been ruthlessly slaughtering the Palestinian civilian population every single day at the 4 aid distribution drop zones that they've created, 3 of which are in southern Gaza and 1 is in the fucking middle. 1 is in central Gaza, which isn't even open frequently. Which is not even open all the time. When they do open those aid distribution drops, they open them to kill people. They open them for 10 minutes at a time, and then they immediately start dumping munitions on these people.
We're talking about 28 of your closest allies. We're talking about 100 aid agencies, not 1, not 2, all.
You are speaking Arabic? Not exactly unbiased? Hamas is the issue? What are you saying? Pretty sure the Holocaust happened to the Jews, not by the Jews. First of all, I was speaking Turkish, not Arabic, you fucking moron. Secondly, the original Holocaust did happen to the Jews. The current modern Holocaust that's taking place is being done by Israel.
Saying the same thing. Now,
what do you mean, American mercenaries? The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is a joint operation with the Mossad and the CIA. It uses almost entirely American military veterans, mercenaries that were initially tasked with security operations at points of entry that are now working like private mercenaries, PMCs, private military contractors. I like how you say by Israel and not Jews. Yes, because there are plenty of Jews who are not on board with what Israel is doing, and I'm not going to let that fucking go, no matter how hard Israel tries to make it seem like all Jews are on board with this. Okay? It's not out of fear that I'm worried that someone is going to declare me anti-Semitic. Many of my critics have already done that, okay? Many of my critics have done that already. I will never concede to the Israeli framing on this issue. I will never concede to the Zionist framing on this issue that Israel is for the Jews, by the Jews, and doing everything for Judaism. That's it. It's not because of some fucking fear that I'm going to be called an anti-Semite. Trust me. People do that every single day. They call me an anti-Semitic, Muslim fundamentalist, Islamist terrorist all day, every day, up and down. Those in actual positions of power do so. Not the reason. I say this because it's not the truth.
the UN are telling us there is no security for those trucks. Israel is not guaranteeing that desperate Palestinians will not be killed. That is what they are saying. Now, your military is occupying Gaza. It is your obligation to get food and medical supplies to the population. That is your obligation under international law. Otherwise, you are using hunger as a weapon of war.
Yeah, okay, Mark. So the truth matters here. This is where it is. There is no famine in Gaza. There is a famine of the truth. And Israel will not stop telling it. 87 million meals, 1.8 million tons of aid, which we've facilitated, aid
Right.
getting in. Hamas loots, it starves its own people, and the world looks away. We open new routes to
Right.
deliver food and medicine. Hamas blocks them and fires from them, and then cries to an all-too-willing Sky News, to the cameras when civilians are hurt.
Right. Why don't you provide security then? Why don't you provide security then for the UN to get those supplies into Gaza. You can't say, here's the point, you can't say on the one hand that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is now distributing the aid in Gaza, and then when it's a disaster, with up to 1,000 people shot dead, you start blaming the UN. You start blaming the UN for causing hunger. I mean, it's simply nonsense.
Hamas. The media shows pictures of hungry people, but won't say the words that matter. Hamas stole their food. Hamas caused their suffering. Hamas turned charity into a billion-dollar racket, just like...
To what end? To what end? What are they going to do with the legal tender? What can they do? Ironically enough, there is a group that is actually stealing aid, the collaborators, who can make use of the shekels. But those guys, although they are of Palestinian descent, are ISIS affiliates that work alongside the Israeli occupying force. What the fuck can Hamas do with the dollars at this point? Let's say that they are stealing 85 million tons of food, and then they're redistributing that food to the Palestinian population, and they're getting money in return. There's a massive, massive inflation crisis in Gaza, which is so crazy to think that there is even like some kind of commerce taking place inside of the Gaza Strip, but it's true. I know many people who still are living inside of the Gaza Strip, many people who are surviving this genocide, who talk about their day-to-day experiences, where they will show, they'll show like a can of fucking beans and one pita, and how much it costs to purchase these things, and it's like $300. What could Hamas do with that, with the money that they're getting? What could Hamas do with the money that they're getting? What can they purchase? Can they purchase weapons? Can they purchase munitions? What could they be buying with the food that they're selling? Are they buying more food? Is that what they're doing? It makes no sense. It's just pure racist nonsense. That's it.
Mafia, they steal the aid, they sell it on the black market, and they're hoarding it for their own terrorist fighters, recruiting killers with that money. So when we have disrupted that pipeline of theft, Hamas saw Israel as a threat to their business model, not their people's salvation. So we've attacked the terrorists.
It's crazy. Everything is racist to you. They're all gonna die anyway. Hamas will be no more. Drugs, everything is racist to you. Dog, you just said that Hamas is hoarding the aid so they can steal it, hoard it, and then sell it back to the Palestinian population so they can purchase drugs. While also simultaneously saying they are all gonna die anyway. Hamas will be no more. What do I call you? Everything is racist to you. Brother, I'm gonna be honest with you. Fuck Palestine and Israel. Yeah, okay, dude. Well, once again, I'm choosing to look at the bright side of this, which is that even the most monstrous scumbags like this at least are too pussy to say, fuck Palestine, Israel is winning. You know? They still, even the biggest fucking Nazi piece of shit like this guy, who in Asmongold's chat is talking about how he wants a sugar mommy. Same as immigrants, drugs, brainwash snowflakes. It's a game to them. Leave weed out of this. IQ test the vote. Even guys like this have to still say fuck Israel too, actually. Fuck Palestine, but also fuck Israel. Israel's even lost this fucking dude. This person is not even a human, okay? They are barely sentient. And even a barely sentient moron still has to literally couch their bloodlust for all Arabs and all Palestinians and all Muslims with, I also hate Israel, to be honest. Like, Israel fucking still sucks, you know what I mean? Lol, I agree. Yes, you're so fucking stupid that I just said you're barely sentient and you agreed with me. That's how fucking stupid you are. Get back to Asmongold's chat. Don't come in here. See, that's the point. A year ago, that guy would not have to say fuck Israel, okay? That's my point. The attitude and the discourse surrounding this has changed so dramatically. That even the dumbest, most racist guy who fantasizes about the ethnic cleansing of all Palestinians still has to be like, but I hate Israel too, dog, like I promise.
While Hamas put civilians in harm's way.
Right, but who is being shot dead? Who is being shot dead? Who is being shot dead when people go to get the food?
Points the finger at Israel.
Oh God, Hasan, they may be a monster, but you are dipping into the dehumanizing sphere. Yes. Yes, I will dehumanize someone who is a fucking Nazi, because it is not I who have dehumanized them. They've done that to themselves. When you're a Nazi, you're no longer a fucking human. That's why so many people are terrified of being branded as such. I didn't do that. He did that to himself by wishing death upon all Palestinians. Don't fucking tone police how I deal with Nazis. Get the fuck out of here. As we watch images of children being starved to death, and motherfuckers come in here to say, no, that's actually good. And you're over here being like, you're being awfully rude. You're being dehumanizing to a person who has literally let go of their humanity voluntarily. Shut the fuck up. God, some of you liberals are such fucking morons, dude. This is why you get manipulated by fucking straightforward fascists all the goddamn time. They just like tug at your heartstrings. They literally advocate to cleanse you, and then you still turn around and say, but we have to listen to the diversity of opinion here. Why are you being so ruthless to the fucking Nazi in the process of being a fucking fascist? Who gives a fuck what that person thinks? That person has already volunteered his humanity away. He is openly saying, I'm not human, I'm a fucking monster. And you're over here being like, oh, why don't we be more sympathetic? While he's in the process of fucking advocating for death and destruction. God, some of you are so fucking stupid, dude. Huh, where is the civility? I don't have any interest in civility with anyone who looks at the images of starving babies, starving children, and says, this is actually good. This is actually justifiable. There's no room for civility with a person like that. That is not a person anymore. They have destroyed all notion of personhood at that point. You understand? This isn't me being woke or out of pocket or something. I don't give a shit. Especially in the process of like moderating this fucking community. It's not like I'm saying I'm gonna go kill that person. You're upset by my words in retaliation to someone who is advocating for ethnic cleansing. Think about that. So fucking dumb. Yes, dude, I'm gonna hurt your fucking feelings if you advocate for a child holocaust. Okay? Your feelings are gonna get hurt. It takes $0 to fucking not say that you are in favor of this live stream child holocaust. Okay? It's free. It's free 99. You don't have to do it. You don't have to type it out. You don't have to say it. You don't have to try to like invoke some kind of fucking anger out of me and others in this community. But if you do that, you're volunteering your feelings away. Well, not like you are open to any other thinking other than your own. You are offended easy as a child, bro. Once again, What is the diversity of opinion here? That some children deserve to be starved? Some people deserve to be ethnically cleansed? Is that your diversity of opinion? Go ahead. Don't use vague generalities. Address the exact argument. Because what I'm saying is, we are watching children be starved right now. We are watching an entire population of people be genocided in broad daylight. Okay? Not saying that you're wrong, but you're triggered pretty easy. Are you a sea cucumber? Are you that fucking stupid that you only can like see my reaction? Oh man, you got emotional. Yeah, of course I get angry. Why are you not angry? If you are more concerned with my reaction being emotional to someone who is saying, yeah, some children deserve to be starved, big dog, what are you going to do about it? It's actually good. Then you're a fucking moron. If you can't show any semblance of emotion in a situation like this, what can you show emotion to? Once again, dangerously coming close to this dehumanization territory on your own. Do you notice that? Because it is the most humane thing. It is the most normal thing to feel angry and frustrated. Billions of people see these images and they also feel incredibly frustrated by it. They want a solution to it. They want an end to it. If you look at that and you turn around and go, why are you guys so angry? It's just a couple starving children. Who gives a fuck? Well, then I guess you don't give a shit. But you haven't proven anything beyond the fact that most people that hear you respond this way, and I doubt that you respond this way in real life in broad daylight around other human beings that are within striking distance, you know. But if what draws some kind of response, some kind of negative reaction out of you in this process is my response to someone being so indignant and so fucking immoral in the face of starving children, then you are forfeiting your humanity. Not only are you forfeiting it, you seemingly are flexing it. You're like, oh no, dude, I'm a sociopath. Like, it's awesome. But perhaps your goal here is to get me so mad that I say something that you can like try to clip and say, look at how unreasonable Hasan is. I think it is you who's unreasonable. I think many people probably also would agree with me here too. There's nothing more unreasonable than seeing starving children and then not having a human response to that. You got anything else to say? They unfollowed. Lol. Nice. They went nonverbal.
That was a new argument. Now that over the last 48 hours, more than 100 people in Gaza have died of malnutrition and starvation, they're saying that the problem is actually the United Nations, because there are, and it has varied how they've said it, there are some 600 or 700 or 800 or 900 trucks that Israel has cleared to enter Gaza that the UN is refusing to deliver. I spoke to people in the humanitarian aid organization world to get a sense of what Israel is talking about here. And the background is this. Well, let's step back even further. We all saw Israel run a global campaign to drive UNRWA basically out of Gaza. UNRWA was the organization that was overseeing aid distribution in Gaza and has been for many decades and was doing it effectively. If you notice, before Israel took over aid distribution over the last several months, you actually never saw any news reports about aid seekers getting mowed down while they were going to seek aid. You might remember the World Central Kitchen workers who were killed by Israeli drone strikes. You might remember the flour massacre from early on in this conflict. That was late 2023, early 2024. That was an effort by Israel to control aid distribution. It failed miserably as they slaughtered huge numbers of people. And as a result of the flour massacre, aid delivery was turned back over to international humanitarian aid organizations. And we didn't have massacres up until this Israeli-backed and US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation took back over. So that's the background. So on July 20th, the World Food Program, which is run by Cindy McCain, the widow of John McCain, went on a 25-truck aid delivery effort in northern Gaza. Once they got cleared in, mobs of people began surrounding the trucks. These are hungry, starving people trying to kind of just grab the flour off the back of the truck, and the IDF opened fire on them, killing many of them. And so after this disaster, the World Food Program said that it was going to pause aid delivery until the IDF would guarantee that its soldiers would stop firing on people who were seeking aid. So that's why those trucks are still sitting there. Now, the UN said in response to Israel's claim that it's the UN to blame, that they're happy to deliver these trucks. Now, pause for a second and consider that people say that you need about 900 to
The invisible mirror. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs.
1,000 trucks per day to make sure that people are not dying of starvation. And we're talking about 900 trucks total that have been sitting there, since July 21st. So the UN noted that Israel recently forced the evacuation of UN workers from the last remaining civilian area that has not been completely destroyed, which is Deir el-Balah. That's where the UN and other relief agencies have their headquarters. And Israel also repeatedly rejects requests by UN staff to be able to move around Gaza. In order to be able to deliver aid, UN staff have to be able to move. They are currently either stuck in their headquarters or stuck in safe houses that they've moved to after their headquarters has been forcibly evacuated by Israeli military incursions. The short version is this: Israel controls aid distribution, and people are starving to death in droves.
Here's a update from the Kilmar Abrego Garcia situation. The Trump admin initially wanted to pretend that Mr. Abrego Garcia was an MS-13 leader. Now, fourth federal judge has found that the evidence doesn't show that he's even a member of the gang, and that's after the Trump admin spent months looking for new evidence. From the beginning, this has always been more than the person. It's been about due process, fundamental right. Our government must be the one that follows the laws, and in Mr. Abrego Garcia's case, they did not. That is why this case matters. More updates from Israel, by the way. Was wondering when someone would try to take Netanyahu out. Did not expect it to be an elderly woman with an illness hoping to go out with a blast. Anti-Netanyahu protesters suspected of planning to assassinate the prime minister. An anti-government activist has been suspected of planning to assassinate Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the police announced on Wednesday. The activist, a Tel Aviv resident in her 70s, recently fell ill and told her friends and other activists she intended to take Netanyahu with her, sources familiar with the investigation said. Turns out they're not losing the Debras and the Barbaras here in the West. They're also losing some of the Debras and the Barbaras in Israel, too. One more update that I wanted to give you on the Israeli Knesset that just voted to annex the West Bank. Here's Andre X.
The Israeli Knesset just voted to annex the West Bank, and there are two things that you need to know about this. One, the vote doesn't actually do anything. It's a non-binding motion, it has no legal power, and the reason they did it is to unite the Israeli right around something that they agree on, because they've been fighting for a very long time over whether to conscript the ultra-Orthodox community into the army. So it makes for nice headlines, but it doesn't actually do anything on the ground. And two, the West Bank is already de facto annexed, and it has been for a very long time. Israel has controlled the West Bank completely for almost 70 years now. And even in Area A, which is supposed to be under Palestinian Authority, Israel practically has all the power. They control the checkpoints, they control the energy, they control the taxes, and whenever they want, they can just invade it with the army, as they often do. So, de facto, we are living in a one apartheid state solution.
Yep. It's been that way, though. Also, here's 1997. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu allegedly used tapes of Clinton's phone sex calls with Monica Lewinsky to pressure the White House into releasing convicted spy Jonathan Pollard. Clinton reportedly told Lewinsky that a foreign embassy had tapped their phone. The story, long buried, resurfaced amid speculation about Israel's role in blackmail operations tied to Epstein. Here is drop site and breaking points is Ryan Grimm breaking it down below.
This is crazy. In the 1990s, Benjamin Netanyahu, Bill Clinton, and Monica Lewinsky. Stick around for this one. So in a scandal that has been largely lost to contemporary memory, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was alleged to have blackmailed then-President Bill
Clinton bombed the Sudanese pharmaceutical factory Al-Shifa on the 20th of August 1999 during the height of the Lewinsky scandal, 3 days after his grand jury testimony on August 17th.
Bill Clinton by revealing to him that Israel had collected tapes of phone sex calls between the 42nd president and White House intern Monica Lewinsky. The story is worth revisiting amid allegations that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in a long-running Israeli blackmail operation of his own. So Clinton met with Netanyahu in the Oval Office in February 1997. Subsequently, according to testimony Lewinsky gave to the special counsel's office, Clinton's secretary Betty Curry reached out to Lewinsky to invite her to an Oval Office meeting, telling her Clinton, quote, had something important to tell her, unquote. It would turn out to be their final sexual encounter. But Clinton also used the opportunity to tell her that a, quote, foreign embassy had tapped his phone and recorded their conversation, Lewinsky said. Clinton did not specify which embassy, though the meeting with Lewinsky came the month after his meeting with Netanyahu. The special prosecutor's report was far more concerned with Lewinsky's claim of the sexual encounter that day because it contradicted Clinton's claim that they had had only one encounter that year than they were with the fact that a foreign government was spying on the president and letting him know about it. The prosecutor was also interested in Clinton's response, namely that he proposed cover stories. These are cover stories that the two could employ if they were confronted with the tapes. Clinton suggested the pair say they knew they were under surveillance and the phone sex was a, quote, put on for whoever was listening. That's an awfully flimsy idea, but look, he was guilty. The man did not have much to work with. Now in April, Netanyahu and Clinton met again for a, quote, private visit. On a Saturday then in May 1997, Clinton again had Curry invite Lewinsky to the White House. During that visit, he broke up with her, Lewinsky testified. The next fall, so this is fall of 1998, Clinton hosted Netanyahu and Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat for a summit at Wye River, Maryland. Toward the end of the summit, at 7 a.m., after a long night of final negotiations and handshakes, Netanyahu approached Clinton privately to demand the release of convicted Israeli spy Jonathan Pollard, long a cause célèbre of the Israeli far right. That's according to reporting at the time from the New York Times. Now, Netanyahu brought up the sex tapes in the context of the Pollard demand, according to subsequent reporting by Washington Examiner editor Daniel Harper in his book, Clinton, Inc., The Audacious Rebuilding of a Political Machine. He writes, quote, not wanting to directly threaten the powerful American president, a crucial Israeli ally, Clinton was told that the Israeli government had thrown the tapes away, but the very mention of them was enough to constitute a form of blackmail, Halpern reported. The talks almost broke down as CIA Chief George Tenet told Clinton he would resign on the spot if Clinton agreed to the terms. So instead, Clinton agreed to, quote, review Pollard's case. He did not release him. Pollard was eventually freed in 2015 under the Obama administration. Now, on the last day of his first term, Trump pardoned Pollard's handler. Back in Israel, Pollard is now an outspoken supporter of extremist National Security Minister Ben-Gvir, Itamar Ben-Gvir.
Jonathan, all Jews have dual loyalty, Pollard, by the way. And I say this because he said this. He literally said, all Jews in America have dual loyalty and actually care about Israel more than they care about America, which is such a psychotic thing to say as like one of the most notorious American Jews that directly was prosecuted for doing espionage at the behest of Israel.
And has called for the full ethnic cleansing of Gaza. I don't know, Emily, what do you think? What did Netanyahu tell Bill Clinton?
I'm so curious.
There's another foreign embassy that this could be?
That sounds anti-Semitic as fuck. I mean, it is. Was Obama blackmailed? No. That's why he was... No. Look, I'm very critical of Barack Obama. Obama was, of course, just like every other fucking American president, 100% in support of Israel. But there were definitely moments. I would say Barack Obama was the last time that the American administrations had actually sidestepped away from letting Israel control whatever our Middle Eastern policy was. Famously, the JCPOA comes to mind, which is precisely the reason why Ben Rhodes, who is Jewish, by the way, and also Tommy Vitor, Dan Pfeiffer, and many of the other Obama-era advisors were branded as vicious anti-Semites for playing a role in the Iran denuclearization agreements. That was something that Benjamin Netanyahu did not like. So I suspect if they actually had any sort of blackmail on Barack Obama, they would have deployed it, okay? So, and that is like marginal for the record. That was marginal. Obama didn't fuck around with different women as much. That's his only good quality. Can you explain why Israel is anti-Iranian denuclearization? Israel is anti-Iran. That's it. That's it. They're anti-Iranian sovereignty. They're anti-Iran becoming a nation state. They're anti-Iran normalizing relations with America. They want Iran to be wiped out, or at least be kept in a permanent status of destabilization as a failed state, so that they can continue fucking killing as many people as they want to as they go along with their greater Israel project of ethnic cleansing, wiping out whatever population they want to and repopulating those areas with Jewish people, even though there isn't enough Jewish people to repopulate these areas around the fucking planet. So there is also that problem too. Ever since Smotrich got control over the deputy head of the civil administration last year, the situation has been de jure annexation. De facto annexation was the previous regime, where the military had official control, supposedly separate from the government. Now Smotrich's office in the Defense Ministry have complete governing power in Area C. In the coming weeks, the government will try to advance huge settlement expansion out of East Jerusalem, severing the West Bank's north and south. Oh yeah, I saw Josh Shapiro shit on Zoran as well. by friend of the show, Gabby Deutsch, if you recall her name. She is the senior national correspondent for the Jewish Insider and has written extensively about yours truly being a dangerous anti-Semite, a dangerous critic of Israel, and a dangerous anti-Semite. Well, she's got another piece about Josh Shapiro. Apparently, Josh Shapiro said, when supporters of yours say things that are blatantly anti-Semitic, you've got to condemn that. First public comments from the PA governor on the New York City mayoral candidate in a new interview with me at the Jewish Insider. Thanks, man. We really needed your feedback on this. This is the other thing that I wanted to read. The fundamental problem with Israel-Palestine is that the Israelis are too scared to take civilian casualties. Israel can be completely secure without the war if they accept casualties. The only way to have no civilian casualties is to eradicate the Palestinians as a people. Israel again and again gets sentimental. The exchange of 1,027 prisoners for one man was an act of abominable cowardice and served only to enable Hamas's future actions. Dude, this guy literally has, like, made cat ears. Classic fucking... Dude, I'm sorry, but globe emoji Twitter is just gay Nazis, okay? They are just straightforward gay Nazis. Every single one of them, every single time. This is a guy who is also is a rage poster. He literally defended bestiality on the timeline, said it's not that big of a deal. But it is so funny that all of the Ukrainian Twitter flag, Ukrainian flag in the Twitter bio, globe emoji Twitter bio guys are just such fucking out and about neo-Nazis. It's crazy to me. Like, is there no shame at all? Of course, it is the U.S. which is sentimental now. We are quite taken by the plight of the hostages. We must bring them back. I don't think Israel has much interest in a few hostages now, though. As long as they remain, Gaza can be destroyed. I think Israel may finally be engaged in a genocide if they are indeed starving them out. This is also the only path Israel has to having no civilian casualties. This is why it is a mad goal, and they must give it up. And obviously, like, even when he's arriving at the right conclusions, one, it takes so long, and two, he takes the worst possible fucking way. And obviously, one must understand that the core of the Palestinian cause has not one principle besides victory. Now that they are behind, they cry out for mercy. They would not give it to themselves if they had won. You don't know that. And also, victory for the Palestinians is emancipation. Victory for the Palestinians is sovereignty, something that Israeli society gets to enjoy, while also simultaneously not just doing sovereignty, but also dominance to others, the indigenous population of the Palestinians. Holy fuck. Still, if Nazism could be beat out of a people, perhaps Palestinian irredentism, Palestinians wanting to get rid of the occupation that has killed them and their families and destroyed their homes, that is currently doing a genocide, that has always operated an apartheid structure, is actually irredentism. This dude is just NATO Himmler. I know, so many globe accounts, so many fucking globe emoji pro NATO accounts on the timeline are just straight up gay Hitler. Okay, that's it. They're just gay Adolf Hitler. Yeah, it's additionally funny that he says, like, this is irredentism. Is Ukraine engaging in irredentism, which must have been stopped by Russians? Is that what it is? Irredentism is what Russia is doing to Ukraine, chatters, ironically enough. If you want to understand what it is. Genocide is what Israel is doing to Gaza. Irredentism is what Russia is doing to Ukraine. Okay? Straight up. So to sum it up, Israel bad, Palestine bad. Ugh. Putting this to make it clear, the civilian casualties are Israeli casualties. I need to make this extremely clear. There are Israeli casualties I am referring to, not Palestinian casualties. I feel like I'm going insane. Y'all are misinterpreting the words. What are you talking about? He's literally saying Israel has to do a genocide because Palestinians are fucking monstrous pieces of shit that are engaging in irredentist acts of violence against Israel. And Israel has no other way of beating the Nazi out of the Palestinian. What is hard to contend? What is hard to understand about his words here? He is literally saying Palestinians are Nazis. They have like Nazi elements. And they want to take over Israeli society as a whole, and they would be far more ruthless to Israel if they had the opportunity to do so. And they're only simply begging for mercy now because Israel is ruthlessly pummeling them. This is no different than what Benjamin Netanyahu says. What the fuck? What do you think is the justification in Israel for their genocide? Since October 7, they keep saying, oh, if we don't genocide them, they're going to genocide us. None of this makes sense, especially when you learn the facts on the ground. This is also ironically how the Nazis justified the Holocaust. There might be a hypothetical future genocide, and therefore we must preemptively do a genocide. He's basically just saying, ugh, fine, I guess the genocide, but it's not that bad. Plus they asked for it, so it's good actually also. This is word for word what the fucking white Afrikaner people justified it too. Crazy how bad education is. Yeah. There are like 5 globe emoji Twitter accounts that take up 90% of these conversations. These people need to be ignored already. I know. I just wanted to show you how fucking stupid this argument was and how depraved this person was. There's only one of those like fucking pro-NATO Andes that has like become normal and is like pro-Palestinian. What is his name? Nicolaj or whatever. Even then he has like stupid takes every now and then. But every single globe emoji account, every single one of these fucking crazy globe emoji accounts is like cackling, baying for blood. They're all just fucking gay Hitler, straight up. It's crazy. Yeah. Also, here's some good news. Donald Trump has officially lost the January 6th QAnon shaman. Jake and Jelly Chansley says, oh yeah, and fuck Israel. And fuck Donald Trump. Do you think this is blood boiling seeing a person who could not point to a Palestine on a map 2 years ago try to shine a new divine light on the secrets of this conflict and of Israeli-Palestinian society? You don't need your own unified field theory. It doesn't admit you were fucking wrong. No, I know. Except you're describing like most of the people, I would say, that have become quote-unquote experts in defending Israel, like the Brianna Wu, the Destiny, like all of these people that quite literally, by their own admission, knew nothing before October 7 and just kind of took a stance that was pro-Israel and went along with it. And at no point did they go, okay, maybe I've gone too far. And they just kept doubling down and tripling down and quadrupling down, while simultaneously hoping that people would become just as ruthless and just as cruel as they are, that the situation, the tide would shift and people would forget about this, or that people would just like allow it to continue, that this movement would not grow. It's crazy. The shaman speaks and the people follow. Have just noticed Kaya's haircut. Bet that feels good. She didn't get a haircut. FBI Director Kash Patel has privately told other government officials that Trump's name appeared in the files. This is what's so insane to me about this iteration of the Trump admin. They only hired like one guy who was actually aware that Trump is a bad person, and his dumbass JD. You need a bunch of Bill Bars if you're gonna do this, not idiots like Kash and Dan who believed Trump. This is a big part of why they're even more interventionists now. Back during Trump 1.0, he was often held back by career military officers who knew he was a dumbass and tried to babysit him. Now everyone around him goes along with whatever he wants. Bill Barr isn't even some bureaucratic god like James Baker. He just had enough oxygen to his brain and therefore knew Trump was a bad person. That should be the bare minimum for an important role in any Trump admin. This whole thing is a repulsive farce, but Kash and Dan fretting about their blown credibility is really funny. That used to mean you blew up decades of Senate tenure or something. For these guys, it means they're ashamed to even ask their audiences to buy Navy SEAL CBD. That is the best part about it, is that the enshittification of the American government has completely taken place. It's like it's finalized. And therefore, now these guys are worried about like not being able to hold space in their fucking like Navy SEAL podcast. And he's right. JD Vance is the only person who knows Donald Trump is bad, and that's why he's like noticeably absent from this Epstein conversation. Have you noticed that JD Vance is nowhere to be found? Weirdly enough, he hasn't said shit. He's at Disneyland. He's at Nantucket. Yeah, it's because he's basically waiting for this to fucking die down, for this to quiet down. He always will take like a Trumpian style, like Tucker Carlson adjacent, like non-interventionist position every now and then. No, they haven't shelved him. It's because he has ambitions of higher office. What is the highest office you can have? It's the presidency. That is precisely the reason why JD Vance is just like quietly waiting whichever way the wind blows. There could potentially come a day where JD Vance, backed by Peter Thiel and the Curtis Yarvins of the world, fucking ends up putting the knife in Trump's back. Holy shit, is this new? What is this?
Relationship with Donald Trump?
No, this isn't new.
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of female?
Yeah, this is old. The famous one, the famous clip from this is not JD Vance, sorry, Jeffrey Epstein, in quotes, "I hate pedophiles." Yeah, this is the deposition footage. Yeah, this is old. We've seen it. I've seen all of this stuff. He actually, I think they talk about his egg-shaped penis too in this.
Males under the age of 18.
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with?
I want to remind everyone here that Steve Bannon literally became close with Jeffrey Epstein and was trying to do a PR thing for Jeffrey Epstein, and has 15 hours of deposition footage on Jeffrey Epstein that he's never revealed, that was initially done, that was initially shot for the purposes of like using it to educate him on how to fucking do messaging around the new pedophilia stuff that came out, or an old rehashing of his pedophilia that never ended. Bannon was doing trial prep for him, and Bannon was doing media prep for him. And then when people were like, Steve Bannon, that's really weird that you have 15 hours of footage for Jeffrey Epstein, he said, oh, it's because I'm going to do a documentary on him. He's a bad guy. And he never released the footage, nor a documentary that he says he was going to release. Anyway. That's all I got for today. I'm fucking tired. Quickest way to put the brakes on my commentary is to just like open up the Gaza stuff. It just like, it kills all momentum for me, but it has to be talked about. Love you guys. Free Palestine. See you tomorrow. Sorry for the half day, 7 hours only. And I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully with some more fun news, okay? Peace. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California.